Hello, and welcome to a special edition of the Disclosure Dialogues. I'm your host, Lesley Klein, and let me pull up the forum that will be happening in just a minute. It starts at 9 o'clock, but I'm not sure that they have actually started yet. So let me share the screen and get us, uh, there we go, take a look at it. So, this disclosure forum, and actually, I'm going to share a little bit from um, the website. And here we go. So I'll let you know a little bit about this. Of course, this is about UAP disclosure, UFO disclosure. And the disclosure forum is happening today. It's going from 9 this morning to 4:30 in the afternoon. And I will be covering it live with you. So I may be having some Citizens for Disclosure volunteers to come on live and help with the discussion. But most of this will be us listening and learning, and I'll do commentary around the presentations. Um, it hasn't started yet, but so let's share with you some of the people that will be speaking today. And so this forum is specifically created by the Disclosure Foundation, which is here. Oops, where did it go? Well, anyway, it's the Disclosure Foundation. And so the first keynote speaker will be, where is he? Christopher Mellon. But here I'll share with you who we have speaking today. Eric Burleson, who's a representative, Andre Carson, Representative Subramanian, Christopher Mellon. He's the chairman of the board of the Disclosure Foundation. There are several of these people that are on the board. Uh, Also, Kirsten Gillibrand, of course, Anna Polina Luna, who is the leader of this, and also Eric Burleson. And I already mentioned Andre. So people like Kirk McConnell will be speaking, Avi Loeb, uh, Harold Putoff, uh, Carlos Iyer, Gaddy Schwartz, Kristen Fisher, Mike Gold, Pippa Malgren, Matthew Tuttle, Janice Velheyer, Timothy Gallaudet, Susan Winterberg, Jonathan Miller, Merrick von Rennenkampf, and Jordan Flowers. So these are all the people that would be speaking. They're actually going to be speaking at the Kennedy Caucus Room in the Russell Senate Office Building. So the doors open to 7 o'clock. This is open to the general public. But it's like a first come, first serve type situation. And this is on Capitol Hill. So the last time they did a presentation was this past May. It wasn't a full forum like this, but there were some um, very important facts that were put out at that particular meeting. And the one that I remember is Eric Davis, the astrophysicist, who talked about how there are four species. He was asked about how many UAP or UFO or ET species there are, and he mentioned four of them. So that was something that really stuck out. Christopher Mellon, he's going to be speaking first. And I'm looking at the forum to see, let me refresh it to make sure. So they haven't live streamed yet. It hasn't started yet, but it will be shortly. I'm sure, there's always technical difficulties and things like that, but let's continue to look at what's happening here, who else is speaking. So then I'll just go over the agenda. So first there'll be an opening address by Christopher Mellon. He's going to talk about the current landscape of UAP disclosure. And boy, there's been a lot happening, especially this month, because we started on June 9th with the press conference on the Capitol steps about asking the president and the White House administration to release all the files, to either put in the pressure, continuing to put the pressure. No real new information happened during that press conference. Mostly it was a push to get the administration to continue to put disclosure out. Then we had on June 12th, the disclosure day movie by Steven Spielberg that came out, which has gotten a lot of discussion. Then we've had Danny Sheehan, who started on. He'll be doing Sunday number 3 is this coming Sunday. He's been doing some Q&As, Zoom Q&A Zooms, and those are on Sundays, and there's still 2 more Sundays. And he's doing this to help with the ontological shock that people may experience especially if they haven't been paying attention. If you haven't been aware that the government has said they are UFOs, there are ET bodies, beings and craft that the government has had, and this is something that people not everyone knows, right? Not everyone knows about. So this is something that if you're not aware of and you're not in this conversation and you're not aware of what's happening, this is something that could cause you some ontological shock if you just never even considered that ETs might exist. That the fact that humanity is part of an actual galactic community of many other sentient beings, and there's a lot of question as to why they're here, and the majority of people feel that they're here to actually help us get to the next level. I think to take a quantum leap in humanity. Oh, and I see Giorgio maybe attending. So that's great. Yes, so I'm part of the Citizens for Disclosure, which is the activist group or arm of the New Paradigm Institute. The New Paradigm Institute is the organization that's headed up by Danny Sheehan and his life partner, Sarah Nelson. And they've been in the social activism in uh, social activism realm for years, for decades, from Watergate to the Karen Silkwood case to the Pentagon Papers. They've been involved with a lot of these very important cases that have really changed and improved, I think, how our country has evolved, right? So, and if you're watching live, you can go ahead and go on the chat, say hello, ask questions, make comments. I'll be putting some questions and prompts in the on the screen that you can reply to. So we're still waiting. Let me go ahead. Yeah, let me see. Just refresh. They still haven't started. So this is called Humanity at the Edge of Discovery. And so let me share a little bit more from the website. And you could just go to forum.disclosure.org to see, to actually go to the website that this disclosure forum has. Okay, so first we have the opening address with Christopher Mellon. Then we have a congressional roundtable on UAP transparency. And that's where Anna Paulina Luna, a representative from Florida. Also, Eric Burleson will be speaking. He's a U.S. representative from Montana, right? Not Montana, Missouri. Andre Carson, he's from Indiana, and Representative Suhas Subramaniam. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. He's a U.S. representative from Virginia. So they will be speaking on having a roundtable about UAP transparency. Then after that, there'll be a policy address by Kirsten Gillibrand, who's a senator from New York. Then we have another discussion, a panel on security and defense, national security, UAP, and emerging threats. Moderator Gadi Schwartz, who is a journalist, and Christopher Mellon will be there. Merrick von Rennenkampf, who is a former analyst. Timothy Gallaudet, which many of us know, he's a rear admiral with the U.S. Navy, retired, and he's been very involved in the UAP movement. Also, Kirk McConnell, he's a former senior professional staff member. So they will be speaking on that panel discussion. Oh, here we go. Why don't I have audio? Hold on.
subject that was until very recently untouchable.
For some reason,
so we've made astonishing progress in recent years.
I'm not hearing any audio.
But we believe decisive UAP data remains hidden behind a wall of classification at the Air Force, CIA, DOE, and elsewhere.
Huh.
The Disclosure Foundation is vigorously seeking further breakthroughs in transparency, breakthroughs that we hope can resolve vital unanswered questions, especially concerning evidence of a non-human intelligence.
I'm having technical difficulties now. I see the stream
limited to extreme performance attributes,
but I'm not hearing the audio.
Or does the government also possess recovered off-world technology?
I could do it like this.
Indeed, I referred several reputable.
But I'm still not hearing audio. So this is very strange. I am using a new microphone. Maybe you're hearing the audio and I'm not. Shoot. All right, I'm going to see what I can do here. Let's see.
UAP in space, notwithstanding rigorous UAP space surveillance or rigorous U.S. space surveillance. Similarly, we have not seen any UAP data revealed by our most powerful and advanced aerospace radar network, nor has data of submerged
UAP bear with
been
me.
released. Yet despite these huge gaps in data, the volume and credibility of UAP continues to grow. Hundreds of new military sightings are occurring every year and being forwarded to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office and other intelligence organizations such as the National Air and Space Intelligence Center for analysis. Yet that analysis is usually omitted from UAP files that are released. Regrettably, without more precise data involving things like distances and acceleration, it is hard to draw many firm conclusions from UAP for performance characteristics, which all too conveniently makes it impossible to demonstrate that these cases involve capabilities that surpass anything made by man. We're eager to assist government officials seeking to identify and close vital information gaps. Our sense of urgency stems from what we already know. For example, in December 2023, UAP violated the airspace above Langley Air Force Base for more than 2 weeks. The intrusions were so serious that an entire squadron of F-22 were eager to assist government officials seeking to identify and close vital information gaps. Our sense of urgency stems from what we already know. For example, in December 2023, UAP violated the airspace above Langley Air Force Base for more than 2 weeks. The intrusions were so serious that an entire squadron of F-22s was relocated. And to this day, as far as I am aware, the Air Force still does not know the origin or capability of these craft. Since then, incursions of a similar nature struck Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. This fall, extraordinary intrusions involving fire at U.S. bases at home and abroad, as well as Navy ships at sea, ranging from U.S. military facilities in Guam, all the way across the Pacific and North America, to Europe and the Middle East. The facts are undeniable. Something gravely serious is occurring in our airspace, and in many cases, our government does not understand the origin, capability, or intentions of these intruders. The sooner we learn the truth, the better our chances for preparing for whatever comes next. That may be transformational, because if it turns out, as I believe the evidence increasingly suggests it will, that some of these craft are of non-human origin, the implications are not merely scientific. They ripple outward from national security into economics, into religion and philosophy, into the deepest questions of human identity. We must urgently learn the truth for a number of reasons. First, democracy requires transparency. The American people have a right to know the truth of such a fundamentally important issue. The alternative is the modern equivalent of suppressing Copernicus or Darwin. Concealing the truth undermines faith in government, and that faith is already fragile enough. Second, we own any discovery. If exotic materials were recovered, then they belong to the American people, as their recovery was funded by our tax dollars. Third, we can handle the truth. A poll recently conducted by the Disclosure Foundation shows that 89% of Republicans and a similar number of Democrats want greater transparency around UAP, a clear bipartisan call for the truth. 70% believe UAP are a real phenomenon. Our ancestors endured profound disruptions to their understanding of the world via, for example, Copernicus and Darwin. A Disclosure Foundation research paper recently published by Dr. Janice Villauer and other eminent psychologists found that while certain high-risk populations may experience ontological shock, most people will in fact handle the truth. The principal public health concern is system strain, not mass panic. Fourth, secrecy stifles silence. If we have recovered off-world technologies, our best and brightest minds should be working on them now. Breakthroughs in propulsion, energy, and material science could be within reach. Even if there are no recovered materials, confirming the existence of non-human craft would still prove transformational, far more so, for example, than the Sputnik program that shocked the nation and eventually led to our landing on the moon. Fifth, disclosure is likely inevitable. Commercial satellite imagery is becoming ubiquitous. The Galileo project at Harvard, led by Dr. Avi Loeb, who will be speaking later today, is one of several civilian organizations deploying dedicated UAP sensor networks. Organizations around the world and foreign governments from Japan to France are mounting increasingly sophisticated UAP collection campaigns. The next mass US UAP sighting over a major city like Washington may be captured on hundreds of cameras and powerful civilian radars. Better to have disclosure on our terms than to be overtaken by events. Finally, disclosure could transform international relations for the better. Ronald Reagan, speaking before the UN General Assembly in 1987, said something that has stayed with me. Quote, "In our obsession with the antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world." Reagan was imagining a perceived threat. What I am imagining is something somewhat distinct, not a threat as much as a revelation and an opportunity. If disclosure comes, and I believe it eventually will, then as former President Reagan suggested, it will force humanity to see itself differently. Not primarily as Americans and Russians, or Chinese and Christians, or Christians and Muslims, or atheists or conservatives, or other members of competing tribes, but as one people traveling together aboard a small planet sailing through an incomprehensibly vast ocean of space. With disclosure, many of the divisions that consume us today will begin to look very small. This is crucial to our long-term survival because the most dangerous challenges we face, including weapons of mass destruction, pandemics, artificial intelligence, bioterrorism, and global warming, each require new and unprecedented levels of international cooperation. Disclosure is the only thing I can think of big enough to bring about the change of perspective required of the leading nations of this world. I suspect that someday we'll look back on this period as the closing chapter of one era and the beginning of another, an era in which humanity first began to understand that it is part of a larger reality. All of us at the Disclosure Foundation believe it is wiser to prepare for the future than conceal it. So we need to continue asking the difficult questions and following the evidence wherever it leads. That is the spirit with which we approach this symposium, not with fear or denial, but with curiosity and integrity. At the same time, our ignorance regarding alien life leaves room for fearful thoughts as well, admittedly. As the engineer and author Dandridge Cole wrote, "Space is a sea without end, which washes on countless strange and exotic shores, where the conceivable forms of the living and the dead are greatly outnumbered by the inconceivable, where the known is lost in the unknown, and where new dangers hide in undiscovered shadows in unimagined forms. Fear of the unknown has always been with us. Only the truth can dispel those fears." Thank you and welcome to the first annual Disclosure Forum.
Thank you so much, Chris. So before our next panel here, which is the Congressional Roundtable on UAP transparency, I would like to first discuss that today the Disclosure Foundation is proud to honor 4 members of Congress who have dared to ask questions that others wouldn't. Representatives Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett, Eric Burleson, and Andre Carson have been relentless in their commitment to UAP transparency, pushing for access to classified programs, holding hearings that brought credible witnesses before the public record, and refusing to accept stonewalling as an answer. Their work has moved the needle in Washington in ways that few thought possible just a few years ago. They've taken seriously what too many of their colleagues have dismissed, and in doing so, they've given a voice to a demand that millions of Americans have been making for decades. Full disclosure and no more secrets kept from the people who deserve the truth. The Disclosure Award exists to recognize those who have worked tirelessly in the service of this effort. So please join me in welcoming Representatives Luna, Burchett, Burleson, and Carson. Are they? Thank you.
I feel like I'm winning an Oscar. It's better than an Oscar. No, honestly, we're not the brave ones. The brave ones are the men who have come forward in our hearings. People like Sean Ryan, Jeff Nusatelli. We've had, Matthew Brown, David Grush, Lou Elizondo, yes. Chief Wiggins and Dylan Borland. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone, but these are the brave people that have come forward, and I'm just somebody who's just trying to do my job to honor what they've done, the brave work that these men have and they've made these sacrifices. Their lives are not as rosy as they could have been if they had stayed quiet. So we all owe it to them and everybody else that's thinking about coming forward. The first thing that we need to do, and this is what I'm pressing on this administration, the first thing you need to do is you need to make it right to these brave people who have come forward and spoke the truth. And so, this has been quite a journey for me. The good part of the journey is I get to meet some amazing people. In this, there's within the UAP community, there's factions, there's different personalities, but I consider you all my family in a way. And so, some of the brightest and smartest people in the world. And so, it's an honor. I will proudly display this in my office. And the fight continues. And so thank you. Thank you very much.
maybe have a seat here, and then we can just inform them of. So as you might see, several of those people who I mentioned are not here right now. So we are subject to some of the scheduling challenges and busy schedules that the Congress people have. So while we are, I believe Representative Carson will be here at 9:30, and certainly he is welcome to come to the front when he arrives. But I think in the meantime, perhaps what we can do, Representative Burleson, is a part of this conversation, a part of this panel, is meant to engage with the media, for them to be able to ask questions, and for us to have a little bit of an interaction during this time. So if there's a few people from the Disclosure Foundation who can grab these mics, we'd be happy to take questions from the members of the media that are here, that are reporting on this topic. We are really blessed to be able to have sort of an embarrassment of riches of media coverage today for this topic. Representatives from The Atlantic, from Time Magazine, from CBS, from the New York Times, from Vice. The list goes on, and I know I'm leaving some people out there. Forgive my memory. So why don't we, members of the media, again. Oh, and Representative Subramanian, you're here. Please come. Welcome to the stage. And Representative Anna Paulina Luna, welcome to the stage. No worries, no worries. No need to apologize. And Representative Subramanian is here as well. So I'm happy, if you guys would like to make quick remarks, happy to do that. This is really your time. And then if you'd like to engage with questions from the media for the rest of this time slot, that's also great. We have until about 10 a.m. here. So this is really for you guys, and these are your awards. We announced the Disclosure Award, so these are yours. So I'm just going to open it right up, and I think Representative Carson is going to be here at 9:30, but please go ahead.
I already did kind of give a little bit, but I did miss Ryan Graves and Rear Admiral Gallaudet, and if I missed somebody else, I really apologize. But thank you. My stress is that we're just doing our role. The brave people are the ones that have come forward to testify. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's here, whether it's Dr. Avi Loeb, the scientists, or whistleblowers, and then also to the members on this panel. So to kind of provide some context and background, when we first started these investigations, people, I'm sure as people have probably called you, they thought we were crazy. They said that, this was made up, it wasn't true. We were also told that this was, a disinformation campaign. Some people thought that we were trying to, release stuff to distract from what's really happening in Washington. But the reality is that, ultimately we believe that if this information does exist, which it does, it belongs to the American people to decide, and really the world to decide and see what information is out there pertaining to the question of, are we alone in this universe? And so I could not have done this as the task force chair without these members, as well as Tim Burchett, Begich, Jared Moskowitz, all the other members who put their name, their credibility, their elections on the line on this topic. And because of your help, because of everyone who's really come together, and this is really a community effort, we now have some of the most historic disclosure, I think, in U.S. history. community and help spearhead the effort, hopefully setting the standard for members of Congress and for, elected officials to come. Your turn.
Yeah. Hi, yeah, I'm Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. I represent Virginia. I'm new to Congress, so I'm new to this topic and every other topic, really. But I was interested in this because as a non-congressman, I was very interested in why some federal agencies thought that they knew better than the people, that the people weren't ready for full disclosure, that we needed to hide things from the people. And so given the work that was done before me by you all and by the folks, other members on this stage, I'm coming into a much better situation than you came into, with a lot less stigma, a lot more willingness to disclose. And so I look forward to joining the work and continuing the work that started and trying to make sure that we make real progress on this issue. So thanks for having me.
I've got a quick question. If there's no other immediate questions from the media right now. So the Disclosure Foundation commissioned a poll recently, and the results of that poll, I think Chris Mellon mentioned in his speech, 89% of Republicans and 88% of Democrats want transparency with respect to the UAP topic. What is your reaction to that? What do you see on Congress in terms of this being a bicameral, bipartisan issue, and how can we use the tools of Congress to effectuate transparency and disclosure?
As I'm sure you can imagine, things get polarized. And this is the one thing where we can go in and we can all say, we don't like the fact that these different agencies are telling us that we know for a fact these documents exist and they're saying that they can't locate them or whatever it might be. I will say, and had it not been for, I think, President Trump doing what he did, forcing these agencies to divulge the information, we would have still been stonewalled. In fact, I think Representative Burleson, when we initially sent out that letter requesting, the 20 to 40 plus documents,
Anybody else would like to respond to that? Or I can move on if not.
It's a bipartisan.
Absolutely, and we are delighted that you're here, and that Representative Carson can still hopefully attend. But I know things change, and that's DC, right? I'm often asked, what's different now? What's different about this time period? And for disclosure, I usually reference. I don't think ever before have we had this amount of presidential will behind getting to the truth. Can you comment on what you have seen from the executive branch, what you're able to tell the public now about the cutting edge and latest developments on that front? We have all of these entities now. We have ARROW, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. We have at the DNI, we have the DIG, the Directors Initiative Group. We have the Pursue program. Historically, we've had the UAP Task Force and AIMSIG. Can you describe what is different about this moment with all of these entities?
I think what's different is that, again, I go back to the people that came forward. You have highly credible individuals who have made their way, through the ranks, and they're giving up so much to come forward. And you can't help but admire these men. And when you hear them talk, you sense the genuineness and the honesty in what they're saying. And so I think that bravery is what has caused this the snowball. And then I think you had this magic moment where we had, members of Congress who were willing to spend the time and the effort to do it. And then you had, on top of that, a president who has an attitude that is very much an outsider attitude. I mean, he came in with a distrust of government. I think the fact that they went after him for so much means he has no interest in making, the deep state happy at all. And so I think that combination is one that is this perfect moment, if you will, for disclosure. And we have seen so much success recently. When President Trump came in, I think that he quickly moved on the JFK files, on disclosure of the MK Ultra, and then et cetera. And we kept asking, Anna and I and Tim kept, anytime we would have that little moment with the president, or his people, kept prodding and asking, when are you going to do the same thing for the UAP files? And I think that it wasn't until we had that series of hearings, and then just everything that kind of fell into place when Barack Obama made his statement. I think that all kind of created this momentum that we're all being able to experience. And now what we're seeing is an administration who is, they are absolutely hell-bent to get the information out. That was obviously kind of the low-hanging fruit and the easy things to release at the beginning. I think as we get into this more and more, it's gonna be more difficult, because you're now, to get to the answers. We were talking about this last night, that as administrations have come in and left, they don't always transfer that knowledge to the next political people, appointees. And so as a result, I think we have a lot of lost information, in the same way that we forgot how to go to the moon, or for a period of decades, we forgot how to build nuclear reactors. I think the same thing happened with this topic. You have, as new administrations would come in, the people that might have a little bit of knowledge about this, they kind of quietly buried it or never really shared that. And so now it's like we're rediscovering, it feels like the administration is rediscovering and digging into archives and documents and everything they possibly can to get at the truth. And so we're at that stage. It's now going to be a little bit more, it's going to be quite a bit more difficult, and it's only going to get more difficult. But I think we have an administration that is hell-bent to make it happen.
Yeah, if I can just add on to that too. I want to give a quick thank you to Christopher Mellon over here for everything. Specifically pertaining to everything that you did with helping us locate some of these documents, because when we gathered our list together, kind of our wish list, if we could ideally have everything we wanted out declassified, we brought that list and said, where did you get this list? And we said, we have friends too. And so you would be one of our friends. I just, what we do is we can push, we can pull. DC kind of operates on two things, pain and pressure. So those are our levers that we get to pull. Sometimes we do both. And on this topic specifically, it has become so enormous with the interest that now you even have people that even a year ago, I was getting teased about it, okay? They're like, Luna, you're on Joe Rogan. This sounds a little crazy. Said, who's sounding crazy now, buddy? So all that, thank you. Yeah, all that to say that, this is a really big team effort. The one thing specifically, people say, we want to know where locations of craft and biologics are, right? So we know for a fact that there have been a few very credible whistleblowers that we've talked to that allege that they have information specifically pertaining to this, but they're afraid of losing their clearances. So we have talked directly to the White House. Stephen Miller is absolutely incredible on this topic. And we are providing them with a list of people that will be given immunity in that they will not have to face retribution in the future for violation of their security clearance, or in some cases, maybe the Espionage Act, whatever it might be. And that will be them going to the White House, divulging what information they have, and we're following up on it. I'm not saying that I have personally seen stuff, I haven't. But what I am saying is that we are taking the information that we have received, we are handing it off, we are going to get them immunity and protection so that they can divulge that information, and let's see where it leads.
Thank you so much. And I want to point out the modesty of this man. So Representative Carson, please join us on the stage. We have a seat for you right here. This man has been a leader in this topic, and the level of leadership and modesty, he was sitting in the back, like patiently waiting.
Yes. Oh, wow. And this is your year. Oh, wow. Thank you. I didn't expect this. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
So Representative Subramaniam needed to depart, but Representative Carson, welcome, and thank you so much. We've had several meetings with you and your team. You're a true leader on this topic. Another question that I wanted to ask of the group is, this sort of gets to the issues that were just discussed, but what asks do you have for the president, and how can organizations like ours and members of Congress and the tools available to you, how can we try to effectuate those asks?
I want to see everything made right for the people that have come forward and made sacrifices on the lost their pensions, their medical benefits, et cetera. I think that first and foremost, you got to make it right to those people. That will demonstrate to everybody else who wants to come forward that it's a safe place to come into. And then I think what Anna is leading on is fantastic, in that making sure that the administration knows that there may be some times where these individuals who they were promoted into a system or a program, sometimes they're now inheriting things where they realize, well, there's crimes involved in this. And so, if you want to, they're kind of put in an awkward situation. Do they do their patriotic duty? What do they do? I think that providing some level of amnesty for them to be able to come forward is very, very important. And then I finally think also that they need to waive the non-disclosure agreements on this topic. Particularly just waive it completely for anything related to the knowledge of life that's outside, non-human intelligence. I don't see why we possibly should even allow that to be a top secret thing. And so if there's anything that's related to that, it should be waived. I think that's what our ask is of this administration, as well as to continue digging into the private sector. I think that a lot of this information is in the hands of either the archives of these federally funded research and development centers, and then further some of the prime subs that have been working on this topic. And so I think that it's going to take making it clear that to our major companies that we do business with, or do business with the United States, that it's okay to come forward. And I think that we're going to have a discussion if they're reverse engineering stuff that they got because it was from non-human intelligence. We need to make sure that we can have that conversation about intellectual property. Those are the next steps.
Yeah, I actually commend the administration and President Trump, though I've been very critical of him politically prior to very well. But I think it's important to note that the president has been bold in this regard. And I want to thank my colleagues and Anna. When I first took this on as the chair of the subcommittee, Adam Schiff was the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, and I approached Adam Schiff, now Senator Schiff, about this idea. And to Adam's credit, he was a good chair. He was very supportive. There was a lot of rumblings about why I wanted to have this hearing. And obviously it's a very sensitive topic. And someone said, well, why would you take this on when you have enough on you? You're Black from Indiana, you're Muslim, and now you're talking about UAPs. Yeah, that's true. That is 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 true. And so my interest began as a child. Time Life, I'm dating myself, they had a series on mysteries of the unknown. And at the time I was 16, and I ordered the first book, which was free. And I didn't get a subscription, but the first book that came was a book about UFOs. And so that started my interest. Even though I'm a Star Wars fanatic and a bit of a Trekkie, I still wanted answers. And so I was a police officer. I worked for the Indiana Department of Homeland Security and counterintelligence and counterterrorism. And when I got to Congress, sitting on the Intelligence Committee, it was an opportunity. So I spoke to Adam Schiff, and I said, I would love for you, since you've been supportive about me having this open hearing, and obviously there are some security concerns, I would love for you to attend. Adam attended, and he told me, he said, Andre, a lot of folks on the Senate side are so upset and jealous because they wanted to do this, but they were fearful that they'd be attacked. A couple of folks are in the administration right now. I'll give them a shout out. But so when we had that hearing, the attendance wasn't as robust as it is in this room, but it did spark something. They were like, "Well, Andre, you're the godfather of modern UAP hearings." Well, you know, I'm just someone who's supportive, and I'm supportive of whistleblower protections, and I'm supportive of making sure that folks who want to come forward have the opportunity to come forward without hindering promotional opportunities or anything of the sort. So we appreciate many of the civilian organizations, many of the filmmakers, the Disclosure Foundation, we appreciate you dearly because this is so critically important. And I want to thank Anna and my colleagues for being so bold. This is not just a bipartisan issue, this is an American issue. And this is a very serious issue. Now, the balance is that while my colleagues have had open hearings, and I love it and I support them, I think on the Intelligence Committee and in the open hearings, we always have to be very mindful because our adversaries are constantly watching and listening for context clues to see what we're working on and what we're developing. So there's the balance there, but there's also the mystery there, where our Five Eyes partners and other folks in the IC have to work together to provide comfort to the global community about what's really taking place while protecting our national security. It's a balancing act, but it must be done. But we support you and know that you have firepower in Congress as we work with the administration to protect the folks who speak out and to see what else is out there. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And apologies that we're having the, like you were saying, the suspicious audio-video issues for sure that seem to travel with this topic.
It comes with it.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that there is this question: can we have transparency? Can we tell the truth to the American public while simultaneously preserving our national security and avoiding strategic surprise? And while there may be problems to solve there, it sounds like the answer from this panel to the American public is a resounding yes. Would you concur with that? Yeah, I think that's a really powerful statement to hear in this room, the same room that held the Iran-Contra hearings, that held the Watergate hearings, a storied room that is dedicated to transparency and disclosure. So another question for you is, what other tools exist? Subpoenas have been discussed. Our organization has discussed the potentiality for a national intelligence estimate, which is, I think, not controversial. Would you comment on some of these other tools that may exist from a policy perspective? There is the UAP Disclosure Act. There's other potential legislation in the works. Would you comment on that for us?
I will just say that all of these members have at some point backed and been vocal advocates for the UAP Disclosure Act, whistleblower protections, FAA reportings. But the problem is that staff and or various members in leadership then together and back channeling the information that people are able to feed us so that we can then go public with it or go to the administration, because we had great partners at ODNI with Tulsi Gabbard, now DNI Pulte's very good as well. But specifically to the allies that we have within the administration, the secretaries for the most part are all playing ball with us, and we actually have great correspondence, but it's not the secretaries that are the issue. As you know, the federal government is a massive group of people. And so if someone isn't on the same page that we are on this topic, they're going to stonewall, they're going to try to wait us out. And that's exactly why we kind of have to work together on this. To be able to get those items. And then I'll just end with saying this, you know, at our last hearing with Representative Burleson releasing the footage of the Hellfire missile being deflected by one of these things, you know, I don't ever tell people what they can and can't do in here, and actually applaud him for putting that forward. And I remember someone had said, well, you know that was, you know, potentially classified. I said, well, you know, it'd be great if you guys responded back to us, because when you don't respond, this is his right as an duly elected representative of Congress to provide transparency. And also collect the Hellfire missile. I can't. So there's that.
We're trying to get the UAP Disclosure Act put on the National Defense Authorization Act. That's supposedly next week, assuming the time, or the next coming weeks, assuming that, yeah, I mean,
If we're open.
it's, but again, we are facing difficulties. And I mean, it's so frustrating because it's not members. I don't, at least if it is members, they're not coming to me and saying, hey, I'm not allowing your amendment. It's staff. And it's like, who elected you? You were not elected. I mean, it's for you to be able to deny, so, you know, an elected official whose my job is to answer to the people, and you're going to deny me the ability to get this amendment, at least even offered, is unacceptable. And so right now we're trying to get that made in order so that when it comes to the floor, at least we get an opportunity to have a vote on the UAP Disclosure Act. And then you'll know who supports it and who doesn't. But I've got to get Intelligence Committee to approve that. And so any help, Representative Carson, would be greatly appreciated. If you could lean on our chairman and others, that would be fantastic. But we've got to get it made in order. And if we can get it if we get it out of the House, I think we're halfway there. And then I think we've got allies in the Senate, whether it's Senator Schumer, and I cannot believe that I am sponsoring the language that Senator Schumer also is sponsoring. But you know, what's right is right, and truth is truth, and we're all Americans, and that's why this is such a common sense thing. And the only thing that's going to stop it is these staffers who are killing things behind the scenes in the cover of darkness. And so that's what we're facing right now. So your help getting vocal on this is probably the only way we're going to get it done.
Thank you for that. I would like to open it up again to questions from the media. Yes, sir.
Very much. Gentlemen, great to see you. So Matt Ford from the Good Trouble Show. 2 years ago, the former police chief of Ord, Nebraska, handed me over 60 pages of 911 calls from 2019 and 2020 documenting hundreds of craft, some as large as an SUV, surrounding towns, hovering over public schools and shining spotlights into ranchers' homes. Multiple law enforcement officers described close encounters with these craft as close as 50 feet that were completely silent, one of them exhibiting instantaneous acceleration. The FBI, the FAA, DHS, and AFOSI were called in to investigate and disappeared when the swarms did. This past February, the government shut down all El Paso airspace and blamed cartel drones. But a source with direct knowledge of the incident told me this was a cover story and characterized the incursion into U.S. airspace as extremely alarming. That's one particular incident. From Nebraska to El Paso, the official story keeps changing and then disappearing. Congressionally, what can be done to sort of end the cycle of obfuscation from the DOD, IC, and the National Security Council?
Well, again, I haven't worked for state excise, police, sheriff's department, and security. I do think that there is a balancing act between protecting our national security and making sure it isn't us, and also to informing the public to making sure it's not them. And by them, I don't mean the Russians or China. I mean something that could be otherworldly or interdimensional. And I think in a very real sense, having more access to these files with the appropriate members of Congress who, unlike these very brilliant folks, who won't leverage it for their own gain and in effect trivialize and minimize the hard work and passion that has been put in throughout the decades by the good folks in this room. And I think when you have that, that's the danger. When you have some of my colleagues who are jumping on the bandwagon just for hype when we're overlooking Disclosure Foundation, some of these great filmmakers, all their work, all the interviewing, all the reporting, and that has happened, and it's happening. And so it does give those in power cover to then trivialize it and say, oh, these folks are just kooky, this is a tinfoil community. And now with the advent of AI, it's become that much more difficult to distinguish real. But in a very real sense, I think having a cooperative relationship with state police, sheriff department, local PDs, and the IC, I think it could work a lot better. But also making sure that if it is military, that it's not disclosed, because again, context clues matter to our adversaries. Now, the folks want to hear what it's really.
Hello, Martin Willis from Podcast UFO. Thank you all for being here. Question that I have is when these files have been released, they keep coming out, and the people that have been around the UFO community for a long time, all saying the same thing. Where's the good stuff? You know, there's got to be more than this. And a lot of this is military. I saw the, other releases, this latest one. But a lot of people also have fear of, I heard you, Representative Burleson, mention private entities. You know, there's been talk about things going like crash retrieval, and I know the Schumer rounds had the eminent domain aspect of it. You know, these things go into these private companies and then they're gone. There's no oversight, there's no way to see what's really happening. And so I just wondered if you could address those questions. Thank you for your time.
So that's my focus is, like hearing about reports of this, hearing the reports of the, like was just mentioned, of other sightings. We've had so many, of those reports, but where's the photos? And I would say, if you've got the photos, let's see them, bring them forward. If there was that many people that cited it, then we want to see the footage. We want to see the cell phone footage, right? So, but at the end of the day, when you don't have it, it's just narrative. So that's where I'm at. I'm like, we've had a lot of great hearings with some great witnesses. And at this point, I'm as frustrated with you as you are. I want to see the real stuff. What we're trying to do in my team is take actionable information and then request it. And so right now, I don't have subpoena power personally. I got frustrated trying to go through the committee and the length of time that it takes.
and again, dealing with staff. And so my team, my office, we're just sending direct letters, interrogatives to these, whether it's MIT Lincoln Labs or MITRE, Battelle, and others that I don't want to say yet. We're sending these letters. We're sending letters to the FBI saying, and we're being very specific. We're saying, we want you to investigate the details of the Varginha incident, right? And then we're saying, for example, the MIT Lincoln Labs, we are aware that there's a reel-to-reel audio that's from this date with this name, and we demand that you retain that file and that you provide it to Congress. And so when you get that specific, I think that's I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think a lot of these institutions don't even know what they have. And so, but when you all and people bring information to us, specific details and information, that helps us craft the letter, which then gives the instructions. And, I'm maybe the 435th most powerful member of Congress, but at least I am a member and can write a letter that they might just listen to. And so that's what we're trying to do right now. And I think we've made some success. I mean, MIT Lincoln Labs, it did admit that they do have that reel-to-reel. And that led us to be able to find out that there's more to that MITRE is involved with. So now our letter to MITRE contains more detailed information. So we're pulling the thread. We're seeing a softening of the soil, if you will, and we're just going to keep doing that in order to get the truth.
Before we get to another question, can you inform the public about what, I think the natural question is, what is on that reel-to-reel? Are you able to describe that, or is that too sensitive to discuss?
No, I can't. I don't know that it's too sensitive. I'll just give you I haven't heard it yet, so they have acknowledged that it exists and that they're in the process of getting it to us. But what my understanding is that and I forget the general's name. He's an Air Force general who is briefing MIT scientists about, I believe it's the event that happened in Washington, D.C. in 1952. So that would be important historical information to have.
There's a lot of people in this room who know what happened in Washington, D.C. in 1952 with this subject, which is an interesting tie-in to Beatrice Villarreal's work as well. Gentlemen, it's 10 a.m. We've reached our time. I just wanted to ask if you have any other comments, anything else that you would like to say to the audience before we close out here.
Keep pushing, keep asking. I think what the administration did and what President Trump did is very monumental. I think we should see it as a credit to the hard work coming from the community. Don't stop. You have firepower in Congress, put us to work.
Roger that. Thank you so much.
And again, we couldn't do this without you, without the overwhelming, groundswell of attention to this. You can tell that the president stepped out made that bold move, right? And I think that with your response and 1 billion people visiting the website has told us all that this is something everybody really cares about. And so keep it up. Don't let up on the gas pedal. I'm not going to let up on the gas pedal. And the last conversation I had was, look, I visited one location. I still demand to visit the other locations. And so we're going to keep doing that. We're going to go where the evidence is. And so thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next up, I've got some good news and some bad news. So the constantly shifting schedules, The bad news, unfortunately, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will not be able to join us today. She was scheduled to give remarks at 10. She had a last minute schedule change, so our apologies. Instead, Christopher Mellon, would you come to the stage, please? Since we are going to miss Senator Gillibrand, we would like to, I think, now give out another award that we have. So before there was a disclosure movement, there were individuals willing to stand alone. Lou Elizondo was one of those people. Lou spent Lou spent decades serving this country in some of its most sensitive national security roles. He could have walked away from government service quietly, collected no controversy, and lived in a very different life. He chose not to. Instead, he stepped forward with his credentials intact, his documentation in order, and his reputation on the line, and told the American people what they had long suspected was worthy of serious attention. That decision cost him. It brought scrutiny, skepticism, and years of being dismissed by institutions he had served faithfully. He accepted that cost and kept going. That is what courage looks like when it matters most. A person willing to stand behind what they know to be true, regardless of what it takes. Please join me in welcoming our next recipient of the Disclosure Award, Lou Elizondo.
Folks, forgive me, I'm a little bit short here, so I'm going to see if I can tiptoe over this podium. First of all, a huge thank you to the UAP Disclosure Foundation for putting this on. We've come a long way, haven't we, all of us, together collectively. And we also have to recognize the brave efforts of the representatives who took time today to engage you on a topic that just 10 years ago, I never would have imagined we'd be here today collectively, all of us. But certainly, last but not least, I have to thank each and every one of you, not for this award, and not even necessarily for me being here today, but for you being here. This is democracy in action. Every single one of you, your contributions have allowed us to be where we are today. Your demand for the truth, the fact that you are not willing to compromise, because ultimately, at the end of the day, our democracy depends on truth. Think about that for a moment. Truth and democracy go hand in hand. And what you are witnessing today in this incredible room full of history, in my opinion, is more history in the making. And again, that's because of you. That's because you're having conversations around the dinner table. You're having conversations around the office water cooler. And you're not being dismissive. And you know what? Your government is listening. Politics aside, you have people from both sides of the aisle working diligently on this topic on your behalf because you demanded the truth. So congratulations, folks. Here we are. And this award, as honored as I am and privileged to be recognized, I did not know that was going to happen today. I probably would have made a convenient excuse to be in the restroom right now. But it's really a reflection of each and every one of you. As I look around the room here, I recognize faces, some of them newer, some of them I've known for a long time. And we're all here together, witnessing and being part of history. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and be quiet and go back to the back of the room here, because really this is your day. This is not mine. This is a direct reflection of you, the American people, and the will of the American people to be heard by our government, and our government willing to listen and then to go ahead and deliver on those promises that it made so many years before. So with no further ado, to each and every one of you, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you continue to do and all that you have done. And really, this is yours. This award belongs to each and every one of you. So thank you very much. God bless.
All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. We're trying to resolve some AV issues. The next panel, we're live streaming this, so we're really hoping that the people on the live stream are getting the feed, notwithstanding the AV issues. So we're going to figure that out. 5 minutes, and then we are coming back for our panel on national security, which will feature Christopher Mellon, Kirk McConnell, Mark von Rennenkampf, Admiral Tim Gallaudet, and moderated by NBC's Gotti Schwartz. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So that was the beginning of the disclosure forum that's happening today. It started at 9 o'clock, goes till 4:30. I do have some Citizens for Disclosure volunteers with me, and when they can turn on their cameras, I'll get them on here so we can discuss a little bit about what we've seen. So the one thing that I have noticed is, besides me having a little bit of technical difficulties in the beginning, so did they. And it was very interesting how the microphones were cutting off during the UAP panel discussion between the representatives. So there was a lot that we kind of missed from what they had talked about. But let me go ahead and bring up, we've got Jennifer. Let's see. Hi, Jennifer. Go ahead and unmute. And we've got Veronica.
Hi. Good
Hi.
morning.
Great to see you guys. So good. I'm so happy that you're here. And Veronica, go ahead and unmute too. So, Jennifer, where are you watching from?
I am in the Panhandle of Florida.
Okay, great. I'm actually in Murphy, North Carolina now. And Veronica, where are you watching from?
South Florida.
Oh, nice. Okay. So what did you guys think? Were you able to catch a lot of what was said in the beginning of this disclosure forum?
Yes, I've been watching since for about the past hour. I have to admit that seeing Lou receive that award made me feel emotional. The bravery of these people that are speaking up is incredible, and it gives me big feelings. I don't know about you guys, but it's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had just jumped on, so I didn't catch a lot of it, but I did jump on when Lou was talking. And it's just really great to see how much, how the big turnout, how many people here to support everybody. So it's really impressive.
Yeah, apparently also that room that they're having the event in was also historic, because that's where they had the Iran-Contra hearings, and I think the Watergate hearings and that kind of thing. And here we are having UAP disclosure. And the fact that Danny Sheehan was also heading up all the Watergate and Pentagon paper, all these different big cases that really made a difference in our government and how we do things. So that was pretty interesting.
But I also found interesting how filled the room is and was. There's so many participants in that room that it's very encouraging and inspiring, really.
Yeah. This month, I think is like a pivotal point. There's been a build up, but now everything's hitting the fan. So many revelations, so many different things, from the press conference they had to the movie coming out by Spielberg to the Q&A Sunday talks that Danny is giving. And I think there's a couple other things that happened that I'm missing. But yeah, this, and not only this hearing, which we only found out about maybe about a week ago, and also an MK Ultra congressional hearings happening on Tuesday. So there's a lot that's coming out, and it's all coming out, and it's coming out fast. So
There's a lot of movement.
Yeah,
yes.
exciting.
So curious, are you guys believers, experiencers, skeptical? What's your take on this whole UAP issue? And while I'm asking you that question, I'm going to put that question out to our audience too.
Veronica, do you want to go first?
I'm happy to go first. I'm definitely a believer. I would say I'm an experiencer, but in different ways. You know, I think the experience is so different for everyone. So I think I'm just in that phase of the journey where I'm really questioning, oh, okay, maybe this was an experience, or maybe this was something else, but certainly a believer. And so I'm here. I'm a member of Citizens for Disclosure, and it's because I think disclosure is a human right. I mean, we deserve to know what more is out there. And I think there's a lot more that people know. So,
yes, I am not an experiencer. I am 100% believer. My profession is cybersecurity audit and risk and governance. And there is a lot of natural skepticism in my role in my profession. I have to ask a lot of questions, and I have to consider all angles. So I have, I think, a healthy amount of skepticism, but I fully believe in something far greater than what we have and understand at this point in time. And I am 100% advocate for disclosure and what we're working towards. So I would very much like to be an experiencer at some point. But I'm driving forward with the knowing in my heart, and the data that's in front of us, and the people that are speaking, and their credentials, and so very much looking forward to seeing what comes from that. We have a long road ahead of us, and it's a very exciting journey, I think.
Yeah,
absolutely. This is like, I think humanity can actually be take a quantum leap in our evolution if we can really integrate this information here.
Yeah.
I've got a comment. Trisha Fortna. Trisha, so you have to get on the other link to be on camera. Right now, you're only able to do messages. So check the WhatsApp. I have another link there if you want to be on camera. Let me see. Was taking notes while this was throughout here. I know Eric Burleson, one of his main messages was to waive all the NDAs for whistleblowers. And I know and I think everyone is for, the whistleblowers. Oh, and just so that you know where I stand, I'm not an experiencer yet, but I am a believer for sure. I've been following Dr. Stephen Greer since I think 1993. So I have watched his movies and all of his different presentations, and I believe, it's true. I haven't done CE5 yet with a group. I have the app. But there is something to the fear factor. There's been this psychological operation happening, right, for many years, for that where they want us to fear, the powers that be want us to fear the ETs. I don't like calling them aliens because I think that's a negative word, but extraterrestrials, ETs, NHI. I think that it's important that we, how we describe them is very important, because of alien, that's more fearful. But if we say our galactic family, our star family, star people, this is what a lot of the Native Americans have used for terminology.
Agreed.
But yeah, so it's so I'm not an experiencer yet, but I feel there's plenty of facts and testimony and all of this available to us. And so it's like shifting our concept. Is this something to fear or something to embrace? And how we react to it, I think, is going to determine how everything turns out. What do you all think?
Oh, couldn't agree more. Absolutely. I mean, this is, I feel like a pivotal moment in human evolution. So it's just exciting. It's not surprising that we have the advent of AI coming up at the same time. I feel like it's all part of this sort of synchronistic moment. So we'll see. I wonder, I often feel like we're just like shooting into a tunnel and then we're going to get shot back out the other end. But who
Go through a
knows?
wormhole.
Exactly.
I agree completely. I think there's been a lot of talk about everything is connected, right? We're all connected. I think AI plays a big part in this. I understand that there's a lot of misinformation, but there's a lot of things that AI is helping us to achieve as part of this initiative. And also part of my professional life is AI governance, and I firmly believe that plays a part in this. Meditation and peace and open mindedness and opening our hearts, as well as being logical. There's a very fine line, but I think that it all plays a role here, and that's one of the exciting things as well, I think.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I see that Giorgio is with us, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Giorgio to the stage. The event is taking a break right now. Hi, Giorgio. Good to see you.
Hi, Lesley. Great to be here.
Yes, I'm so
For the
grateful.
link.
Go ahead. You were here at the very beginning, so I know we had some audio problems. Oh, and it looks like I'm going to bring them up because it looks like, yeah, I'll put that up there just so that we can, well, I'll keep an eye on it. I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything when they come back. So what were your thoughts, Giorgio? And I know that you are an experiencer. I know we passed that question.
Moderate experiencer. Yes, I've seen a craft nearby, 250 feet, with 10 other witnesses in Peru and in other places. I was part of the CSETI group back in the early 90s. And yeah, a moderate experiencer. But my thoughts are that it's great that the US government is legitimizing this issue, but that at the same time it's incomplete without the voices of experiencers and a comprehensive assessment of all kinds of cases. Because if we just focus on the national security, which is important, which is real, but only that is not going to be sufficient for a transformation, cultural worldview shift at a human level. So we need to grow beyond that. That's what I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me turn the audio on. I'm not sure if they're not starting just yet. Yes, so wonderful. So we have one experiencer and 3 believers here. We have an expert in AI. What was Jennifer, your full area of expertise?
So I'm cybersecurity governance, risk, and compliance for a large healthcare organization, and I am learning. I don't know if I would consider myself an expert, but understanding how it is being used and how to protect data and the people who use it. That's something that I'm working towards in my profession. So yeah, I know a bit. Definitely not a developer. There are some talented people out there. It's not me.
Well, I admire the fact that you're very logical and objective about this, and you've come to the conclusion that there's enough evidence to know that this is real. This is a real phenomenon.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Wonderful. And I will mention how we are all members of the Citizens for Disclosure. And I want to put that, let's see here, a little ticker here for how, if anyone who's watching would be interested in becoming part of the Citizens for Disclosure movement, that you can go to the newparadigminstitute.org and check it out. We're still waiting here for them to start up again, and then I'll get the audio going. So, Giorgio, what do you have any anticipated expectations for what today will be about?
I think that today, at the end of the day, the conversation will move another step forward. I'm glad that the legacy media was mentioned, that it's there in the
Yes.
salon, in this place. And this is already showing that the conversation is moving forward, becoming more conventional, becoming more accepted. And so then all of the more fringe issues, or considered fringe today, maybe not tomorrow, will also begin having a place in these meetings and be taken seriously. Fringe in a positive sense. I mean, apparently the phenomenon is about us learning who we are in the larger scheme of things. So all these fringe issues that have to do with consciousness and phenomena, presentiment and telepathy and and who we are. I mean, all the histories that have been told to contactees regarding the origins of mankind. I mean, they will have also to be incorporated more and more and more and more, besides national security, for starters. So we're moving forward, I think.
Yeah.
I think through this process, we as humans are going to understand a lot more about ourselves than we ever thought possible. And to me, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I said, a quantum leap. I think this is our opportunity to really take that quantum
Probably
leap.
aware that there was an issue
Okay, they're
over
starting.
the course of 17 days.
Oops. They keep having audio issues.
Yeah, that's incredible. Suspicious, of course.
Right, very. I have the audio all the way up, but so the issue is coming from them.
Suspicious, because if it's recorded, then it will be retransmitted with all these audio issues.
Well, this is what they're streaming is having audio issues. I imagine that the speakers are working in the room.
To our ships.
There we go.
What happens night 2, night 3, night 4, based on your information, Chris?
Surprisingly, when they came to brief the Congress, my understanding is they said they did not have any video of these objects, even though this had been going on for 17 days. I think it's another example of the lack of preparedness that we sometimes has come to light, as it did on 9/11, where we didn't have a plan for civilian airliners being hijacked. We're used to still thinking, and we need to grow from this standpoint, that the oceans give us this great protection and we don't have to worry so much about the homeland. Well, now we're seeing this happen. This is not a singular event. Matt Ford was talking about what happened in 2019, 2020 out west. That went on for months, and it was crazy. I mean, we're talking swarms of unidentified objects and a mothership coming in and them going inside it and that thing taking off at lightning speed. So there's a lot of very intrusive activity that is unlike what we've seen before. After World War II, we had around a lot of our premier bases and facilities, particularly nuclear ones, a lot of activity, but this is really getting more sort of in your face and more persistent in many cases. We've had some of these things fly up in front of a Navy ship and apparently shine a light right on the bridge, right into the faces of the boat. So it's like, we're here and you can't do anything about it. And so this represents a more provocative pattern than we've seen before. I can't tell you what happened day 3, day 4, except that I do know they did start to reach out for other assets. They got a plane with special sensors from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which they deployed. They started reacting with some fighter patrols and things like that, but ultimately they were not successful.
You know, one of the things that I always come back to is, and I know this sounds trite, but it's the shrug. There's a shrug that happens where it's like, well, we don't know. You know, what else do you want us to do? You were just talking about the oceans, Admiral, if something like this happens and there is a craft that is beaming a light onto the deck of one of the most powerful ships on planet Earth, where does that shrug come in? Is there a shrug, or does this go all the way to the top into this darkness where, maybe there are people that are actually in the know?
Well, interestingly, thanks, Scotty. No, well, from my experience operationally, having served on an aircraft carrier and an amphibious assault ship and other fleet command ship, that I never saw a shrug. It was always reported whenever we saw something in our airspace or water space. And actually, I'd like to turn to the ocean. You had mentioned that we have a sense of security because we have these oceans that bound us. But the reality is that we're seeing these objects in the water. And I've had submarine officers come to me and talk about objects traveling at speeds in excess of 50 knots, closing with constant bearing, decreasing range, and having them to order emergency deep maneuvers to evade. And then the objects slowed down and then trailed them for a time. And this is 3 submarine officers, very credible. So our oceans aren't as secure as we might think too. And in all those cases, though, they are reported up to higher headquarters. You've seen
higher headquarters, though. If something like that happened, and you'd expect that to go to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I mean, that sounds like a full stop. Let's put all resources, all assets on this. And to our knowledge, that doesn't happen for some reason.
Well, no, this does happen. In fact, I have a friend who stood watch in the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, which is the watch floor for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of Defense, and the President. And they take reports from all the combatant commanders. And in fact, when there was that Alaska UAP following the Chinese balloon, that was reported up to my buddy who was on watch. Now, all those comms are classified. So the president knows these are reported, and what's done about it is another story.
I oscillate as one does when you grapple with this. I oscillate between the possibility that the credibility of the people that have come forward is pretty impressive, but it does seem that there is some sort of conspiracy cover-up. I just don't know what the nature is. It's either the government knows a lot and doesn't want to share how much they know, or the government knows little and wants to cover up their ignorance. And now we live in a day and age where we're starting to see what looks like the government saying, hey, actually, we don't know. Here's a bunch of the files. You guys look for yourself. But what camps do you all fall in? Do you think that there are repositories within the government that actually fully understand the phenomena, or is this a circumstance of everybody is just out of their depth when it comes to UAP? Go ahead, Kirk.
I guess what I would like to say on this topic is from my 37 years up here in national security, and 8 years before that for a national security consulting company, is when the United States government perceives something that is potentially a threat, they don't ignore it. The national security establishment goes after problems, right? They may not do it perfectly, they may not do it successfully, but they don't just ignore stuff. That's my experience.
So do you think that they have solved the Langley issue? Do you think
that's different? The two questions. Mm-hmm. I think they have taken this very seriously over decades and studied the hell out of it. Whether they've succeeded in unraveling what it is and how it works and that sort of thing is a different question. We have reports from insiders, a large number of people who say, yeah, progress has really not been very significant. But you certainly have other reporting that suggests that that's not true, that there have been some really notable successes. I personally, it's just an opinion, but I think that these black triangles that fly around, I think they're probably ours, just from the circumstances of some of the eyewitness accounts from Eglin Air Force Base, from Langley Air Force Base, Dylan Dylan Borland was smoking a cigarette on Langley Air Force Base, and from the other side of the fence at NASA Langley, he sees this huge black triangle rising up, seemingly out of a big building there. And we have other reports from a naval officer, I think Chris knows this gentleman, who was driving to work at 5:30 in the morning, right outside of Norfolk, and he's looking out his sunroof, and there's this huge black triangle flying low right above him at 50 miles an hour down the interstate. So is this a UAP, an NHI that's just cruising along at dawn around Norfolk Air Force bases? I kind of doubt it, but who knows? And this is part of the problem with disclosure, is we don't know enough to predict at this point all of the national security ramifications until we know what the hell the government knows or doesn't know.
Mark, I mean, what camp do you fall in? Does the government know a lot, or does the government know a little bit and are covering their asses here?
It's a good question. I'll maybe defer to the rest of the panel on that specific question. I want to add just a couple more elements to the Langley story and this broader narrative that we're seeing of these quote unquote drone incursions. At Langley, again, 17 nights, these objects were displaying bright flashing lights. And that's the base commander there, commander of Air Combat Command, called it close encounters at Langley because he had bright flashing lights. That's not how you do espionage or surveillance, right? That's breaking rule number one of surveillance, if this is a foreign entity. I'll add that former NORAD commander, General Glenn Van Herk, said on 60 Minutes openly that they attempted to jam these objects and failed. They couldn't get eyeballs, couldn't jam them, and yet they're operating over a key air defense facility right here off the East Coast. And that's, I want to just add on the analytics side, we saw these bright flashing lights occurring for months off the coast of Southern California. I think that, the FOIA documents show that this is going on from at least March until July of 2019. Several months, these objects swarming these naval warships, LCS ships, right? The newest ships some of the most advanced ships in our inventory. And thanks to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, we have video footage. We have radar data from the USS Omaha incident, which is very perplexing because it shows what appears to be a spherical object. And, the debunkers have put up any number of nonsense theories for that. When you actually do the analysis, it looks like a spherical object moving against the wind and going into the water. So you add in the events over the UK. There are several bases in the UK in 2024. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was shut down. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, some folks might know that name, was shut down in 2024 because of drone activity. And thanks to John Greenwald's FOIA work, we know that at least, I think they counted at least 15 to 30 objects on radar, right? These are radar hits. So we have a major problem. I'm going to, again, defer on does the government know more or less about this to the rest of the panel. I just want to add some color to how extraordinary these incidents really are.
If these, and it's not necessarily just an if these things are happening as they are, but there is a thought experiment that has to be done. And again, not to trivialize this, but if these things do constitute something that is so far beyond the capabilities that humans have, there's an interdimensional elephant, I think, in the room, as we've seen over the last week at least or so, that has now been very much introduced into the mainstream conversation, even though many people have been talking about it before then. But the question is, we're here celebrating 250 years. Let's say, for the sake of this thought experiment, that 250 years ago, we were able to send back drones to fly over some of the battles that were happening between us and the British, right? And the Continental Army saw these drones up in the sky, and maybe one crashed, and they took it to George Washington. Or actually, I think in this case, we would be the British because of our military superiority. But for the sake of the analogy, they have this drone. There are sightings. Villagers have seen them. Some of the founding fathers have seen them. I cannot, in this thought experiment, ever see George Washington or anybody else that is involved in the military doing any sort of disclosure because of the ramifications that would come from that disclosure. They would not know whether it was the British. They would not know what they were looking at. And some people would think it was witchcraft. And so the question is, if that is what's happening right now, what incentive does the military have in disclosing this to the public? Chris?
Yeah, I don't think the military has a strong incentive to disclose this to the public. To some degree, it's unfortunate. And when they created the classification guide for UAP, they sort of put down a blanket statement that essentially anything UAP related was going to be classified. And I think it was very short-sighted. It was the typical institutional desire to protect military secrets, which is understandable. But I think what they missed was that so much of the energy that was leading to greater support from Congress and greater funding to study the problem and take action was the result of information reaching the American people. When we look at what happened with Sputnik, for example, imagine if the intelligence agencies had kept that secret. We might not have got to the moon when we did. The military needs the public to understand what its challenges are and to build the support here for the funding and the requirements, et cetera. So I think the rank and file, the usual sort of routine response is don't share anything, lock everything down. And it's understandable that's the culture, but I think the seniors need to make some important exceptions to that.
And if I may push back just a little bit, and again, we're assuming, let's just assume that interdimensional abilities or even, interplanetary abilities are on the table right now. There's a question of asymmetric technology here. And when you apply that to national security, all of a sudden, the idea of full disclosure, the idea of actually this is how we think you can travel interdimensionally or any of those things opens up a whole host of issues on, well, can I teleport this into here? Can I teleport this person over here? Like that seems to be such a massive game changer to the point that it makes national security relatively moot. Is that something that comes into the conversation? Are there lines that maybe should not be crossed when it comes to disclosure and national security if we are dealing with that type of technology, Tim?
Well, yeah, Gaudian. First of all, I think that's been the incentive since past World War II for our government not to disclose, because no administration wants to admit that it's vulnerable and can't protect its citizens, and that the billions of dollars we spend for the Pentagon is potentially useless to this unknown possibly adversary. So that's true. But then there's a balance, because our public deserves to know what their taxpayer dollars are being used for and how good our defense system is, for example, or not. And so that's the edge I think we're walking on here, and all of us in the room are advocating for. And I see Avi Loeb's here, so we have a science advisory council that's been established, and thankfully we now have the support of the administration to go and answer some of these questions.
I can't wait to see that panel and hear hopefully a little bit more about where things stand with interdimensional travel and in science right now, because unfalsibility is really anything that's unfalsifiable is something that we try to. Doesn't mean it's necessarily true or untrue. We just have to be careful about those conversations. And yet, when it does come to thought experiments and playing things out, the idea of this seems like, if these things are true, this seems like fire. This seems like humans don't understand what fire is, have never seen fire, don't even know that they can cook. They don't know about thermodynamics. They don't know about anything. And there is this technology that may be kept away from humans, which we all, I think, agree should have a right to. And yet, if that is what's behind the disclosure wall, Mark, do you think we're ever going to see that?
I think, if the efforts here in Congress bear fruition, and if I think that the critical mass that is building up in interest, especially with the presidentially directed releases that we've seen, I think it's possible that we'll break through in some respect. I can't tell you how far that will go.
How about you, Kirk? Do you think that if there is something as game-changing as, as we can understand it, fire, that is on the other side of disclosure, where it is some sort of breakthrough understanding of how the universe works, that it could render entire nations completely moot, there will be disclosure?
Well, this is, sorry. This gets back to the critical question of what's behind the disclosure wall. What is there? Is it the kind of technology that is that you are alluding to? But more importantly, perhaps, is it technology that is easily mastered? If it's really, really hard, look, nuclear weapons are incredibly dangerous. You could devastate the whole world. But we were able to apply it to commercial uses by the sheer difficulty of engineering a huge enterprise to mine uranium, to enrich it, to build a reactor and make plutonium, and tritium and heavy water plants. There's a lot of difficult engineering steps in practice to make something that is so dangerous. So how hard is it going to be, and what are the observables? Can you control it? These are the kinds of calculations that I think the government will have to, and the public will have to wrestle with once we get on the other side and try to and get some understanding of what's going on. But look, if this is really dangerous stuff, and if it's easily proliferated or easily mastered, then you've got a problem. Given the state of humanity's level of consciousness, we fight with each other, and we have lunatics in the world who will just as soon blow it up under some circumstances. So these are really difficult questions, but you can't just have it bottled up and in one little place in a country and perpetuate that forever. Everybody has to share in this decision making.
Chris, I want to bring you in as the man who opened up Pandora's box.
I know, that's why I try to make the case. It's going to be a good thing. But what I was going to say is that, if we think about, say, nuclear weapons and the Manhattan Project, we kept a lid on it until we mastered the technology. If we have something that's a total game changer, then probably at some point we're going to want our adversaries to know. It's not a deterrent if it's totally secret and they don't know about it. So there may be a point in time at which we want to, the country makes a decision to take that out to deter aggression against the United States. That's conceivable. So I don't know. I think they have to, if they have some technology, how developed is it? How reliable is it? When they get to a certain point, they might actually have an incentive to want other countries to know that we possess that capability.
And I want to add to that too. One argument for disclosure, to some degree, is to harness the power of the American R&D enterprise. And so, like nuclear power, once we mastered it, we then put it out to the national labs and industry, and we've been using nuclear power, and industry's building nuclear powered ships and submarines. So I think that's an argument, and we, again, our Science Advisory Council is here to make that case and open up the phenomenon to more research that we can hopefully capitalize on from a security standpoint and an economic prosperity standpoint.
So much of this overlaps, eerily overlaps with the issue of artificial intelligence that we now grapple with. That's non-human intelligence. It is something that was released to the public very quickly. We don't fully understand the ramifications. We see the government trying to rein it in and doing this odd dance. We're grappling with regulation. We're grappling with all these things. as a society right now. Mark, do you see a lot of overlaps between that and UAP?
I absolutely do, and maybe at the risk of opening up a second Pandora's box, I think we've heard from enough whistleblowers, David Grush, Jim Lukatsky, Hal Puthoff, Dr. Eric Davis, Colonel Carl Nell, that have all suggested or alleged, and this is also reflected in congressional legislation, that other nations have also potentially retrieved this technology. And I think it's the height of irresponsibility not to have a very, very nuanced discussion of what the potential ramifications of that may be. If there is someday some kind of a disclosure, we need to have a policy in place, because I don't think, and as I've emailed the group here, I don't think we're magically going to sing Kumbaya once Trump or Xi or Putin announce the existence of non-human intelligence, if that is true. And again, we have to engage in that scenario planning. I'm sure Admiral Gallaudet knows that the military must, it plans for any possible contingency. And I think this is an incredibly important discussion. So again, at the risk of going down a rabbit hole, let's imagine that China and Russia have retrieved craft. Let's imagine that Xi instructs all of his scientific talent, scientific capital, or Putin does the same thing, to work on this problem. And, oh, by the way, they have mastered cheap AI technology and can reverse engineer and make sense of this technology much more rapidly than we can. What happens if one day, and Secretary Rubio has spoken openly about this, what happens if one day we wake up and the Chinese have, or the Russians have, a national ballistic missile defense system based on this technology? And, oh, by the way, they also have an offensive capability, and we're stuck without that capability. That is an enormous, not only a national security risk, but a global security risk. So I'll just throw that to the group. What happens if we are ever in that situation? I think that discussion must be had.
I think the discussion also must be had about what it would take for a Kumbaya moment. Up until now, we've seen, I don't know if it's menacing behavior, but definitely, hey, like, we see that you see us, or whatever it is. But has there been an aggressive intent or even a lethal intent ever detected, from your all knowledge, a UAP incident in which there was some sort of aggressive intent aimed at military service members or perhaps civilians?
We've had radar jamming and that kind of thing, which is a serious matter.
Serious matter to humans.
I mean, the military views that as an act of aggression. That's not something that our aircraft and aircraft from other nations engage in lightly. So there is that. Back in the 50s, there was one incident at least where a U.S. fighter aircraft merged on radar with a UAP and never came back. Nobody knows what happened. This plane disappeared over the Great Lakes, but I'm not aware of any lethal hostility other than that historical event.
But and that's regarding U.S. platforms. I have no knowledge either. However, it's well documented in the ATIP, OSAP, and UAP task force investigations, funded over tens of millions of dollars. And Lou Elizondo's in the room can speak to this, and he wrote about it, that there are individuals who have encountered UAP and had anomalous health effects. So that's real too. And we certainly cannot claim they're all benevolent when you know that data is real.
If there was such an action that was detected by one of the world's superpowers, do you think that might be a catalyst for Putin and Xi and President Trump to talk about this together?
I mean, that gets to Chris's opening remarks about the famous Reagan comments at the UN in 1987. And fun little historical fact, in 1985, when Reagan first met the new premier Gorbachev in Geneva, and I think it was their first summit, Cold War tensions were really at their height. It was a very tense moment in the Cold War. And Reagan and Gorbachev had just finished a really intense series of meetings, and it's tough going. They're having a hard time. They're not getting along. They're not making any progress. And they go for a walk, just the two of them. And Reagan asks Gorbachev, just kind of on an offhand manner, hey, if some aliens came around and attacked us, would you come and help us? And Gorbachev says, no doubt about it. And Reagan says, oh, cool, so would we. And they shared a little chuckle. And that kind of broke the ice between these two leaders. And any historians of the Cold War will know that's what led to perestroika, glasnost. So there is precedent with Reagan's commentary. Reagan obviously viewed as the ultimate Cold Warrior, the ultimate national security mindset. But he clearly had an openness to what Chris again alluded to in his comments, his opening comments, that maybe there is room for some kind of negotiation discussion if there is a legitimate perceived threat from any kind of.
It's so ironic that was one of the things that started thawing this, because the entire reason why we're having this discussion is national security. It's because humans have been at war with other humans and have been worried about some sort of technological advantage. Kirk, if there was something, whether it's a direct connection between some sort of non-human intelligence and a leader, governments, some sort of something public, do you think that the world is right now set up to be able to adapt to that type of paradigm shift?
Is this on? Yes. Well, there's a mixed record historically on analogous kinds of situations. Certainly indigenous peoples around the world in their encounters with European colonizers, for example, always came out on the bad end of things, and to say the least. And what's more, that they tended to fracture or remain fractured. Like we certainly saw this here in North America, where tribes, instead of coalescing and fighting a common invader, us, from Europe, they would make deals, right? In some eras, countries in Europe, for instance, have practiced a sort of balance of power. They see some great power emerge and they band together to resist that great power. In the Pacific, we really don't have any tradition of that amongst the nations there. So it's really hard to build a NATO-like defense structure in the Far East. But we have examples of both things. Faced with a common foe, nations sometimes will band together, right? But that means that the perception is that this is a really hostile, aggressive foe. So is that the model that we hope is gonna happen? It has to be a dangerous situation for us to overcome our differences, or is it possible that this is going to be a non-threatening beings, and that maybe they'll just help us raise our consciousness level, our level of morality, and we'll start to get along better by the example of these intergalactic visitors or interdimensional visitors.
I think that's, again, not to bring the shrug back, but if there is some sort of hostile intent, all of a sudden it's very different than if something is flying around and, maybe surveilling, but not necessarily acting aggressively. But in the absence of that sort of, first of all, I mean, are we prepared if there is some sort of aggressive action taken, Admiral? I mean, is that something that, I don't know, exists in the deep recesses of military planning?
That's a great question. As far as preparedness measures and op orders and whatnot, I know of none for the phenomena. And there, now granted, I've been read into compartmented programs, but not in all of them. In fact, Dave Grush would be the best one to ask. But I don't think so. In fact, I'll share an anecdote. Chase Stratton is a friend. He worked in naval intelligence when I was in the Pentagon, and I'm a friend with several former directors of naval intelligence. And I had a meeting with one of my buddies who just retired out of that office, 2-star admiral, and we were talking about business, but at the end of it, I brought up UAP, and he was honest with me, and he said, we still don't know what these are. So, and of course, ATIP and OSAP and the UAP task force, again, did research, did monitoring. But I think the government is still trying to come to grips, and that's what we're going to be doing, hopefully with a major R&D effort.
If I could just calibrate, because again, all of these conversations, everyone's on a different place in the spectrum of how we see this right now. But just to calibrate the table here, the big question is, do you think that there are factions of the government that truly understand the nature of what we're seeing? And I'll just yes or no all the way down. Chris?
If there are, I've not encountered them.
How about you, Abby?
Same, I don't know.
I'm going to agree with the rest of the group.
Unfortunately, I think that the government knows a lot.
Okay. So it's probably 4-1, because again, this is one of those things that
I agree with Kirk. I think the government knows a lot, but
the true nature
do they have a deep understanding of where this is from, what the values might be, the culture, the origin, all of those kind of things? Not as far as I know.
Yeah, and I can say this too, based on Kirk, and that, and I'm sure that it's siloed like everything else in the government. And a good example is this. Sam Gerbis is in the room. He's done some research, and he's pulled out, I believe, verification that there's an entity called the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office. And Bobby Ray Inman, Director of National Intelligence, spoke about it. Here I was, the oceanographer of the Navy, the head oceanographer of the Navy, and high clearances, TSSCI compartmented programs, and I was never read into that. So you have that kind of siloing, and I would probably help that office quite a bit with our data and knowledge. So there's the siloing that exists in the government, and it's continually an effort for government administrations to try to break those down.
it was so interesting to hear. I think it was Representative Burleson who said, you know, there is, we forgot how to do this, or we forgot how to do that. And when you look back at the phenomenon, it seems to go back to the 1940s, 1950s. There are allegations that, you know, private contractors have come in. And that would also help explain why it seems as though there are many in the government that have no idea about any of this and are very dismissive. In terms of active funding, though, for those things, they have to have an SAP. They have to have some sort of access to either private capital or access to our tax dollars. How does the SAP process work when it comes to protecting our national secrets and when it comes to protecting things that, you know, have been overlooked for decades and decades and decades? Chris?
We actually have it varies by agency and department, but we do have a very extensive system in the Defense Department for bringing all the SAPs together in one place under one committee. They're all reviewed, they're reported to Congress. I sat on that committee. I never saw anything related to UAP. It doesn't mean there aren't things outside of that. There are things called alternative compensatory control mechanisms. There are other workarounds that sometimes people put into effect, or some people may just not be compliant and not register their program with the SAP oversight system. But we actually have a pretty robust active system for accounting for all these things and monitor them. I will also tell you that people who think the government can't keep a secret are absolutely wrong. The government keeps hundreds of these SAP programs, and in my experience, not a single one of them leaked except for one that we used in combat, which was there for exposed to the press and the media and got in Newsweek and whatever. But all those other programs remained completely under lock and key and completely unknown. And they were not things that the public would have a problem with. They were mostly just very technical things like, you know, how do you make a tank armor tougher? How do you make a missile warhead more effective? It's that kind of stuff. So it's not really even very press-worthy necessarily, but it's stuff you don't want your adversaries to know.
And yet, if there was truly some sort of crash retrieval program or some sort of, I mean, you're talking like the amount of money you would have to hide for something like that to exist.
One of the stories is they gave up trying to redo the One of the main sources that we had initially on crash retrieval was that they closed the program down because they were making no headway and they were spending a lot of money.
Tell me more. Tell me everything about this.
Well, there's some other people in the room here that they could speak to that as well. But that's my and then they tried to. Some other folks tried to make a deal to get them to bring some of that out of as they were closing the program down, to take another stab at trying to understand the technology. That's only one narrative. There are competing narratives, but that was one of the original narratives. That one of the people that I first brought to the Hill to raise this issue back in 2019, that was the story that was given.
If, and again, this is all, for me at least, a thought experiment, a very important thought experiment that we should all participate in. But if the government is or was ever in possession of off-world or non-human craft, biologics, whatever the case may be, again, we go back to there is fire that we are not privy to. There is something that is so far beyond anything we can do with our civilization that would change literally everything. If that's the case, I know that public polling suggests that people want to know, but if that's the case, do you think that we are ready for that type of disclosure?
I do. I think that that's what our polling data is telling us. And by the way, I think in terms of the international impact, I don't think you have to have aggression, lethality, or hostility. I think the mere fact that there is a more powerful actor operating in our seas and in our skies, even if nothing changed from the way it is today, that would globally raise all kinds of concerns, and I think that would affect all of the major countries, and I think they would probably come together to talk about it. What do you know? What are you seeing? How can we work together on this?
Unless it posed a threat to power.
If it was really confirmed that there is a non-human intelligence operating craft in our atmosphere, I think that would be immediately of immense concern to every major power.
Kirk, I want to bring you in here because, again, if that is disclosed, like the one thing that would be very vulnerable is power as humans understand it. Vulnerable. Yeah, all of a sudden the idea of rulers or democracy or those types of things, you open up that door and there are a lot of questions about how we want to be led. Do you think that, same question, do you think that if that is the case, if we're assuming that the crash retrieval allegations are real and that the United States has possibly been in possession of non-human biologics, do you think that the power structures on Earth are ready for that type of disclosure?
I don't think I really have a strong view about that, but I will say that it's, bad news doesn't get better over time. And, people have to buckle up and face it. And I think governments have to do that. So if that's the reality, that we're facing, we're going to have to learn to deal with it. So I don't think I'm anticipating the next question is, well, if we're not ready, should we just put a lid on it? And I end up thinking, no, you shouldn't put a lid on it and pretend that you're not noticing this. But I will say this, if we are being visited by non-human intelligent beings, interdimensional or intergalactic or whatever, they've probably been here a long time. And I think historically there's some evidence to make us think that they have been coming here a long time. If they're that much superior to us, if they meant to be really aggressive, I think we'd have figured that out by now. I think that's a data point to suggest that this will that there's a benign aspect or something that is keeping these beings from taking over the place. Either they're not interested or they're beyond that. It's like, it's just not something that they engage in, or something has kept us safe. So I have some hope that we will rise to the occasion and recognize superior technology and so on. So I am hopeful that we can deal with it, but if not, that's not a reason not to face it.
We live in such an interesting time. Today is a day that, I could truly say this. There's one person that could change all of this, like right now, right? And he's just down the street, and he has seemed to have an interest in all of this. And yet we don't see that. We see, him definitely toying with the topic. But do you think that President Trump is read in on the true nature of what UAP represents, or all of the dealings that the United States government has historically had with the phenomenon?
Well, I can address that partially. So President Trump personally, I don't know, but when he came in office, I met with some of his appointees in the Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, I think, and Development, and they were committed to look under the hood and gain control with political appointees of the whole UAP issue. And they were very hell-bent on getting the deep state wrestling a topic from them. And so I've seen them move out in every other topic area in that way. So I seem to think at least there are people in the administration who know.
How far along do you think they might be?
Well, I was going to say that I spoke with someone on the White House staff about this who was an ardent supporter of disclosure, who worked directly in these areas on national security and intelligence. And during his tenure there, he's no longer there, the issue never came up that he saw. And he was frustrated about it, trying to look into it himself. But he was not privy to any briefings that touched on matters of UAP beyond sort of meeting some Navy pilots and some more routine, nothing about, crash recovery, that sort of thing. Now, since he left, perhaps there's been other briefings, I don't know.
Mark, we live in a time when also the interest in the topic of UAP has gone into some weird domains. We all think back to what happened when there was a big hype over alien.gov, and we've seen the issue somewhat politically weaponized to focus on illegal immigration. Are you worried about that type of political weaponization of something like this?
That's a really good question. I know there's a lot of disappointment when that website was rolled out. I think, so a lot of people perhaps rightfully viewed that as, frankly, an insult to all the whistleblowers who have come forward, testified to Congress. Some, as Senator Rounds and Secretary Rubio said, at great cost to themselves. So, look, that is disappointing. At the end of the day, I think this topic is so much bigger than any kind of what I now see as a distraction. I think this, with the Spielberg film, and again, these tranches, or these releases that are coming out, I do think that there is. I mean, look how full this room is. Look at the venue that we're in here. It's pretty extraordinary to see how this has developed, and it's only growing. So I feel that a critical mass again is building, and I think those distractions, if you will, I don't think I hope will not stop progress on this topic.
As that critical mass builds, so does the noise around all of this. For those of us who have been following this for pre-2017, even for us, it's hard to keep your eye on what we're talking about here, right? Now we have AI making things even noisier. I do wonder how all of that noise affects the operational lens of national security. If all of a sudden you were literally having to track down and trace down every single report that comes in, and you don't have the manpower, is that something that should be of concern right now?
It's interesting about AI because we are going to be dealing with a super intelligence one way or another. Maybe we'll be dealing with two, but we're certainly going to be dealing with one. And that one's probably a bigger threat to your job and your career than the other one's going to be. So I think we actually probably need to change our style of government in some degrees. I've tried to propose something in an article in Politico, recognizing that one, the average representative is not a deep technical programmer and that kind of thing, but we have a range of increasingly technologically demanding, sophisticated issues. And I think there's alternative means for bringing in people on a very bipartisan basis that have deep expertise, that can formulate policy. And the model that I would use is the Base Closure Realignment Commission, where Congress said, this is too hard for us. We keep failing at this. We're going to pick a group of people from both parties who are genuine experts. And those people are not raising money. They're not running for office. They're not getting paid off by special interest groups. And they're not going to write a commission study that goes on a shelf. They're going to write legislation that's going to automatically become law unless vetoed by the president or 2/3 in Congress. And I think the first year they saved $700 million for the taxpayer. It was so successful, they did it 3 other times. I think it's a very interesting model for the public to think about as we increasingly face issues that are not of the kind that the founding fathers envisioned. And as we think about how our society has evolved into one in which money plays such an overwhelming role in elections and access to our politicians.
That makes me think of that weird little drone thought experiment. George Washington holding a drone, yeah. Benjamin Franklin holding a drone. We'd have a very different society, I think. And I feel sacrilegious even bringing this up, but that was for base closures. That was for saving money.
I think that model could be used for other things, but not necessarily for AI, it would be good. I think.
AI, yes. Paradigm shifting technological breakthrough. We need something a little bit more drastic, which, again, very interesting conversation. I'm hoping that you guys will participate here. But do we need a different form of government? Do we need to tweak some of the way that we are governed here in America and beyond? Admiral?
Well, there's a lot of room for change and improvement. I'll say that. But I think Chris is right. I think we can look at past precedent and apply models that have been successful to this problem. But I want to go back to some of the other discussion about whether we should know or not and open this up or put a lid on it. One of my favorite quotes from Chris is, when has ignorance ever been a good national strategy? And I think, yeah.
Yeah, the idea of, explaining that to George Washington, and it's like, no, there are these things called combustible, engines, and you're going to have Uber drivers, and like the idea of just gunpowder and those types of things in the hands of just everyday citizens, it would boggle the mind, and yet 250 years, we can look back at the progress that we've made. But Mark, the government question, do we need a different framework if this truly is what many people suspect it is?
In short, no. I mean, I think democracy is what the least bad option of government, right? So I think at the end of the day, the system should be answerable to the people. If these allegations, again, that have been made under oath from a variety of whistleblowers are true, the system has failed, but that doesn't necessarily mean we overthrow or change the system entirely. Sure, again, I agree there could be many tweaks. I think we can all agree money and influence in politics are corrosive. But at the end of the day, I don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't change the entire system.
Yeah, and let me point to the good that's being done. I know Representative Burleson put in, I think, a provision for the 2027 NDAA about convening, I think, a panel to review records and release records. And so that's positive. Again, we have now the White House, again, I'll make the pitch, the Science Advisory Council. So that's a positive development. And then you have various record releases under this Pursue program, which is revealing some very interesting information and that we're going to work to get more data for. So I think right now we're at a time where there is positive development. Certainly when you go back a decade and compare the two, most of us in this room would never believe we'd be here having this discussion 10 years ago. And so right now I think let's just monitor the progress and do the best we can. And then ideas for change will arrive.
And Kirk, I mean, again, going back to executive branch, judicial branch, Congress, states' rights, do you think that framework is adequate? Do we have enough self-correcting mechanisms in here to be able to deal with technological advance like many people suggest?
Well, I'm in agreement with Mark that for all of our flaws in the way our government functions, I think it's the best model that we have. But I would say this, what's wrong now is that we're not living up to what our structure is. The idea that Congress can go 80 years without officially and consistently being part of the making of policy in an area like this is just unconscionable. And you can't sugarcoat it. I'm an institutionalist of this institution. And this is what offends me as much as anything about this, is keeping Congress out of the picture, out of the decision-making process, is just indefensible. So.
And all of that is done in the interest of... And it's fascinating because all of that is, or at least we believe, may have been done in the interest of national security, right? National security is the great line that is verboten to cross. Are you all suggesting that national security maybe, when we're talking about whistleblower protections and we're talking about some of the details in the language on who can come forward and what they can say, national security once again comes right back front and center. How do you navigate that when it comes to the specific language and what people are allowed to disclose to the public, to individual members of Congress, and then possibly to the executive?
The good news is nobody has ever been prosecuted for bringing classified information to Congress and presenting it in a secure facility to an appropriate committee. So I would say the doors are wide open. They remain open. We're doing everything we can to encourage people to come forward. And I do think there's room for additional legislation to provide additional compensation or protections to people. Here in the Disclosure Foundation, we have a legal staff that's prepared to provide free legal advice to people that may have questions about their rights and obligations. So we're trying to facilitate that in any way we can. But people that have come forward to date, if none of them have been prosecuted, they've suffered administrative sort of blowback in some cases. And that is a more difficult thing to shield them from. But I would say right now that's the principal problem that they face if they do come to Congress. And so more can be done in that regard.
Yeah, and in the end of the day, we swore an oath to the Constitution, and we're a government by the people, for the people. And so I think that people have a right to know.
Admiral, you of all people here, I think at the desk, you took quite a risk in coming forward and in approaching this. Before it was very mainstream. It's so weird because Now, I keep finding myself in conversations with, I believe, the same people that I've been arguing with throughout the years. And I'm surrounded. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I was the one that had to convince you guys to take this stuff seriously. And now you're all just assuming that it's aliens. Like, we have to deal with this with nuance. And they're like, wait, are you the skeptic? And I'm like, I don't know. But so often it does seem as though, the pendulum has swung. And now we have the ability to look beyond the stigma. But now that has happened, do you think that the whistleblower protection, additional whistleblower protections that are being discussed are necessary? Or do you think that this idea of just going straight to your Congress member or going straight to an executive in the correct manner are sufficient to bring about more disclosure?
Well, I think I agree completely with what Chris said, is that, there's no case of people even attempted to be prosecuted, much less convicted, for sharing classified information with Congress in a secure manner. Now, he also then said, yeah, but they have administrative weapons to apply. And I take that, we all take that incredibly seriously, and it's a real problem. Whistleblower protections are simply inadequate. They just absolutely are ridiculous, ridiculously one-sided. And so this is a real problem, and it is still ongoing today. You'll lose your job, you'll lose your clearance, your reputation. It's really difficult to start a new career, from scratch, and you got a family to support, you have yourself to support. The deck is really stacked against these people. And Congress has a right, the way procedures have been set up in law, people can come forward and disclose to Congress. It doesn't mean that Congress has the tools to protect them from reprisals.
If I may try to strongman the other side of that argument, let's say all of a sudden we got whistleblower protection that has specific language that has to do with UAP, and that becomes the next, well, hey, I have an HR issue, I hate my boss. Guess what? I now have some language that will protect me, that will let me take this all the way on my grievances, all the way to the tippity top. And oh yeah, I definitely was abducted, or something along those lines, right? That does open up the floodgates, the HR floodgates that could be out there. Again, I'm so glad that we're having these conversations, because this is step 2, step 3, step 4 in trying to suss out some of the unintended consequences. But that's got to be a concern, right?
I think there's a legitimate concern on the part of the executive branch. It's hard to manage, in my experience, it's challenging to manage a civil service workforce, because you don't have the ability to fire people. And if, to some extent, they're somewhat like tenured academics. And so you have to lead by, hopefully by example or by inspiration. But they can be a management challenge for people in the executive branch. And if their subordinates are running out,
it makes me think, like, there's no,
those things really chew up the clock. I mean,
yeah.
They can take over your time and your day, and sort of, it's a big deal if one of your subordinates does something like that.
There is no HR for UFO Twitter, as you guys probably
I think that
noticed, but
I don't think that's a reason not to have whistleblower protection, but I do think it needs to be carefully crafted.
Go ahead.
Well, Gotti, I would say that your reasoning is certainly not unsound. And this has been the rationale, I think, that's prevented reforms to date. Congress has been reluctant to open the floodgates, right? Waste, fraud, and abuse has been around forever, and people who report that should be and have been rewarded. But at the same time, you do have this problem of how do you control your workforce and And do you let them make frivolous charges and the like? So it is a problem, and you see that Congress is reluctant to really vigorously reform the whistleblower protection standards. At the same time, I think that something could be done around this specific issue. Like, you know, you could set up a set of protections for this class of whistleblower, and you could put a sunset on it. You know, you could give people 3 years, 5 years, or whatever to come forward. I think also there's potentially a role for the private sector to raise money privately to compensate a restitution fund or something like that. But at some point, I think we're going to have to face even the larger question, like South Africa did with apartheid, is, you know, we're going to need some kind of truth and reconciliation process at the end of this, because we've had 80 years of this kind of suppression, and there's lots of bones buried, I think. And so it's a difficult problem, but again, it's something that we have to figure out a solution for.
We also live in a day and age in which the gatekeepers are no longer the gatekeepers, from the government all the way down through the media, right? So all of a sudden, everybody has access to, if things line up, the entire population of planet Earth, given whatever social media platform you choose. And yet we so often think disclosure may come from the government. And then we see things like the sphere, or, you know, the mummies, or and again, trying to grapple with what is real, what is not real. If there is a non-human intelligence, they may not be selective of who they are disclosing their origin from, if they exist. And that type of disclosure may not come from a government. It may come from just anybody on the street.
I love this question, because it opens up such an incredibly important aspect of this problem. We have Avi Loeb here. We have other technical scientific people here, Hal Puthoff, that represent private efforts. Never mind, the hell with the government, you know, let's figure this out ourselves. And we're, you know, maybe getting to the point where private sector funding and private sector acumen and the instruments that are affordable and so on, that maybe we can think about the private sector discovering things on its own without the government. I would also say that people have brought up here today, the people who have encountered non-human intelligent beings, either been abducted or close encounters, and they have a lot of information. They've been marginalized and ridiculed for decade upon decade, but they are a repository of knowledge about the nature of these beings and how they communicate, what they've communicated, why they say they're here, why they say that they're behaving the way they do. So I think there is a great untapped potential for the private sector to pitch in and solve this problem.
And yet with something... And yet with something like that, it comes the question of filter, applying any sort of filter. For myself, I mean, I've had an experience that doesn't pass the unfalsifiable threshold there, where it's like, okay, I just, I don't know. But when you're dealing with that at scale, how do you apply any filter to try to suss out the signal from the noise? Merrick?
That's the $1 million question from an analytic perspective. And I just want to go back to kind of the discussion just now and kind of bring this all together. And I think with the latest batch of releases that we've gotten from the the White House and the government. Some of you might be familiar with a series of incidents in 2023 occurring at a series of test ranges out west, where over the course of several nights, 6 law enforcement officers observed fiery reddish orbs, these spheres. Fast forward to late last year, 2025, and you had quite literally senior intelligence officials flying around in a helicopter, literally hunting UFOs. They had received word, intel, radar tracks, that there was anomalous activity at another range out west. I don't know what that is, Tonopah, China Lake, you can go up and down the list, but apparently this is around one of these sensitive facilities, and they're in this helicopter flying around, and all of a sudden you see these 4 or 6 observers, pilots in this helicopter, see these bright reddish orange orbs right above the rotor blades, lighting up apparently in a T-shaped formation. They move on, they get some more radar tracks, and they ultimately see they've got their night vision goggles on, and they know that fighter jets are operating in the area, and they see these bright reddish orange orbs directly above these fighter jets, flaring up and then flaring down. And oh, by the way, the government has released 32, I think, images, infrared images from that second series of events, that helicopter, that helo series. And guess what? You can see a round object, black hot, very black compared to its surroundings, and it's a desert background, so it's not a Starlink flare for our skeptic friends out there. And oh, by the way, this is the Foo Fighter phenomenon. This goes back to 1945, where I find this truly fascinating. The oldest documents in these releases, 1944, 45, describe precisely the same phenomenon, the same morphology as the most perplexing recent incidents. So I think that from an analytic perspective, I see that as a form of soft disclosure. The government is saying, we have this one morphology that we are seeing consistently operating in clearly intelligently controlled ways. That is out there, folks. Anybody can go on war.gov/UFO and look at this. This is happening live. Again, this is only people in the weeds kind of connect these dots, but we're here. This is happening right now. So I probably didn't answer your question, but I did need to highlight that incredible series of events that we see consistently. And I'll just add quickly, I'm one of the weirdos who's gone in and read the raw case reports, Project Blue Book, over the years. And guess what? Reddish, fiery orbs are ubiquitous in these reports. And I can point to several instances in the 1952 Washington, D.C. flyovers where people saw reddish orange orbs, Foo Fighters flying over D.C. So this is it. This is happening live, and I think this is a form of soft disclosure.
Right. And to go back to your question, though, about how do you filter the signal from the noise, scientific standards is the answer. And so if we get not only private citizen scientists, which I think Kirk was alluding to, but academic institutions to mainstream this. This is a problem. The government relies on all sorts of academic institutions and labs, and getting them to accept and institutionalize the research of UAP is going to increase our understanding and also make it more palatable for the public. And that is a movement that's occurring right now. You have it at Harvard. You have University of Albany just got funded to study UAP. You have the Soul Foundation at Stanford University, and there are others. And so it's happening. It's growing.
I think one of the incredible telling things is that those videos have been watched now over 1 billion times.
Right?
It's incredible the amount of public interest in this topic globally. So I find that very encouraging.
And yet, when I watch those videos like a hawk, I am looking for certain characteristics, and some of them come close, and yet that smoking gun eludes us. And if you've covered this for as long as I have, or you've been dealing with this for as long as you have, there are always rumors about things that could allegedly settle this once and for all immediately. Right outside of these doors, we have such and such, or we're going to airdrop this video to everybody right now. And from here on out, we don't have to talk about whether or not this is happening anymore. Are those things real? How close are we to actually seeing things emerging from the ocean, or things from 50 feet away from a cockpit, or things with high fidelity, physical evidence that could just put this to bed today?
One thing I can say is that we've helped to, Representative Burleson compiled lists of specific videos, some of which some of us have seen in a classified setting. They're not necessarily going to be the, perfect Hollywood quality video, but I think they're better than what's been released and more informative and could help move the needle. Of course, many of them I haven't seen myself, so I don't know.
Many of them you haven't seen, but have
many,
you seen?
many.
Have you seen?
I have seen some that would, I think, move the needle. And
Move the needle or like break it?
I think it would be not necessarily. The skeptics are going to be resisting anything up to the point of the president coming out and making an announcement. I don't think it is going to settle the issue.
You think that would settle it for them?
But I think it would. I think there's certainly video that would help move it further, much further in the direction of, wow, this is kind of crazy, and this is hard to explain. And we're actually specifying individual videos and helping the Congress prepare lists of those which are being requested.
And the needle is already moving tremendously. So on behalf of everybody, thank you guys for this. Admiral, have you seen anything that would break that needle?
No, I got it. I've not seen with my own eyes, even though I know people who have. In fact, Chris just mentioned this now captain, by the way. He's got promoted to captain in the Navy, who observed a triangle over the interstate near Norfolk. And these are pretty convincing, and I'm not in the camp to think that that's our technology. So I know people, but not myself.
I think that could be our technology, but I would point out that those triangles have been observed since at least the 50s. So it's not just our technology. It might have been reverse engineered, perhaps, but it's not historically always been our technology.
It doesn't have to be us today. It could be us tomorrow.
Can I quickly jump in? It's not just the 4 or 5 of us talking about black triangles. The former deputy director of the Pentagon's UFO analysis office, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, Tim Phillips, has said the 2 morphologies that perplexed him, freaked him out are, you guessed it, fiery spheres and black triangles. That's the government. The deputy director, acting director of that office has specifically said the government is perplexed by black triangles. So, do with that what you will, but I think that is, again, it's not just us talking about that. That is the government.
In terms of the chain of command, when somebody sees something like this and it goes up and it goes up and it goes up, going back to who is in charge of getting to the bottom of it, and who is in charge of just, turning back to the troops and being like, all right, go back to, the status quo, go back to normal life. Because that right there seems to be, at least for us, with the fidelity of the sensors that we have, and the access to a lot of classified information, that seems like the choke point.
Well, right now, their Office of Director of National Intelligence is the point office, if you will, the point man, and that's who we're reporting to in the Science Advisory Council, and they're on top of it, and we sent them basically information request for the different videos and reports to gain more data and metadata to do the analysis I talked about. So right now, that's who's running point on this.
Can I quickly just chime in? I thought it was absolutely fascinating to see the FBI get involved. Real life X-Files, by the way. And they have put out some of the most intriguing products in these releases, to be honest with you. The 302 forms, the witness interview forms, and they've done composite sketches. They've created digital recreations that I think the more law enforcement, the more analytic eyeballs in the government from various entities and agencies that are on this problem, the better. The more diffuse, the better. I think that, again, I would hope that curiosity among Agent Smith and Agent Jones grows and grows and grows, and that there's, kind of, again, this organic growth within the government spread out that can only lead towards hopefully more transparency and disclosure.
Mark, I want to ask you, what case was it that brought you into all of this?
The Gimbal case, which these gentlemen know very well. And I've worked very closely with legitimate, real scientists, citizen scientists. There's an enormous amount of data in that video. We can, we know where the camera's looking, we know where the plane is flying. And we have now found with a very high degree, and I challenge anybody, any scientist that wants to talk with me about this, I can go for days. We have a very high degree of confidence that that object was at that close range described by the aviators, tracked on radar, observed on their FLIR sensor. I think Brian's in the audience here. We picked his brain quite a bit. And we can reconstruct in 3D the flight path that object takes. And it does extraordinary maneuvers with no wings, no engines, no exhaust plume, because again, we know how close it is. We know the distance, and the range is the most important element of all of these analyses. And through multiple different methods, we are able to have high confidence that we know the range that object is at. And oh, by the way, the government, the Pentagon has said zero. There's no case resolution. They have been silent on that incident. And I just want to quickly add, sorry, I can go on for a while, but Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former director of the Pentagon's UFO analysis office, told me on 2 separate occasions that the gimbal object was a balloon reflecting sunlight. You can hear on the audio the aircrew saying it's moving against 120 knot winds. I don't know any balloons that can move against hurricane force winds, number one. Number two, this was at night. A balloon reflecting the sunlight at night, moving against 120 knot winds. That's Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick for you, folks. It's told me that twice. And that, oh, by the way, that is the most recognizable UFO footage of all time. And what did the taxpayers pay him to do? Study UFOs. And he's telling me that the most recognizable footage of all time is a balloon moving against hurricane force winds. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. And Chris, again, thank you for opening Pandora's box with that video and the others. Admiral, I want to ask you, same question. Was there a particular case that forced you to look at this?
Spoken about this at length, but it was the Go Fast video, because before it was declassified, that I saw that on the Navy secret network, because when Ryan was flying off the East Coast from the Theodore Roosevelt, I had a bunch of meteorologists on that ship and other ships in the strike group during the training exercise. So I was tracking the exercise, and I got the SIPR email, and it was from the operations officer. I've told the story a lot. From Fleet Forces Command, and he asked all the subordinate commanders and staff, do you know what these are? We're having near midair collisions in this exercise. We're gonna have to shut it down if we don't resolve this. And so, yeah, that video crossed my desk, and I know we don't experiment with technology like that in training ranges, especially if it's gonna potentially hazard aircrew. And Jay Stratton and I have addressed this. He was involved in getting that video and the email taken from everybody's computer afterwards, because at the time they were not sure if it was foreign tech or not. But since they've determined it was unexplained, and it wasn't foreign tech.
Just very quickly, the Go Fast video occurred 10 minutes before Gimbal, and it's the same aircrew, same night.
There are people that shrug, and then there are people that don't. And, that's kind of what leads you down this path. So appreciate that. Same question. Was there a particular case that brought you in?
I think the case more than any other for me was the Tic Tac incident off Southern California. Sitting down with Dave Fravor and Alex Dietrich, those pilots, and they walked through carefully the sequence of events. That one had everything, right? It had 8 sets of eyeballs from experienced operators on this object. You had radar from the E-2C, the Navy's version of AWACS. You had the Aegis radar getting the thing. You had the radar on the F-18 at one point got it. You had infrared sensing of this object. All the same event. You had all these different modalities and different kinds of sensors all across the electromagnetic spectrum. And it's just an extraordinary event. So yeah, that was early on in our investigation up here, that it was like, okay, this is really serious.
And Kirk points to something I think we should probably address in this national security panel, and that is there's been a running narrative from individuals, including the aforementioned Dr. Kirkpatrick, that the Tic Tac was U.S. tech. And so Kirk is fairly convinced that was not it was unexplainable. And and I've talked to Alex and David and the other pilot, myself. And so what about that disinformation? It'll be very interesting right now because with the whole Pursue UFO file drop, the Science Advisory Council, I'm waiting to see if that disinformation effort that the government has sponsored in different offices, if it's going to discontinue or not. I mean, it was only very recently that Dr. Kirkpatrick in Arlington, actually, in person, gave that narrative that it was a DARPA experiment, which I can convince you it was otherwise.
Well, gosh, we have not gotten the hook yet. So since we're all, since we're all here, and I think everybody in here is somewhat on a similar page or at least the same book. When we're talking about the Tic Tac incident, there are two things that Commander Fravor said to me that have always just stuck in my mind. It's the description of the two-circle dog fight, right? Which is a very human thing for something to do if this truly was from a different galaxy or something. The idea of aft versus nose would not, like, it didn't have a front or a back based on the morphology, right? And so the two-circle dogfight is one. And then the other thing is the cap point, the teleporting to a very specific latitude and longitude, right? Of what this is. Both of those suggest not necessarily, I mean, again, interdimensional is difficult and intergalactic is difficult, and our own technology is also difficult. But those things, they muddy the waters for me, not necessarily in discounting the entire thing, but being inconvenient aspects of that story that don't necessarily line up with even the idea of interdimensional or even the idea of off-world technology. Have you all grappled with why? Like, why a two-circle dogfight? Why this very specific cap point?
Well, obviously, we see intelligent control and some degree of consciousness involved. And obviously, the cap point is some kind of non-local information transfer from the pilots to this phenomena. I can't explain that. There are many people who are grappling with this issue in different circles, like Diane Hennessy Powell, who is, you can look her up. She's a researcher on telepathy, of all things. So consciousness is the area of studies I think this is invoking.
Do you have anything? I mean, look, we're really going in the weeds here, but the Tic Tac encounter is interesting, and I still have, a 5-10% kind of thought that this might be our tech, because Commander Fravor and Alex Dietrich, Lieutenant Dietrich, or I think she's a lieutenant, they recall observing in the video, the higher quality video that was recorded after their incident, they recall seeing what they describe as little pitot tubes, right? Which generally is a measurement instrument that we humans use to measure speed, air. It's a sensor system that allows us to know about the environment, the aircraft's environment. That's the only thing that was kind of bizarre about that. In recreations, you can see it, and even the video, if you play around with it a little bit, you can actually see those little protrusions. it's perplexing. I don't know what that means, but I think to your point, the cap point showing up there and then engaging in some kind of that two-circle dogfight, truly interesting, and I don't know what to make of it.
The thing that I take from it is it's those inconveniences that to me make it all ring more true. It's not just a clean story. But there's this one thing, or there are these few things that don't necessarily fit with what your preconceived conception of this could be. And yeah, thank you. We have not gotten the timer yet, and we can go on with all of these stories. I was saving you for last on the case that brought you into this fold. Tell us how it started.
You about the Tic Tac case?
No, I'm talking about whatever it was that forced you to take this, and it might be the Tic Tac case, but what and how did it happen, and where here in Washington, D.C. did it go down, and what did it look like?
So I was doing some unpaid consulting and for Navy intelligence, and met Lou Elizondo, and Lou apprised me of these videos and others. A number of which have not been released, and we're still trying to get them released, and there's no reason they shouldn't be. And I just couldn't believe that nobody was doing anything about this, and nobody was taking action. Normally, for example, if we have Russian Bear bombers coming across the Bering Strait or something, we react, message goes up to the National Military Command Center, people are all over it. And this stuff was happening, and it wasn't being reported out through intelligence channels, et cetera. So I happen to know two people that were close to General Mattis, someone in the White House and someone on his staff. And we arranged for them to get briefings by some of the same Navy pilots. And it still became obvious after several months of trying that we were not going to be able to get anybody in the five-sided nut house to take action. So at that point, we faced the choice between doing nothing and walking away, or going and breaking the fire alarm box and going to the press and going to Congress. And it was just unacceptable to leave this situation unaddressed, in my mind. I mean, somebody is got a technology that we don't have, and they're clearly posing a potential risk to the fleet and to other assets, and it was just unacceptable to allow that to continue and not do whatever we could to try to bring some attention to that problem.
This is the origin story that has not been told yet in the detail that I've always wanted it to be told in.
So I actually contacted several different outlets to try to get some competition going among them.
Not me.
No? Didn't know you then.
Yeah,
I
was too early on my time.
And eventually, the New York Times, Helene Cooper and Lesley Klein.
And Leslie's somewhere.
Their editors agreed to run the story. And then after that, actually, Kirk is the person I called in Congress, because the committees weren't reacting the way I thought they would. I thought when we got this in the newspaper, front page of the New York Times, we're done, but it didn't turn out that way. So we came down to the Hill. I talked to Kirk, and he set up a meeting, and then that led to bringing in some of the Navy people who were very impressive to the senators, had tremendous credibility, and that's when we started to get traction. People like Ryan Graves, who's here, as well as Commander Fravor.
It's so phenomenal. It is truly something. Anybody that is in this room, to have everyone in this room of all rooms, it is.
I waited for the guillotine and it didn't come.
I don't know if you ever foresaw this. I think that you obviously hoped for something, but
this has surpassed my expectations. When we started on this voyage, I thought, the opposition, the intensity of the stigma was so great. And the hostility was so great. It was hard to be truly optimistic, but we hoped that that we might start a little fire, and here it is. It's starting to rage now.
If the stigma is behind us, what do you think happens next?
I think we're going to see continued progress in the months ahead with more data being released from the executive branch. The quality will vary.
Manage our expectations here, because that's, tranche 4 is coming up.
So I would say, hang on. I think there's going to be more, I know there's going to be more efforts to get the president to apply more pressure to get more information out. And I think, obvious science panel will generate pressure on the inside to provide more data. And so I'm optimistic, but I would urge people to bear in mind that, people I want it tomorrow. That's sort of our American culture. I want it, don't give me excuses. Just show me the video of the aliens tomorrow. I don't predict that's going to happen tomorrow. I predict a little bit of patience is going to be required, but I think we're on the right path. And I think more information will be coming out. And I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic over the long term, but I don't know, is that a year? Is that 2 years? Is that 3 years? I don't know.
This is a very important question. I think I would argue this is the most important question of this panel. Is there something that you fear could totally derail the disclosure that we've seen so far?
I'm not losing sleep over that.
Okay. How about you, Admiral?
I agree with Chris. I think there's too much momentum right now in the public and private sector and at universities, as I mentioned. I think it's unstoppable. And by the way, those are all constituents. So if not this administration, the next administration, or the next, they're going to be behind what we're calling for today.
And we've seen, the efforts and how bipartisan it appears. Mark, do you agree, or do you think that there is something out there that could potentially derail this?
Yeah, I don't think the toothpaste is going back in the tube. I think the momentum, the critical mass is there. So I agree with Chris and Tim.
Yeah, I am hopeful in the way that my colleagues here are. At the same time, the history of this is, and we were talking about this over dinner last night, is, it has been cyclical. Mm-hmm. Like you reach a certain apex of interest and attention, and then the government sort of hunkers down and hangs in there, and then it kind of recedes from public consciousness, and then you wait again. I think that we're not in that situation this time. I think that it's going to continue to build and lead to success. But I am mindful of the history here, and we can't take it for granted that it's going to just keep going. People have to really continue to work.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I hate to be the one on this side of the table that does have a fear, but my fear is the shrug. That shrug is very, very powerful. And the American people, as you said, they want answers today, yesterday, tomorrow, especially for something that happened, half a century ago or beyond. And so that shrug is a major concern. How do you go about continuing to keep people's eye on what's happening without actually being able to deliver a definitive answer as to what this is?
I'll quickly just jump in on Kirk's comment about the history of this, and he's absolutely right. There is a reason to be pessimistic, but at the end of the day, over the last 80 years, the government never officially acknowledged any kind of anomaly. Now, those red orb incidents are out there. That is out in the ether, that's out in the open, that has been disclosed. And I don't think there's any coming back from that. That's the fundamental difference, right? There is more data, there is more out there now. Whereas in the past, again, this is denial, ridicule, obstruction, obfuscation.
Well, the NHI, whoever is coming here gets a vote too. And
let's hope they're listening.
In how they behave and how they interact with us. And it seems like the pace of this is sort of picking up, and that can be a source of disclosure right there. Is what they decide to do?
Well, they let our mics work this entire panel, so it sounds like they're listening. I think we've gone over on our time, so yeah.
No, we're good. Thank you so much. We have a few more minutes until Senator Rounds gets here, and I'll selfishly butt in for a second. I think one of the things that we're doing to try and answer that question, okay, we know that with these releases, there's 1.5 billion views on the war.gov/UFO site, right? That increases the political capital for this topic dramatically. Another thing that increases that is like polling work, where we're demonstrating that this is bipartisan, bicameral, believers, non-believers. People have a deep intuition that they're not being told the truth, and they want transparency. I truly believe in Washington, you could run as a single issue platform of transparency and get elected. Like, people do not want to be lied to anymore, and that's what our polling data reflect. So in terms of like the momentum that we have, it's not just information and releases, it's the push and the pull. It's the push from the public in terms of political capital, and it's the pull from the executive branch and having presidential will behind this. And it really, the momentum certainly does not seem to be, it is accelerating and not decelerating.
Let's hope it continues. Thank you guys so very much.
Indeed. Thank you so much for the other point before, since we do have, I think, a few minutes.
No, Senator Rounds is here.
Oh, Senator Rounds is here. Excellent. Okay, well, let's move on. Thank you so much again to the panel here. Thank you to Gotti Schwartz from NBC. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you. All right. Well, as they say, you don't want to be the last thing standing in the way before lunch, unless you're Senator Mike Rounds. So today, the Disclosure Foundation is honored to recognize a member of the United States Senate who has approached UAP transparency the way that oversight should work, methodically, seriously, and without grandstanding. Senator Mike Rounds has been a steady and credible voice on this issue, using his position to ask hard questions of the intelligence community and hold the right people accountable behind closed doors and in open sessions alike. In a debate that has never lacked noise, Senator Rounds has provided something rarer, rigor. His commitment to getting the facts right has made him an indispensable part of the legislative push for disclosure. The Disclosure Award exists to honor those who stand by this mission, and we ask the hard questions and believe the truth is worth fighting for. Please join me in welcoming Senator Mike Rounds. Thank you so much. Good for you, sir. I value everything you do. I'll put this up here for you, and that is.
Thank you. And look, I understand that I am the last thing standing between you and lunch, and so I will be brief. But I do appreciate the opportunity just to visit with you for just a few minutes. For a number of years, I've been concerned about congressional oversight of matters related to unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. I believe Congress has the responsibility to exercise this oversight with an eye towards accountability by the executive branch. This impacts our national security, our fiscal responsibility. Most importantly, we must make sure our citizens are aware of the government programs concerning UAP, but within the constraints of necessarily classified information. This concern is a bipartisan concern. I've co-sponsored legislation with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer designed to significantly increase executive branch disclosure and transparency concerning UAP-related matters. Since 2003, we've sought enactment of the UAP Disclosure Act in the National Defense Authorization Act, or the NDAA. This week, Leader Schumer and I will again offer this vital legislation as an amendment to this year's NDAA, and we hope to finally bring it over the finish line. Now, During my 11 years as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee and over the last 2.5 years as a member for the Select Committee on Intelligence, I've become increasingly aware of silos that adversely affect information sharing, coordinated action, and as a result, good national security policy suffers. These silos do not only exist between national security agencies and between elements of the intelligence community. They also exist between congressional committees with jurisdiction for national security. As one of the few members of the Senate who sits on both the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees, I am concerned about the silo between these two committees, which can create all kinds of problems. One of these is preventing proper congressional oversight of UAP initiatives. I will continue to work with my colleagues to overcome this interagency and intercommittee issue that can really get in the way of proper UAP oversight. One aspect of required congressional oversight is making sure that we are taking a science-driven approach to UAPs. We need to make that an executive branch priority as well. Now, I will close this discussion of the UAP Disclosure Act. I want to talk about it for just a little bit. The measure is directly modeled on the legislation Congress passed in the 1990s to set up a process to declassify and release the records in the federal government's possession relating to the Kennedy assassination. 30 years later, some records are still withheld, but overall, the process has been deemed successful. While the measure was included in the Senate-passed NDAA in 2024, it was unfortunately dropped from the final version of the bill that was negotiated with the House, who opposed our amendment. We were able to establish a UAP record collection in the National Archives where all records from all parts of the federal government are to be retained. However, we dropped the creation of a records review board composed of eminent expert citizens with clearances nominated by the President and Senate confirmed. This board would have overseen the record review and declassification process to include identification of any conscious effort by an administration to withhold appropriate information from Congress or the public. I look forward to continuing work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make the review board a provision of law. In the meantime, I encourage all of you to remember that UAP transparency is a marathon and not a sprint. It took many decades to result in the status quo of overclassification, and it will likely take time to find the right balance between protecting our national security and giving the public information which they have a right to know. Once again, thank you for being here today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. We hope you have an excellent discussion for the rest of the day and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Senator. Thank you so much for all you do.
I'll get out of your hair here and let you guys get out.
Great. Thank you so much.
So just so everyone knows, we're going to reconvene at 1 p.m. I should have said 12:50, but sorry, let me put it this way. The science panel will begin at 1 p.m., so please be back prior to that. We are starting promptly at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Sorry about that. It would be helpful if I had the microphone on. All right. What I was saying is that we've got about 45 minutes before they start the next segment, which will be about science and technology. I can tell you exactly what that part of the program will be. Let's see. Science and investigation from anecdote to instrument data. So that's coming up at 1 o'clock today. This last segment that we had was the security and defense, national security, UAP, and emerging threats. And it was a panel discussion that was moderated by Gabby Schwartz, who's a journalist with NBC. Timothy Gallaudet was part of the panel discussion, as was Christopher Mellon, Merrick von Rennenkamp, and also Kirk McConnell. So that part of the conversation was a lot more interesting, I think, than the first part of it, because they were having audio problems at the very beginning, but they've got those worked out. So that's good. Let's see. And they were giving out several awards, disclosure awards. They gave them to the representatives. They gave them to Lou Elizondo as well. Mellon was talking about how in the past that UAP was just classified across the board, and this was to protect military secrets. So, this idea of protecting national security has always been the reason they haven't disclosed things. But he says there's, the Pandora's box is open, that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Tim Gallaudet was saying, just like nuclear energy was mastered and used by the government and private industry, that whatever technology comes from these ET craft can also be mastered by the government and private industry. He wants more research and development, and for us to capitalize on that. They had talked about how AI is in the picture now, and AI is really a form of non-human intelligence, right? This NHI, but it can be used for the good or for the negative. Let's see. Chris Mellon was talking about how in the 50s, there was a plane and a UFO that was seen on radar over the Great Lakes, and it just disappeared, and they still don't know what happened. They were asked about UAP with health effects. And Kirk was saying that the government does know a lot. And they also talked about how there's a lot of siloing, a lot of compartmentalization of how, like, basically the left hand isn't talking to the right hand in the government. The government is so big that there's all these compartmentalized programs and SAPs, which are special access programs, that even though they have an oversight committee to review all those SAPs or SAPs or special access programs, Chris Mellon said that the government can keep a secret. So that's his take on it. Let's see. So Merrick was talking about how the critical mass is building, and Tim Gallaudet was talking about how there's the Science Advisory Council that Avi Loeb is kind of coordinating or heading within the White House, that he's expecting that the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act, that has a part in there about whistleblower protection and this UAP transparency. He thinks that hopefully will be passing for 2027. And they talk about how the UFO, war.gov/UFO website, how that, the 3 tranches that came out, 3 batches of files came out on May 8th, May 22nd, and then also on June 12th, and how those reveals, those files are out how there have been over 1 billion views of that website, war.gov/UFO. So there's definitely a lot of interest in this. Chris Mellon mentioned how no one has been prosecuted for whistleblowers bringing information to the Congress. And Kirk was talking about how we as government aren't living up to our structures, that it's not, the government basically isn't working the way it's supposed to. They talked about how the Disclosure Foundation is providing free legal advice to whistleblowers who want to come forward. And Tim Gallaudet said that, all of these officials in the government have sworn an oath to the Constitution and that the people have a right to know. So he definitely believes that whistleblower protections are necessary, but that Congress right now doesn't have the tools to protect the whistleblowers. And that's part of the problem, and that's part of what the legislation that Eric Burleson is working on will address. They talked about how waste, fraud, and abuse has always been around. And that there should be some kind of truth and reconciliation process, like South Africa dealt with apartheid. That we've been dealing with this for over 80 years, so it's important to make sure that there is the people that come forward are protected and are compensated, because a lot of them are possibly losing their pensions and different things like that if they come forward. There was also some talk about how the gatekeepers that we used to have in the past are no longer, like we had just 3 television stations and newspapers and things like that, how we got our information. But now with social media, there are no gatekeepers anymore. Information can get out to the public. They talked a little bit about disclosure from the government versus disclosure from the people. So that was really interesting, because a lot of people feel that disclosure will come from the people and not necessarily from the government, because there's so much resistance, But they are looking for the private sector to pitch in and help solve this problem. They talked about the 1945, the Foo Fighter phenomenon happening, and how academia is now starting to study the UAP. Several colleges and universities have now divisions or departments that are studying UAP. And they talked about a couple of different incidents, fiery orbs out west, and how there were some senior intelligence officers that were in 2025 were hunting these UFOs, like following them in a helicopter. Let's see. They talked about the fiery orbs and also the black triangles, and how there was a report of a triangle over the interstate in Norfolk. But the question is this reverse technology, like owned by the government, human, or is it UFO, ETs? Now, Merrick, was it Merrick? He talked about Arrow. Let's see. And how he was very impressed by the FBI, that they're, doing real life X-Files. And he's been looking at all these 3 batches of files that have been coming out on war.gov, and how that the FBI, he was very impressed with the 302 forums and the sketches and their digital recreations that they've put out that are in these files. For him, it was the gimbal case. Sean Kirkpatrick was the head of Arrow. And Merrick had said that Sean Kirkpatrick told him that the gimbal was a balloon reflecting the sunlight, And he told him this twice. And the problem with that is that the incident happened at night and there was no sun out. So, he was calling out Sean Kirkpatrick, and a lot of people have, including Representative Luna. The Gaddy asked Tim Gallaudet about what kind of was the first encounter or evidence that kind of started in the subject. And he said it was the Go Fast video, and that came from the Navy files. And for Kirk, it was the Tic Tac, and this was the one that Fravor, the pilot, had talked about. So some feel that the Tic Tac, like if you talk to Dr. Greer, he feels that the Tic Tac is actually human made, that it's not, UAP. Tim Gallaudet talked a little bit about consciousness and how this UAP issue is invoking this area of study of consciousness, because they know that the craft are piloted telepathically, basically. That's why they have these psionic assets that they've been trying to come out to work with the government to pilot these craft. Merrick says that he thinks the Tic Tac is ours because it has these P2 tubes, these like sensor tubes that come out of there. And Chris was talking about, how it started with him is that he realized in 2017 that when the article came out that Lesley Keane had done with some other reporters, that people weren't responding to it the way he thought that they should have. So he got a hold of General Mattis to let them know. And he was just not happy. To him, it was unacceptable that the situation was unaddressed, that they weren't doing it. Nobody was doing anything about it. So he called Kirk McConnell in, and, just the fact that the room is filled to capacity, he is very surprised and happy that that's the case, that it's come this far. As far as the interest, but 2017 to 2026, we're talking, 9 years, almost 10 years. So he feels that the stigma is behind us and that more data will be released and that the quality of the data may vary, but the pressure on the White House will continue. And they all feel like the critical mass is here. And of course, Senator Mike Rounds came up and talked about how Congress has a responsibility to oversee disclosure. And, they have to balance the national security, but, this is why we're here. There's a balance, but it can be done. You can't say, no, we're not sharing this information because it affects national security. That excuse is not going to work anymore. So they're looking for science-approved UAP transparency. And that's my summary of what happened this last hour or so. I'm probably going to take a break here and have a little lunch myself. I really don't have anything to share at this time. There is if I could share that video, a little 20-minute video that I can share from the New Paradigm Institute. Let me see if I could get that up here. Let me see. But I do have a little video I can share. Oh, it's not here. Well, maybe not. I'll have to find it. So, yeah, so I think I'm going to take a little break. And hi, Trisha, I see you. No, I don't know if Danny or if Steve Bassett will be talking. I didn't see them on the agenda. I can actually pull that up right now. Yeah, I don't believe so. If I go to here, let me make this a little bit bigger. this is the forum. If you just go to forum.disclosure.org, you'll see this. So we just finished the security and defense and the policy address. So we have science and investigation from anecdote to instrument data. Kristen Fisher will be moderating. Harold Putoff will be on the panel along with Avi Loeb. Then after that, there's religious implications, the impossible made real. Carlos Iyer will be presenting that. Then we have Janice Vilhauer, who will talk about society and psychology, how people process the unprecedented. Then we have technology and innovation, research, industry, and what comes next. Mike Gold is moderating that. He used to work or may still work for NASA. And it looks like he must be the president of the Disclosure Foundation. Susan Winterberg and Jonathan Miller are the panelists for that. And then the last session is this financial impacts, risks, and opportunity. So the moderator is Jordan Flowers and Matthew Tuttle and Pippa Malgren are the speakers there. So it does not look like Danny or Steve Bassett will be talking. They're not really, I guess, part of this disclosure forum. So, yeah. No, Trisha, I cannot hear you. I have to put you on the screen. So let me go ahead and do that. You put your camera on and I can do that. There you are. Hi, Trisha.
Hi. Yeah,
Said you had a
I'm
question.
just trying to learn the ins and outs, and here I'm on, but I can't talk and you're not hearing me and whatever. So way back, there was a question if I was a believer or an experiencer,
Yes.
and I wasn't able to get in at that point. So I'll just say that I did see a ship back in 2022, May of 2022. I was lying in the hot tubs at Esalen Institute, and a ship came over and appeared as a white spot and then a light, and then it went into a saucer, and then it was kind of gone after that. But ever since then, I've had kind of an auditory, high-pitched ringing in my ears. And I was told by a kind of a psychic intuitive that was definitely connected to the UAPs. So, I mean, it just kind of came out of nowhere. So,
Interesting.
yeah, I just thought I'd add all that in. And I know there's someone else named Sharon trying to get in, so we'll see if she gets in or not. I told her you're about to go on a break. What, for the next 25 minutes is all?
Yeah,
Is there
1
gonna-
o'clock, they'll start up again. I just want to get some lunch so I don't pass
Okay.
out.
Okay.
But I'll
Okay.
stay on as long as we, have a little to share. It won't take me long to get that. So Esalen, yeah, I've heard that several people have gone to Esalen and they've seen craft and different phenomena. So that's great. And I've also heard about how the, high pitch in our ears, left ear, right ear, are ways that they can either communicate with us, or I always felt like they were kind of, and they could be ETs, it could be spirit guides, it could be other angels, working with us through our, our energy bodies.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say one more thing, honoring you need to get on a break. And so in the future, if I want to say anything, I just need to text you, and then you have to make me visual to then be able to talk. Is that how it goes?
I know the link that you use to get on here, that's what you can use. And then I'll see you in the background, and then I'll put you on the screen, and that's when I can hear you. There's a little private chat in the bottom right. So you can always type something there to me if you're in the live stream here. Or if you're watching the live stream, then you could just do the live chat. Like everyone who's watching the live stream and not in it can just comment in the chat, and then I could put those comments up. Oops, I lost you. So, all right. Well, I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to just put this screen on here and I'll be back shortly. Okay, there she is.
I touched that bottom right thing, and that was the exit. Sorry, didn't know that.
It's all right. It's all right. It says private chat. It's probably hard on your phone to see all the things, but it says private chat, bottom right.
Okay. Well, I see the studio chat. You're seeing that so far. Also, I'll just say back in the 90s, I was living in Maui, and we decided to go up to the Haleakala crater, and we'd heard stories about, UFOs. We were calling them UFOs at the time. So we were going to go up there to the Haleakala crater, and by God, we were going to stay up there till we saw some ships. And sure enough, within about an hour, there was like five or six black streaks going across the sky in the horizon. And they would stop, and then they would go up and disappear and then come down. So we were figuring that was 3 dimension, 5 dimension, or something like that. And then, we definitely all saw 6 ships, and then that was the beginning. But then I kept looking into the skies for what looked like UAPs, and eventually people were saying, "Oh, that's just satellites. You're just seeing satellites." So I quit looking for a while, and then that one ship came in 2022. Anyway, I know you got to go, so
Yeah.
just wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah, that's very cool. My understanding from Natalie Hill, who's an experiencer, one of the techniques she uses in their craft is you send love to them. You're sending that peace and love out to them. It's also one of the techniques from the CE5, I think, that Dr. Stephen Greer does, and that they respond to that higher vibration.
There's
So
that one Martin guy that does that. Is his name Martin? He just blasts it out, and the ships are all over the place, and he's got live video. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I can't think of his name. I'll find him, and maybe I'll enter it into the chat box.
Chris, are you talking about Chris Bledsoe, maybe?
No, it's another guy. He's just he's a love machine, and he just, hello beings. He's got like 10 lights blinking at him, and I'll get his name. Okay.
Okay.
I might
That's
even just
awesome.
text it to you. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll
Thank
come
you.
back. We'll come back in about 20 minutes, 1 o'clock, or just before, and we'll continue watching together. So thank you,
Thank
Tricia,
you.
for being
Thank
here.
you.
And feel
Okay.
free to come back anytime.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm going to remove myself and be back shortly. Hello, everyone. Excuse me. So I'm Lesley Klein, and this is a special edition of the Disclosure Dialogues. We are covering the disclosure forum that the Disclosure Fund organization, excuse me, is putting on today. This is called the Disclosure Forum 2026, and it's put on by the Disclosure Foundation Forum, or Disclosure. Make sure I got the right title here. Disclosure Foundation. So the Disclosure Foundation is a nonpartisan nonprofit advancing the public disclosure and scientific understanding of unidentified anomalous phenomena through public policy leadership, legal action, and public education. So we're waiting for the live stream from DC to continue. We had several talks this morning so far. This particular forum is the first that I'm aware of. They did do a specific special talk that the foundation held back in May. And one of the things that stood out to me from that was when astrophysicist Eric Davis had said that he was asked by Burleson, how many do you know anything about the species, the types of ETs there are out there? And he said that he was aware of 4. The grays, of course, the mantis beings, the Nordics, I believe he said, and I think he said the blue avians as well. So he mentioned 4 of the different species, and I'm of the understanding that there are actually hundreds. So, LinkedIn is telling me it's having a problem. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Well, we'll see what happens with that. So for some reason, LinkedIn isn't working. I don't know. Maybe it will come back. All right, so we'll let that happen. Maybe what I'll do is get rid of Linktree and put it on my Facebook page. Or I could try Linktree again and see if it'll work. Oh, that might be better. Okay, I think we got LinkedIn back online. So we're waiting for this disclosure forum to continue. And this is a live watch party that we're doing. This is a historic moment in the ongoing conversation about UAP disclosure and transparency, and also the evolution of public awareness about this topic. The fact that, this is being held in the room where Watergate happened, where the Pentagon Papers, Iran-Contra, this room, and let me tell you which room it is. It's in the Russell Senate Office Building in the historic Kennedy Caucus Room. And this is where Watergate and the McCarthy hearings were held as well. So Danny Sheehan, who is the president of the New Paradigm Institute, and let me put that on.
All right, it's 1 o'clock. Time to get started.
Oh, here we go.
Everyone, please stop talking and sit down.
Well, they're getting started. Stand by, Jennifer. After this, we'll get you back on.
Thanks, everyone. So our next panel is on science and investigation from anecdote to instrument data. Moderating this panel is Kristen Fisher, Emmy Award-winning space journalist, founder of the Endless Void Studios, former space and defense correspondent for CNN. We also have Hal Puthoff, President, CEO, Earth Tech International, Director of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin, Advisory Board Member of the Disclosure Foundation. And then Professor Avi Loeb, he's the Frank Baird Jr. Professor of Science at Harvard University. He's an Advisory Board Member of the Disclosure Foundation as well. And we are delighted to have you all today. Kristen, thank you so much for agreeing to moderate this panel, and I hand things over to you. Oh, and everyone, please push the button to talk. And we have gotten some polite feedback online that it's been difficult for people to hear. So please lean in and speak directly into the mic. Thank you.
We can figure this out, right? There we go. Jordan, thank you so much for having me. I am truly honored to moderate this panel with two such distinguished panelists. And Jordan and the whole Disclosure Foundation, I mean, you guys did a fantastic job of picking panelists that are incredibly timely and relevant, because Professor Loeb over here just 2 weeks ago was named to the government's new UAP Science Advisory Council. And Avi, I understand that you have a brief presentation that you want to give. So why don't you go ahead, get behind the podium. What do you say, about 5 minutes? Can we get through it in 5 minutes? Okay. If you go a little over, that's all right. Okay, take it away, Avi. And then we'll get into the Q&A.
So I'll just say a few general words. So let me start with the executive summary. It's all about evidence. If UAP are real objects, we should be able to figure them out with better data. And that's what we should do. Now, how often does the Director of National Intelligence, the White House, the FBI, the intelligence community ask scientists to help them? Not very often. And they sort of approached me to establish this Science Council for the science of unidentified anomalous phenomena, presumably because they cannot figure out what these objects are. And as of a couple of days ago, we submitted a request for more than 50 items of information that we would like to get from those organizations, and hopefully they'll deliver, because the quality of the work of this council depends on the data that is shared with us. We will make the best lemonade out of the lemons that we get. And the cooperation with the government is quite remarkable. I think now we can work together, and that's thanks to President Trump's directive. And one thing that has to be made clear is that science is not about finding signals, as much as it sounds like what everyone is looking for. It's about distinguishing signals from noise. There are lots of sources for noise. And we need to make sure that these objects, first of all, are real, and secondly, cannot be explained away by known phenomena. And there are two possibilities. If these objects are technological, either they are human-made or not human-made. These are the two possibilities. If you take the down-to-earth approach and say they are human-made, that's a serious matter, because we're dealing with objects that we don't understand and potentially are made by adversarial nations. So this subject needs to get a higher priority by the government. We have to figure out what these objects are. We shut down the Chinese spy balloon. There may be many drones produced by adversarial nations spying on the US, on strategic assets. And in that case, we are dealing with a serious matter. So definitely more research, better sensors, better AI software to figure these things out need to be employed. And the US government needs to pay a lot of attention to that. And I don't feel that my time as a scientist will be wasted, because in the very least, we will help the Pentagon accomplish their mission, right? So And once we have good enough data, it will become clear whether we're dealing with human-made objects or not human-made objects. This is not a philosophical question. It's not a religious question. It's a question that can be addressed with state-of-the-art sensors and analysis tools. And I should say that a lot of people are upset because the government didn't deliver information in the past. But if you look closely at history, bureaucrats never get punished for cosmic mistakes. When the Vatican admitted in 1992 that Galileo Galilei was right, nobody requested to put the Pope in jail or any other bureaucrat in the Vatican because they lied to the public for centuries. And they did it knowingly. And not only that, when they had a whistleblower saying, it looks like the earth is moving around the sun, they put him in house arrest. Today, they would have canceled him on social media. So what was surprising to me is that on June 12th, that's the day when Steven Spielberg released his film Disclosure Day, on the same day there was a real disclosure by the US government. The most interesting report in that disclosure came from John Kozlowski, Dr. John Kozlowski, the director of the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, talking about an event that lasted 2 days in October 2023. Relatively recently, and 40% of the phenomena in that event were not resolved. And so, there are two basic questions. One is there a there? Okay, is there something really that we are not understanding? And the answer, I think, is yes, because apparently the Pentagon cannot figure it out, and they are sure that it's real. And if so, what is it? Is it human-made or not human-made? And the most important thing, I think, is that we should keep our eyes on the orbs, not on the audience. What do I mean by the audience? I mean social media, where people express opinions, they tell stories, they're 100% confident of one interpretation or another. These are the people on the bench. But the people in the field need to collect data and evidence so that it will become clear. And the people in the field need to put their eyes on the orbs, study them, figure them out, come back with answers. The council that I'm leading will look at unclassified data. We will do transparent work. We will share our findings with the public because everyone deserves to know whether we are alone or not. Because if we have a neighbor, we should know about it. There is no point in hiding it, and there is no point denying it. The neighbor will not go away for the same reason that the earth moved around the sun 4.5 billion times before the Vatican even existed. And by the way, the earth did not exist in the first 2/3 of cosmic history, so it was ridiculous to even think that the earth is at the center because it didn't exist throughout most of cosmic history. So if we have a neighbor, it will not depend on what people say on social media. And for us to find it, we need to collect data, analyze it so that everyone will be on the same page. And that's the goal of this council. So I'll just say a few brief words about, obviously, the context is Enrico's Fermi's question. Where is everybody? And the possible answer is right here. He just didn't use instruments. And potentially, if we are dealing with phenomena that we're not familiar with, it may be new physics. We will talk about that. But you have to appreciate that whenever new physics was found, it was not a violation of the physics that we know. When Einstein came up with theory of gravity, he didn't say Newton was wrong. Newton's gravity applies to particular circumstances, and in those circumstances it was entirely right, and Einstein just extended the theory of gravity to other circumstances. So when people say, oh, the speed of light is not a limit, or you know, there are wormholes or extra dimensions, these are things we don't know about. Or we can go back in time, or all kinds of ideas that people bring. We cannot go against the known laws of physics. We can just add additional phenomena that we're not familiar with. So that's important to keep in mind. I mean, Steven Spielberg has the artistic freedom to give red meat to the audience by imagining things. That's completely legitimate for him to have a nice movie. But in reality, and by the way, reality is more imaginative than script writers in Hollywood. And the testimony to that is that when I met Steven Spielberg a decade ago, he said, Avi, when you find evidence for aliens, let me be the first to know about it. Because he appreciates reality is more interesting than science fiction. And so the hope of the council is, and we have altogether 15 members by now, is to ask the government for more data, more information, encourage them to release things that we know about that were not released so far. And as I mentioned, we submitted a request for that matter of more than 50 items. And we have expertise in physics, within this council, in physics, oceanography, material science, but also psychology, because we're dealing with humans interacting with the phenomena. And there is also an aspect of communicating it to the public. So we have an exceptional team. I feel grateful to all the members that work together as a team. And my hope, I mean, the real test whether, you know, we are doing our job is that we will come up with a clear understanding of UAP, so everyone would know what we are talking about. It will not be a speculative notion. There would be clear-cut evidence, and we'll be able to move forward. And as I said, if it turns out to be that all technological objects are human-made, so be it. But we improved national security in the process of figuring them out. Because right now, you know, if these are human-made, then definitely someone else is getting information on strategic assets within the US that we are not aware of. And so my hope is that thanks to the advice we provide to the US government, we work together, that we'll get to a better understanding of this phenomena. And of course, the cream on top will be the biggest scientific discovery ever made if we end up finding even one object out of a million. Because it's a mixed bag. It's surely a mixed bag. But even if 1 in a million happens to be not human-made, it will bring humanity to a better place, and will change the way we think about our future, because I think one thing that is missing right now is a sense of humility. And if we realize that there is a smarter kid on the block, that we are not at the top of the food chain, cosmologically speaking, we will recalculate our place in the universe. And of course, the other thing it will do is to educate us about new science, new technology, and encourage us to explore space, change our priorities instead of engaging in conflicts worldwide. And I'm sure that many of you are frustrated with everything happening around the world. Perhaps such a knock on the door by a neighbor will bring humanity to its senses, and because we will realize that there is much more real estate out there, and that the universe is much larger than the small rock that we were born on. And going to another rock is not very visionary, just going to Mars or the moon because they happen to be nearby. That's not the real vision that we can pursue as the human species. It's actually becoming interstellar. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Professor Loeb. Let's kick this panel off by asking, you know, Avi, you're the chairman of this new UAP council. Why not have somebody like Dr. Hal Puthoff on it?
The first group of people that I thought about is actually a few young nerds.
Some young nerds.
And the reason is I would like to hear the views of people without any baggage, without any knowledge of history. But also these young people, young nerds, you know how to use the latest tools of AI, and they're very technological savvy. So that was, in terms of the composition of the team, that was my first priority, to get a few of those. And then people with different expertise. We also needed a communication officer. We needed the people with expertise in physics. But I tried to get people who do not have a clear absolute opinion about the nature of UAP. And my hope is that this will bring us to a clear understanding. I even selected a skeptic that I completely disagree with, and I have a bet that by 2030 we will know about artifacts that are extraterrestrial in origin, and I have a bet with that skeptic. And the reason I brought him in is because if he ends up being convinced that I'm right, that will demonstrate that we have evidence beyond any reasonable doubt. And that's the best approach. It's not very common these days to bring people with different opinions to the same panel, but I thought it's really essential to have someone like that, because it will also cultivate recognition from the community of skeptics. And altogether, you know, I think it's just like a detective story. We just have to figure it out. But I didn't go for the historic figures that established the field, like Hal, who deserves a lot of credit for bringing this forward. And just because I want to have a completely fresh approach, exactly.
So, Hal, do you take any offense to not being one of Avi's young nerds? You've already, according to Avi, formed an opinion on the topic. So what is your opinion, if you can just state it plainly for everybody in the room? And what advice do you have for Avi as he forms this new council?
Well, first of all, I totally am behind exactly the approach that Avi is taking. Data, analyze, fresh minds brought to the issue that don't have the long history that I happen to have being involved in the issue. So I think the setup of that organization and with Avi's leadership of it is exactly what the field needs at this point. Now, of course, I come having been Chief Science Advisor for the DIA's OSAP program, working in highly classified levels. You know, I come in with a wholly different viewpoint. And actually, there's a specific issue I want to raise that I'm sure that he and his panel will address, and that is, as those of us on the OSAP program for DIA interacted with various organizations, defense intelligence organizations, also aerospace contractors and so on. What we found was that what was killing this area and preventing things from moving forward was the unbelievable amount of stovepiping and fiefdoms and lack of cross-correlation. So you'd have people sitting at desks in some of these aerospace corporations who couldn't even talk to the person in the next desk about what they were doing. Well, I have what I consider the best example of all, and that is Edward Teller, who was father of the H-bomb. He was part of the Manhattan Project, of course, and you would think, well, if anyone were really into security, it would be Edward Teller. But after that program became revealed and so on, he gave a speech. And in his speech, he said, we had the maximum security you could possibly have, the maximum kind of stovepiping and fiefdoms and separations in the Manhattan Project, and we worked our way toward the atomic bomb. But basically, Russia worked its way up the ladder at about the same rate we did. On the other hand, in electronics and circuitry and that kind of stuff, we didn't classify anything. And we took off like a rocket and left Russia in the dust. So in fact, the truth of the matter is, even if you're worried about security, I think we have a better chance at dealing with the security that we do need to be conscious of by having much more cross-correlation. And so that's a big reason that I'm basically involved in the whole idea of disclosure. And I know that from having talked to people in various spots, my God, if only those two people would talk together, we would move ahead a lot faster. So the idea of having transparency and a lot of people working together and sharing ideas and so on, even from the standpoint of national security, that's going to be tantamount if we're going to move forward. Now, unfortunately, from our standpoint, or the American standpoint, our two big potential adversaries, who are the Chinese and the Russians, they don't have that problem. They just take their 1,000 engineers or whatever, throw them in a big camp and say, okay, figure this out. So the chances of harming our security by having such compartmentalization is actually something that I'm very concerned about. So anything that opens up this area, gets more cross-correlation, I think is unbelievably significant.
So you started by talking about data, 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 and that's what this panel is all about, science and data. Not the sexiest title on surface level, but as everybody in this room knows, it's absolutely critical to get this topic from just being anecdote into potentially proving some of the things that many of the people in this room have been talking about. And I love that we have the two of you up here, because the two of you approach UAPs and this phenomena from two very different data sets. You have Avi, who of course works from publicly observable data with the Galileo project. And then Hal, of course, has decades of access to classified data. And so Hal, I'm wondering if you can explain, what do you think is the single most important category of classified data that scientists like Avi still don't have access to?
Well, as a physicist and a scientist, of course, and I'm in my own little stovepipe here, but anyway, when we got together, several of the scientists to try to figure out what could we discern about the technology. Well, we looked at all kinds of different kinds of things, negative matter, whatever. But basically, our efforts came down to kind of a certain area, which is basically engineering general relativity. All of our electronics that we're using in this room and so on, they're all products of Maxwell's equations from the 1800s. Okay. Now, it turns out that when we collect all the data about what the observations are for UAP phenomena, it generally falls into a category that it looks like that Einstein's equations in general relativity have been engineered. Because if you make a list fact, I did it myself. I took a piece of paper and I said, okay, I'm going to make a list on this side of the most weird things that have been reported about UAP phenomena. And for me, for my reasons, the weirder, the better, because if somebody's making up a BS story, they want it to sound reasonable. So when they say, well, I got close to the craft and it changes its size, or whatever, okay, I like that kind of data. And then we come over and look at general relativity equations, and we say, well, if I could engineer general relativity, what would I expect to see? And it turns out that we found in our investigations that they seem to match up pretty well. So we have this hypothesis that space-time metric, as we call it, the properties of space-time are being engineered. So unfortunately, okay, well, if we understand that, I mean, we have our pilots telling us, oh my God, this stuff is way beyond our physics. Of course, to a physics nerd like myself, it's not beyond our physics. If it's alive, it's physics. But we figured, okay, we understand the physics. The problem is we can't do the engineering. We don't know how to do the engineering. So anyway, but as a result of all those kind of studies, we have a long list of things that should be pursued in the academic approach. That is, we have aspects of what's observed. For example, when people get kind of close to a UAP, they can get radiation sunburn, they get a little too close, they get soft X-ray, and even develop cancer and so on. Okay, well, all that correlates with the idea that for whatever reason, when these craft manipulate space and time, they happen to get a blue shift in frequency, as we say. The frequencies go up. Okay, so, well, that sets up that's now a hypothesis. But what Avi Loeb's people could do, for example, is, okay, let's build some cameras. They go out and look at the Planck black body spectrum of the heat and see if that spectrum has been shifted up into the blue and the soft X-rays and so on. So we have a whole list of things that we can pass on, but somebody has to come up with funding to examine the physics of it. And so that's exactly how I think that some of the observations in the classified programs that are just sitting idle on pieces of paper, even though the correlation looks pretty good, we need to pass that on to the academic community where people can say, okay, well, I'll grab this element of it and I can set up a certain kind of experiment to investigate it. So that's the big thing we need to do now. And that's why those of us who have been involved inside the program are fighting so hard to push things out. And the truth of the matter is, fortunately, up till now, the people in the legacy program, so-called, have felt that they did not have the permission to be pushing things forward because they want answers too, of course. But now that we have this new approach coming out of the White House, people behind the scenes who've always wanted to get more data out are now feel energized that they can do that. And it's not going to ruin their careers or whatever. So I think that thinking of the panel this morning as well as it's just going to rise up and then kind of fade away, I think this time it's not going to fade away because there are enough people on both sides of the dividing line who actually want to move forward. And now that we have a council like this that Avi Loeb is heading up with a lot of young nerds ready to attack the physics, we can give them a whole list of things that could be done that we think would probably be fruitful. So I see a great collaboration between the academic community and those that have been involved behind the scenes.
So hopefully over the next few days, weeks, months, more of that information from legacy programs, classified information, things that will be making its way to Avi and the council. But Avi, you've been a big proponent of open source data for a long time. Of course, classified data is important, but do you believe that there is stuff that the open source data can tell us that the classified information cannot?
Definitely, because when data is open source, it allows a lot of people to think about it. And it's not just about a phenomena that is being described. Let's say you say, well, it may be explained as a distortion of space-time. No, it's not about that, because if it's a distortion of space-time, even if you imagine faster than light Alcubierre drive moving through the atmosphere, it will generate a blast wave in the atmosphere. You can solve Einstein's equations in the presence of the atmosphere, and the fact that you distorted space-time will move the atmosphere around in such ways that there will be a fireball, and you would see the fireball. If you don't see the fireball, it's something else. And so what the scientific engagement in an open source environment implies is that we can look for new signatures that will clarify to us what's going on. It's just like a detective going to a crime scene and trying to figure out what really happened. And we know, by the way, that in the courtroom, in the legal system, there were people testifying under oath, just like David Grush, under oath, that someone has to die because they committed a crime. And then when DNA tests came to the forefront, these people were exonerated. We are trying to look for the DNA test of the nature of UAPs. It may not be what people are talking about, even if they testify under oath. The way to figure out what really happened, or what really happens, is by collecting high-quality data, asking additional questions that will bring us closer to the truth. And as I said before, we should be brave. We should not always say, I believe it's this, and I don't want to hear more about it. Because if it turns out not to be this, but something else, even if it turns out that these orbs are human-made by another nation, I would not feel that my time is wasted, because I was helping the Pentagon, the intelligence agencies, the FBI, the White House recognize a national security threat that they were blind to. And if they recognize it as an important task for me to help them with, we can figure it out. And if they put resources that will allow us to figure it out, just for the sake of national security, this is a down-to-earth, very realistic approach. If they are recognizing this as a worth pursuing research, then if there is something that is not human-made, we will see it. It will be obvious. It will not be a matter of people arguing or commenting about on social media. It's not up to those opinions. It's up to what the evidence will guide us to. And so, you know, it's really straightforward. We just need better evidence so that we can figure out what we're dealing with.
And what would be sort of the holy grail evidence?
Oh.
What is what would make you go from, I don't know, to, oh, this is definitely not.
Okay, so it depends what we're dealing with, but imagine that we are visited by some non-human made technologies. Then I want to see a high resolution image of it, maybe from a satellite, because they can resolve a few inches on the ground, right? And I want to see some materials. I can easily tell you if someone gives me more than about 1/10 of a gram of material, I can easily tell you if it came from outside the solar system. And when people talk about biological materials being in crash sites, first I should point out that it doesn't need to be biology as we know it, because it could be synthetic biology. We're all familiar with AI being the next frontier in making systems that are more capable than the human brain. But in fact, the human brain operates on 20 watts, okay? Whereas these AI systems require gigawatts. And the biggest advance that humanity will make in the future is not AI made of silicon chips. It's actually creating something like the human brain that is based on chemistry. So when I was asked by a student in France a week ago, he said, we haven't seen self-replicating probes visit us here on Earth. That means that there is no other civilization more advanced than ours, because self-replicating probes can fill up the Milky Way galaxy. And I said, that's not true. I interact with intelligent self-replicating probes every day. They are called humans. ultimately, out of synthetic biology, we might construct a thinking machine that is more capable than the human brain, and that would be the ultimate. So if we are visited by someone who had more than 100 years since the discovery of quantum mechanics, let's say 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years, it's possible that they sent astronauts or ambassadors that are made of synthetic biology, and that's what we might find. It need not be robots with AI made of silicon chips.
We only have about 10 minutes left, so I want to make sure we get into some other topics before we run out of time. I'd like to start by asking you, Hal, to just talk a little bit about your evolution on the disclosure topic, because correct me if I'm wrong here, but at one point you recommended against disclosure. Now you are for it, I believe, to a certain extent without compromising national security. Do I have that right? And if so, what exactly changed your mind?
Well, that is correct. I was part of a panel 3 or 4 decades ago, actually, and I was called in to participate in this panel, and there were a lot of people from intelligence agencies and the military and so on, and we didn't know why this panel was being formed. We were just said, we had to come, and I said, I don't have enough time to do this, and no, it'll be the most important panel you've ever been on. I said, oh, okay, fine. So in fact, when I showed up, they said, okay, here's the issue. United States, Russia, and China have evidence of non-human intelligence technologies. And we're thinking about presenting this to the general public. So what we need to do in this panel is to figure out what would be the consequences of that for the general public. Well, we all initially started out saying, oh my God, this is really going to be great. And so we made a long list. Actually, we had something like 60 items on the list. Okay, it could affect the stock market. It could affect religious thought. It could affect, whatever. And when we got down into the weeds, we're saying, okay, Corporation A was given materials by the government, but Corporation B wasn't. So they're going to sue the government and sue the corporations because they were left out of the loop and so on. So anyway, we added up a bunch of numbers for all the different 60 element items, and we all came up with negative numbers. And so it decided in that panel, that this just isn't going to work. Part of it being that there's no way to deal with it piece by piece. You'd have to announce all of it and handle everything at the same time, and realizing that was going to be an impossible task. But as time has gone on, and just seeing how thought has changed, and seeing how our technologies have changed, and so on, my viewpoint slowly changed, and viewpoints of other people in the panel changed as well.
You say it slowly changed, but was there a moment? Was there a specific moment or something that happened that made you think, I'm now for disclosure to the American public, to the world?
The specific moment would be being exposed to what the apparent reality was, that there really is something going on that most humans don't know about, and just recognizing that that's wrong.
And how much of that reality have you been able to share publicly?
Very little of it.
And what would happen if you were to share some of that with just us in this room right here?
Well, I could worry about going to jail. What we need to do is we need to restructure our process, which, thank God for Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo and others, we are doing that. That's what we need to do so that it becomes safe for, quote, potential whistleblowers to come forth and say more. That's what it's going to take. But that is what I think is the next giant step. And fortunately, I see a panel like this that Jordan Flowers has put together is just exactly what we need to move the ball over the goal line to where this isn't going to go back into the ether.
Avi, what are you thinking over there when you hear
Well,
Hal talking about non-human intelligence over here and all that he's seen?
We don't need the US government to tell us what's in the sky. We can just look up. And so that's why I have been leading the Galileo project for the past 4 years, and we have 3 observatories. We are monitoring millions of objects and using triangulation to figure out their distance so that we can tell if they are lying outside the performance envelope of human-made technologies. So my point is, just like in the story with Galileo and Copernicus, eventually the truth comes out. Someone builds a spacecraft that looks at the Earth and sees that the Earth moves around the sun and not the other way around. So the government cannot hold the cosmic secret if so. And the reason I'm engaged with government right now is because of the potential that we're dealing with adversarial nations, so it's really the government business to make sure that we're not being spied on, that there aren't 1,000 drones for every Chinese spy balloon that is being shut down. So that's a serious matter, and that has to be figured out. But in the process of figuring it out, we might find something that is not human-made. So we should all celebrate this moment where we cooperate, thanks to President Trump's directive, we cooperate with government agencies and can move forward. And it's really a new time in this context. So rather than be upset about or grudgy about what happened in the past, let's celebrate the future. I think it might be much better. The future, I'm always an optimist because life is very often a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if you're not an optimist, you will never make the future better than the past.
Hal, as Avi goes out and points his instruments up, be it telescopes, all of his sensors, any advice for him on where he should look, where he should be pointing the telescopes, any clues, any hints that you can give us? I got to try, right?
Well, it's easy to say to Avi because he does have an open mind. So in fact, the answers could be practically anywhere. I mean, I've written a paper on ultra-terrestrials. I said, who knows? Maybe there's some ancient civilization hiding in the seabed that, is behind all this. And no ETs from outside or whatever. So I think just keeping an open mind to deal with the data is the most important thing. And that's the one thing I know that Avi and his group are going to do. So that's, don't take out any hypothesis. We don't know what the answer is yet. So just let the data lead us to the truth. And that's
extremely important. I have to emphasize that most of the time in science, you are in a situation of uncertainty. What you find in textbooks are rare moments where people really converge on the answer. But most of the time in science, things are uncertain. And as much as it sounds like an open mind is easy, it's not easy at all. I get attacked from all directions. There are lots of arrows sent in my direction because people have their own opinions and they want me to comply with their opinions. But sorry, the only thing I'm willing to comply with is evidence.
I got time for one more question. And since we are on Capitol Hill, what better time to talk about funding, right? Because none of this happens without money. And so, Avi, the Galileo project is mostly funded by private donations. How most of your research has been funded by defense and intelligence budgets over the years. To the best of my knowledge, none of your major UAP efforts have been funded by entities like the National Science Foundation. So what is it going to take to get some of those grant dollars? I believe it's $9 billion a year in grants from the National Science Foundation. What is it going to take to get some of that money into the hands of what you all are doing?
Well, it's relatively straightforward. Currently, the astronomy community is obsessed with looking for microbes and willing to put more than $10 billion to the search for the chemical fingerprints of microbes in the atmospheres of exoplanets. And I say that when you go on a blind date, you better aim high, not low. You better look for someone who is more intelligent than you are, than for the most mediocre dating partner that you can find easily on the first date. But so it's just a question of perspective. If the astronomy community were to decide or to agree that we should allocate similar budgets to the search for mediocre dating partners in the form of microbes as to a partner that is more intelligent than we are. And by the way, going for more intelligent makes a lot of sense because the public cares so much about it, and also it will bring us to a better place. It will have a huge impact on humanity. So you multiply a small probability times a huge impact, you realize this is something we should pursue. But right now there is no funding. The other approach that I took was to have a public bet with Elon Musk. I said, I'm willing to put 1% of my net worth against 1% of his net worth, which is now more than $1 trillion. And we will check whether you, Elon Musk, were the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. So far, he didn't take the bet, but I'm completely open to that. And that's another source of funding that we could tap.
I love that idea. Elon, are you listening?
Another thing I
Yes,
would like to
please.
say in response to your question is that, in fact, there is some motion going forward. When Anna Brady was in charge of programs at the National Science Foundation, she arranged for me and Charles Chase and from Lockheed and so on to go in and talk to NSF leaders about how they should be more open to funding technologies that would be associated with the UAP area. And we got a very positive response. So there are people out there that are pushing the straw in the right direction.
Well, Hal, Avi, we could go on all afternoon, but I think Jordan will kill us. So thank you all so much for being here. Avi, Hal, thank you so much for your time and expertise. It's truly been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so my notes are young nerds are getting mediocre dating partners. Did everybody catch that? Just kidding. Thank you so much. That was an awesome conversation. The next talk that we have, there's a lot of discussion about what are the religious implications of disclosure. And joining us here today to discuss that is Dr. Carlos Ayer, PhD of religion at Yale University, the T. Lawrence and Riggs Professor of History and Religious Studies at Yale, I should say. And we're really excited to learn about his perspective. And when I reached out to Carlos and talked about the potential here, and we expressed our mutual affection for Jeffrey Kripal as a person and for his work, and that we realized that we also live about a mile from each other. And Carlos, I promise you are still invited for Taco Tuesday at the Flowers household. So please welcome Dr. Carlos Ayer.
Thank you, Jordan, and thank you to the Disclosure Foundation for being so brave as to invite a humanities scholar to deal with this topic. And this is my first venture into this subject. So I'll begin with a quote from Diana Pasulka, her book, American Cosmic, where she relates how she also, as a scholar of religious studies, went in search of evidence for downed alien aircraft. And she says, in one sense, I feel as if I have been studying this phenomenon my whole life, but I didn't call it UFO research. I called it religious studies. And of course, religion, all religions, no, I shouldn't say all, I should be more careful. I say 98% of all religions are all about encounters with non-human intelligence. And that is the foundation of religion, that there is more than is here. There are other beings, and so on. But I also have a quote from Jeff Kripal at Rice University from a paper he gave a couple of years ago titled Biological Gods. And I'd like to celebrate once again the bravery of the Disclosure Foundation of having me here as a speaker. Jeff says, and he's reporting about his own experiences as a scholar, of all the secret military projects and official committees formed, both in the US and in Europe, of which I am aware, not one of them has ever thought to hire a humanist, a historian, or an anthropologist, much less a scholar of religion, to study the baffling phenomenon. Not one. Why? Well, and how did I get here? How did I get here? My entire career has been devoted to studying in one way or another how humans in a very specific time period in Western Europe interpreted the relationship between the material dimension and the spiritual dimension. So, after 4 decades of being very careful, I decided to publish a book on truly impossible miracles, miracles associated with mystical ecstasy, what one might call the physical phenomena of mysticism. 2 miracles in particular, which are deemed impossible. Levitation, that is hovering, defying the laws of gravity, or in some cases actually going from point A to point B through the air. And the other being bilocation, being seen in 2 places simultaneously. So my book, They Flew, is the title. Subtitle is A History of the Impossible. My book was dismissed as deeply unserious by a reviewer in the New York Review of Books. Deeply unserious. Yet, that very same year that the review appeared, I received an award from the American Academy of Religion for the best book in the history of religion for that year. So, something is amiss, something is weird. Yes, it's a weird subject. So, just like UAPs, UFOs, levitation and bilocation are deemed impossible by dogmatic materialists and also by our dominant culture here in the Western world. Yet, there are, in my time period, which is about 1400 to 1700, there are hundreds, and in some cases, if you add them all up, thousands of testimonies of people who swear that they have seen someone up in the air, or they have seen someone here who was actually there. And in my case, I was very lucky because in my time period, everything changed around mid-16th century in the reporting of miracles, which is the Catholic Church set up a system for investigating the truth or falsehood of miracle claims. And beatification inquests and canonization inquests had a questionnaire for every so-called eyewitness. And the questionnaire had a section on miracles. And everyone who testified in one of these inquests swore, as we do in courts of law to this day, to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. But the difference that made this testimony special is that every eyewitness had to swear under oath that they were telling the truth. And the penalty was not some time behind bars or some fine. The penalty was hell or a long stint in purgatory. And most of these eyewitnesses, the vast majority of them, believed in hell and purgatory. So I have a little kind of buffer there as a historian. What makes this testimony credible? And actually, on the flip side of the coin, over on the Protestant side during this period, Protestants denied that God was behind all these miracles. But Protestants, as a rule, continued to believe that these miracles actually did happen, except what they believed was that they were caused by the devil. So, another testimony that I found very compelling and very hard to dismiss as a historian was 1693 Boston, just after the Salem witch trials. A teenage girl is considered to be possessed by the devil, and she levitates. And great Puritan theologian and churchman Cotton Mather gathers several men in the room with this girl, and just like Linda Blair in the first Exorcist film, up she goes above the bed. But Mather tells his men to hold her down or pull her down, and they can't. And he makes them all sign legal affidavits. And we have them. So it's a little harder to dismiss that than somebody writing the life of a saint where they want to portray them as a saint who might be making things up. So anyway, arguing that this testimony is difficult to dismiss, I don't argue in my book that I'm convinced. I just say that these are things that are hard to dismiss and we should be a little more open-minded. The book comes out and all of a sudden I find myself on the paranormal spectrum. And I'm interviewed by podcasters and all other sorts of public personae who deal with the paranormal, which includes, of course, UAPs, UFOs, and HIs. And there I am. So this is why a historian of late medieval and early modern religious history is here speaking to you. But I'm not here as an expert on encounters with UAPs or NHIs or retrieved extraterrestrial stuff, be it biological or non-biological or synthetic. I really have no clue what to make of the evidence in recent disclosure dumps or about the testimonies of experiencers. And I'll come back to that term, experiencer. As far as I can tell, my own take on what is out there is shaped by my study of religion and of miracle accounts. And when all is said and done, I am more convinced by the opinion voiced by astronomer Alan Hynek, and also in charge of Project Blue Book. He made this statement in 1982. And Jacques Vallée and others make similar statements. And I'm quoting from Hynek. I would not be prepared to defend the thesis that UFOs represent visitors from outer space. Indeed, I think the answer may be even more interesting than that. I think the answer will be very exotic, beyond our imagination, possibly something that we should call paranormal. So here I am. And here's what I'm going to do over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Divide my talk into three areas. The first is the background to the fear that full disclosure of the existence of extraterrestrial non-human intelligences, the fear that it will cause widespread panic, the end of Western civilization, the end of religion. The second part will be a brief history of religious beliefs concerning non-human intelligences and extraterrestrial beings. And the third will be an exploration of the subject of why we really need to get over such fears and the fear of making full disclosure. So the first point, the background to the fear. If we do have undeniable evidence of visitation by non-human intelligences, the world will be shocked for sure. It will be a major rupture in our understanding of reality. A rupture, as I'm using it, is a deep break with past worldviews and a deeper break than a paradigm shift. Paradigm shift, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Darwin, Einstein, and others brought about paradigm shifts. A full revelation that we are actually not alone will be much, much bigger, and it will affect the whole world. Paradigm shifts in science take root gradually, and they begin taking root with scientists, and then eventually it comes out, but it might take a while. Full disclosure of the existence of non-human intelligences that have been visiting us, who might have craft, that will create a rupture globally, regardless of where you live on Earth. Well, except for maybe that island that can't be visited because the people who've been living there kill anyone who approaches their shores. Maybe there they won't be affected. So, as far as religion is concerned, the impact will be unpredictable. Religion is unpredictable. Religion is all about disagreements. Social scientists began to argue in the early part of the 20th century that religion, especially symbols and rituals, were social glue, something that held secular culture together. But it's also true that religion can be social dynamite. Disagreements are the stuff of religion. So how can one predict what effect will this disclosure have? We don't know. I am reminded of a joke I heard a long time ago in reference to only one religion, but it applies to all religions. Someone is marooned on a deserted island for 30 years. At the end of the 30 years, the rescuers show up, and they're astonished to find two equally elaborate houses of worship on the island, while the castaway lives in a very crude hut. So they ask, what's going on? Why these two houses of worship? And he wheels around and points with utter disgust at one of them and says, you don't think I would set foot in that one, do you? So who knows what will happen? But most religions are all about belief in non-human intelligences. So religion could be argued, at least some believers, might actually lessen the shock of full disclosure. So what about religions? I'll go through them quickly. And I will begin with Western religions because this is our dominant culture still in this country and also in other parts of the world. In Judaism, in Christianity, and in Islam, the three monotheistic Abrahamic religions, belief is shared in non-human intelligent beings. Angels, demons, jinns, or even before the Christian religion took over parts of Europe, leprechauns, duendes, and all other sorts, fauns, all other sorts of non-human intelligences. But Judaism specifically. Genesis 6, 1-4 speaks about angels who could mate with humans and create giant hybrids, the Nephilim, whose existence, by the way, was wiped off the earth by the flood. The subject of other planets and extraterrestrial life is not brought up in the Hebrew scriptures. But come down time, 12th century, some medieval Jewish thinkers, such as Moses Maimonides, argued that the cosmos is vastly larger and more complex than humanity tends to imagine. And just about the same time, Kabbalistic mystics spoke of multiple worlds and realms of existence. However, these were usually and are still usually understood in Kabbalah as spiritual dimensions rather than physical planets inhabited by biological beings. And to this day, in all the various branches of the Jewish religion, many contemporary Orthodox, conservative, Reformed Jewish thinkers hold that, number one, God could create life elsewhere if he wished. Two, that the Torah was given to humanity and does not need to describe every aspect of the universe. And number three, that the existence of extraterrestrials would raise interesting theological questions, but would not invalidate Jewish belief. Then, moving on down in time, Christian religion. History of Christian thinking about intelligent beings beyond Earth is much older and more diverse than many people assume. There has never been a single official Christian position, and views have ranged from humans are uniquely rational creatures to God may have created many intelligent races throughout the cosmos. But the central issue in the Christian religion has been and remains salvation by Jesus Christ. If there are other beings, how do they relate to this? How does salvation relate to other beings? It has never, not even into the 20th century, the existence of inhabited worlds beyond Earth has never been a major theological question in the Christian religion. But as I said before, Christians have believed in angels and demons. In the early centuries of the Christian religion, one thinker, Origen of Alexandria, developed a highly speculative Christian cosmology. And among other things, Origen said that God created a vast spiritual order populated by rational beings, and that angels, humans, and demons were all part of a larger family of rational creatures, and that the material world served as a setting for the education and restoration of these rational beings. Origen is credited with coming up with the method of the interpretation of Scripture carried out by Christians from the 3rd century forward. 3 different levels of meaning. So he's very important for that reason. But some of his teachings were condemned as heretical, including this one I just mentioned, that there might be other worlds with other creatures. Very complex thinker who was once described in the 13th century by a churchman in Constantinople in the following way: where Origen was good, no one was better. Where Origen was bad, no one has been worse. So again, we're facing this complexity. My favorite quote on this topic from Origen is the following, and it concerns the sacrifice of Jesus on the cross. And I quote, "The altar was at Jerusalem, but the blood of the victim bathed the universe." It's a universal cosmic application of this. Of course, there are disagreements. Throughout the Middle Ages, various Christian theologians took up the issue of not why, but could other planets exist, other worlds with intelligent life. The debate went something like this. Well, if God is omnipotent, of course, he has the power to create as many worlds as he wants and as many different kinds of beings as he wants. And in scholastic theology, which was all about debating and disagreement, of course there was disagreement on this issue. There was never any kind of final answer to the question, are there other human, not human beings, but non-human intelligences out there? It's not until the early modern period, 15th through 17th centuries, when the discovery is made that the earth is not the center of the universe, that theological discussion changes. Figures such as Copernicus and Galilei transformed Christian understandings of the cosmos. And among early thinkers that pop up during this period who argue for the existence of other worlds is a Dominican friar, Giordano Bruno, who ended up being burnt at the stake for heresy in Rome for many issues, not just this one. But Bruno is among the first early modern thinkers to argue that the universe is infinite and that therefore there must be life, intelligent life elsewhere. And I quote from Giordano Bruno, "God is infinite, so his universe must be too. Thus the greatness of God is magnified, the greatness of his kingdom made manifest. He is glorified not in one, but in countless suns, not in a single earth, but in 1,000. I say, no, an infinity of worlds." After Bruno, others began to pop up with more regularity in the 18th century. The Enlightenment changes everything. Belief in inhabited planets became increasingly common among educated Europeans in the 1700s. Writers and theologians often assumed that a creator who made a vast universe would populate it with intelligent life. And among these was a Lutheran scientist, Emanuel Swedenborg, 18th century, who believed that countless worlds were inhabited and contributed to the fullness of heaven, and that in the spiritual world, distance was determined by states of mind and spirit rather than physical space. And he received visitors from Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, and the moon, which of course now makes him seem very silly by our current knowledge. But he had an impact, and others followed. And it all speeds up in the 19th century, and it speeds up even more in the 20th century. Notable Christian thinkers in the 20th century who took up the issue or the question of whether there are other intelligent beings out there were C.S. Lewis, Catholic theologian Karl Rahner, and Protestant theologian Wolfhard Pannenberg. What about contemporary Christian views? Well, I've already read at least a dozen articles where some pastor or minister or evangelist somewhere says, oh, if there are non-human intelligences and then this becomes known, many Christians will lose their faith. And it's probably true. Yeah, it is, but not necessarily all Christians. Contemporary Christian views are all over the place, all over the spectrum. But the main question remains for Christians. What is Christ's role concerning these other beings? So there might be some shock, but there might also be plenty of acceptance of whatever is revealed. What about Islam? Several Quranic passages have been interpreted by some Muslim scholars as leaving room for life beyond earth. God is repeatedly described as the Lord of the worlds, suggesting a cosmos that contains many realms or worlds. And the Quran also states that God created whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth, and that his creative power is not limited to humanity. But of course, this is also the case with every religion. There are different branches of Islam, different opinions on subjects. So the question there, the central question is the role of the Prophet Muhammad and of his revelation, all these other creatures. So no one knows how that's going to play out. When it comes to Asian religions, and of course I'm only dealing with major world religions, in which believers are counted in millions or in some cases billions. In Buddhism, early Buddhist texts describe a vast cosmos containing innumerable world systems that include humans, animals, spirits, hell beings, various classes of gods, and powerful celestial beings called Brahmas. So how is that going to play out? This full disclosure among Buddhists, there's no telling, but the shock will not be as deep as it might be in the West, because most contemporary Buddhist thinkers would likely ask not these questions. Do extraterrestrials exist? What is their relationship to our religion? Former subject of the Soviet Empire. I can testify to what all this lying and hiding does to your mind and your soul. So, drawing to a close, with the comments experiences. And you'll likely get the same response as you would if you confided that you had been the victim of alien abduction. And then I will end with a personal anecdote about a student class over 4 years. And my missus was the class. I always used to begin the class in my lecture. I always say, you know, these texts we're going to be reading are very weird. The people who wrote them are very weird. They're probably the kind of person who wants to sit next to us. They see things that others don't see. The student had already taken 2 of my courses, she knew me, and she came up after a lecture. And this was a straight A student. He loved by every faculty member who had taught her at the University of Virginia. She comes up after a lecture and says, Professor, hurt my feelings. Wow, how did I hurt your feelings? I see things other people don't see all the time. If she wasn't us, as people used to say back in the 60s, she was highly functional. So the world is full of mysteries. Mysteries are experiences, abductees are experiences, people who see UFOs are experiences. The miraculous feats of mystics are impossible. So, could this will usher in disclosure if it comes utterly believable. Will begin a new era in humans. So we're going to take 5 minutes. The audio is down. So please stay close. But yeah, I hope you guys found that powerful. I find every conversation with Carlos to be supportive.
So apparently we had some issues with the audio again. I thought it was me. My earpieces kind of messed up, but apparently they had audio issues again that they're trying to get figured out. So this was the section called, where is it? Here we go. Religious implications, the impossible made real. And so that was Carlos Iyer, who is a PhD. He talked about a couple of different religions, the main ones, Christianity, Buddhism, and Judaism, and Islam, actually. And he was talking about the fear about disclosure. So, you know, there's a concern that there might be widespread panic if there's full disclosure. It could end religions. But he was talking about how religions are religion is unpredictable anyway, and it's either a social glue or a social dynamite, that there are many disagreements amongst religions. So really, religion is a personal belief system, right? But organized religions have their concepts about things. So he was just saying how it's going to affect the whole world regardless. He talked about the religious beliefs about ETs and was talking about that Christians have believed in Judaism as well, that there are angels, there are demons, there are leprechauns, there are other non-human type beings, and that we need to get over these fears. He talked about in Judaism that the angels actually mated with the humans, that they were called Nephilim, but with the Great Flood, they were wiped out. He talked about how the Torah was given to humanity, but ET existence doesn't discount Judaism. As far as Christianity is concerned, of course, Christians believe that God created many beings, but the big question is salvation by Jesus Christ, and how does that relate to other beings that are, not human? He talked about Islam, and God is described as Lord of the worlds, that it's the creative power is not limited to humans. And in Buddhism, he felt that the Eastern religions might be more acceptable or accepting of full disclosure because they have a concept of a vast cosmos and many different beings. So it may be easier for people who are Buddhists to accept ETs. So that was pretty much what he was talking about. Let me ask you guys, so whoever's watching, what have you taken away so far from this forum so far? Just checking here. And has anything shifted in your thinking since you've been watching today? Or is this something that doesn't make a difference? Is it information you already knew? Or is this new information for you? I'd be interested in knowing. Let's see. So yeah, they've been having audio problems from the beginning. Not sure what that's all about. A lot of people suspect that the people who do not want this information out may have been messing with it, or it could just be someone didn't do their job. So it's been interesting. I would like to share with you a little bit of information about the New Paradigm Institute, which is the organizing entity of the Citizens for Disclosure, which I am a volunteer with, and I've also have had other people on here that are also Citizens for Disclosure. And so we have an actual call to action that I'm going to share with you right now, and a URL that you can go to urge your congressperson to sign the UAP Transparency Pledge. The Transparency Pledge is something that we as Citizens for Disclosure are asking our congresspeople, all 400 and however many there are in the House, and the 100 senators, and also all the candidates that are running for office, to sign this UAP Transparency Pledge, which talks about protections for whistleblowers and just getting the word out about UAP for several different reasons, of course. The main one is that we have a right to know, that we're not alone, that there are other beings, that the government has been working with those beings, have reverse engineered their craft, and, there's probably more there that we don't know yet. that's just coming out. So, you know, disclosure happens on many different fronts. There's, of course, if a person is an experiencer and has their own encounter, that's one form of disclosure. Another form of disclosure is what the government tells us. You know, disclosure from the government that there have been these programs, these secret access programs, special access programs that have been there that that don't know about each other and then have been hidden from the public. I mean, just the fact that they lied about Roswell from the get-go tells you, you know, that, and it has created this lack of trust in the government. And currently our trust of the government is, you know, at the lowest probably since it's ever been. And here we are celebrating 250 years of this great American experiment. So it's interesting. So, you know, another reason, oh, they're coming back. So let me get the audio back on. We're trying. Here we go.
All right, so we can take that to the I'm assuming lighting is not working. We got to do what we got to do here. So I'm going to introduce Denise. So, guys, hey, everyone sit down. Everyone please take a seat and show some respect for Dr. Bill, please.
So this is the disclosure forum.
All right, so we're pushing ahead. All right, so the next presentation we have is from Dr. Denise Billhauer. She's a clinical psychologist and creator of fusion directed therapy at Emory Healthcare Senior Center. The name of this panel is Society and Psychology, How People Process the Unprecedented. So we're going to try and please be patient. We're just going to try and push through whatever technical difficulties we continue to have. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure to be here to present the findings of our report on the psychological impact of disclosure. So I wanted to, before I get started, I just want to make sure that I acknowledge my co-authors. This was an international effort of academic psychologists. We have Tim Lomas from Harvard University, Audience and Stubbings from part of Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom, Omer El-Badi from Franklin University, Gabriel Militore from the University of Cadiz in Spain, and then we have Professor of Professor of Clinical Psychology at the University of Lyon in France. So these are some of the only academic psychologists on the planet that are braving the stigma in this area to bring real science and real data, and so it was a true honor to be able to work with them. Sorry of the awkwardness of this presentation. All right, so the reason that we got together to do this report is because, number one, there is a tremendous amount of misinformation on the subject, and we hope that by doing this, it can bring you some clarity. The other reason, and perhaps the most important reason, is that based on the President's directive, we know that disclosure is already in process. All right, I wasn't nervous before, boy. Okay. Disclosure is already in progress, and we know that the data has been released to the public, and based on the information that has been out there, there have been a number of important people or positions of power, both in the military and in the government, who have made statements to the public indicating that based on their review of classified data, they believe that non-intelligence may be involved. So critics demand that we begin to think ahead about what the possible consequences of that disclosure could be. We also want to think about what are the possible preparedness measures that we need to take in society. Waiting to see what happens will be too late. At the end of the day, UAP disclosure is about people as much as it is about science. We all want to know what the UAP are, but information at the end of the day is irrelevant unless it is interpreted through the mind of a human being who makes meaning out of it. How we adapt to that information is just as important as what we discover. One of the long-standing barriers to UAP disclosure has been a concern that the public may be unable to handle the information without significant societal disruption. Our report did not support that conclusion. We believe that most people will be able to adapt to disclosure information without lasting psychological harm, including the revelation of non-human intelligence. That said, one of the other findings that we came up with is how the information is communicated matters as much as the information itself. One of our main findings is that people adapt best when communication is trustworthy and truthful, even if that truth is uncertain. People adapt most poorly, and they experience more psychological distress when communication is untrustworthy or managed in such a way that they feel that they are being deceived. The psychological impact of disclosure ultimately is going to be determined by institutional choices that have not yet been made. So now I'm going to walk you through a brief overview of the report. You should all have a not-so-brief briefing in your folders. If anybody's interested, there is a 60-page document online on the Disclosure Foundation website. But effectively, we designed the way that the study is laid out to match how a human processes an experience. Number one, there is an event. Number two, it passes through the internal psychological landscape. We have a very complex level of processing where people pass things through all of their belief systems, their biases, their limitations in terms of how much attention they can give to the subject. Simultaneously, they are processing the external environment and factors that have the ability to mediate how they are seeing the world. From that, you get a psychological response, generally behavioral or emotional. In order to define the disclosure process, we had to delineate stages. The first stage, these different stages have different threshold events with different psychological impacts. The first stage, limited disclosure, is the stage that the U.S. government is currently engaged in. We know that information is being released, the position that the government takes is that UAPs are real, but they do not know what they are. There are at least 12 other governments that have engaged in this type of limited disclosure. We know that the impact to the public is generally to raise interest, to ask more questions, and to reduce stigma. However, in terms of societal impact, it's really been quite low. Confirmatory disclosure, which is stage number 2, would go to a threshold that no other government has gone before. This would be where the official government as well as scientists can confirm that the UAP are not of human origin and that they are acting beyond the capability that humans have. We believe at this stage it would increase of questions that people have. It would certainly raise interest. For some people, it may raise anxiety, but generally speaking, unless the UAP are of personal relevance to them or there is some indication that they're actually dangerous or threatening, we don't believe it will have a very significant impact. Stage number 3, which is attribution disclosure, is the stage at which the government would actually confirm that there are, in fact, non-human intelligence associated with those UAP. This is a stage that would be unprecedented in human history. This is a stage at which we believe that there would, in fact, be more psychological impact, and we believe that this is actually the stage that we focused our assessment in terms of the response pattern. The next 2 stages, reconciliation disclosure and full integrated disclosure, are obviously quite speculative. We don't have enough data to be able to assess how people will respond in those stages, but effectively, reconciliation disclosure would really just be people finding out more of the information, the government releasing more of what has been known, what are the interactions that have taken place over time. Full integrated disclosure would be more as people are adapting to the new information and how that becomes a part of their day-to-day life. The important thing to know here is that the past will not predict the future. Confirmation of non-human intelligence is a threshold event to which there is no historical precedent. The risk is being unprepared for the response surge, which I'll talk about in just a moment. It's also possible that there could be uncontrolled disclosure, and yes, thank you, Mr. Spielberg, for making that point for us. It is possible that there are other countries or third parties that may have UAP or NHI information. Disclosure events, as we know, are global, and there certainly is an increased potential for negative outcome if this were to occur. So, we need to be prepared for uncontrolled data release. The second part of our study looks very in-depth at what are the psychological mechanisms that people engage in as they are processing disclosure information. There's tremendous complexity, certainly an enormous variety of beliefs and cognitive biases. There's also, again, limited amount of resources that people can dedicate to this information based on just general everyday priorities. The 2 factors that we know have the most impact are going to be perceived threat and personal relevance. As those go up, obviously, those are going to make people have a greater emotional impact. What we know from the current state in the first stage of disclosure is really that most people do not perceive UAP to be relevant to their daily life. And from survey data, we know that most people also do not perceive them to be threatening. The important takeaway from this section is that interpretation determines outcome, not information. Interpretation without guidance creates confusion, anxiety, stress, susceptibility to emotional contagion, polarization in viewpoints, distrust of institutions and others, a lack of compliance with government directives, compulsive information seeking, and a breeding ground for misinformation, poor psychological outcomes, and it increases the need for public services. Providing information with guidance is warranted. Which brings us to our next section, which is on communication. Well, actually, it's on mediating factors, but the 2 biggest mediating factors that come up over and over in the research and disaster research and trauma research are that communication and institutional trust are going to shape the way that people interpret this information the most. Communication influences institutional trust. Trust influences the way that communication is received. Both of these 2 factors increase and influence resiliency. The takeaway message here is that the delivery matters as much as what is disclosed. Now, in our report, we go into sort of extreme detail about all of the different sort of mechanisms of communication that can be utilized, what works, what harms, what's counterintuitive, but we know is effectively established through research, what are various audience-specific communications that need to be established. There's not a one-size-fits-all. The one piece that I want to spend a tiny bit on today is understanding that the media environment is preparedness infrastructure. We know that the media is an enormous communication system, but we also know that the media is made up of individual people with individual beliefs and cognitive biases that they bring as they report on UAP data. So I want to play for you a news clip. This was from the very first data drop that was back in May.
First ever batch of UFO files today. So were there actually little green men or something else? Let's bring in our pair of extraterrestrial aficionados. ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez and Capitol Hill correspondent Jay O'Brien. Yeah, I love how you're both looking at me like, are we really sitting here about to talk about little green men?
This is Louis' favorite topic.
Yeah, it is, Louis. So, Louis, are there aliens out there?
Poor Louis. So basically we know that this effect, we call it the giggle effect, but it's a very, very common way that people behave when they talk about UAP data. I'm sure all of you have seen it. Perhaps some of you have done it yourselves. The reason that people do this, is that the reason that people do this is that it protects it protects their reputation, okay? So essentially, the UAP subject has been treated as non-serious for such a long period of time that people feel that if they engage with it in a serious way, it's actually going to make themselves be perceived as non-serious. So this is a form of social conformity. The really interesting thing about social conformity is that oftentimes people have a belief that others do not think it is serious, when in fact they don't really know what other people are thinking, and so they will conform to that anyway. The other big thing that contributes to this is institutional silence. We all know that institutions that have a tremendous amount of influence, when they don't challenge the idea that UAP are not serious, this creates a framework that reinforces itself and becomes very hard to challenge. What I don't think most people recognize is that stigma is profoundly harmful. Over the years, it has limited scientific research and funding. It limits witness reporting. That poor data is then used as evidence to say that this is a subject that isn't worth studying. The lack of scientific data contributes to misinformation. It limits clinical care and provider training, which means that there is an entire group of medical providers out there that have absolutely no idea how to work with or treat somebody that may have a UAP experience. It increases social isolation, and it creates a very big disclosure barrier. We believe that applying journalistic integrity standards in the same way that you would apply them to any other subject is what is crucial for UAP and for increasing positive outcomes. Okay, so in the fourth section of our report, we get into the psychological response. So we believe that psychological response in general is going to happen across a spectrum. There will be people who respond to it in a very positive way. There will be a large number of people who actually respond to it in a very sort of neutral way, unless it becomes something that is more threatening to them or more personally relevant. There will be a number of people who do have some anxiety and adjustment-related types of issues as they try to process what does this information mean for them and for their lives and their own belief systems. And then as we go down into the smaller end of the tail, this is where we get into more vulnerable populations that are likely to have more significant psychological reaction. So the vulnerable populations that are most at risk are going to be people who have a high tolerance for uncertainty. This is a transdiagnostic factor that tends to cross over multiple mental health issues. People who have high anxiety and other mental health conditions, marginalized or under-resourced communities, and those who carry catastrophic or end-of-time beliefs. Now, what I am not saying here is that everybody in these categories is going to have a negative psychological response. So what I am saying is that we actually believe that a lot of people who may fall into these categories actually will have quite adequate coping resources. But what I am saying is that these people who fall into these groups tend to be people who may have a higher psychological response. The thing to keep in mind is that small numbers in a concentrated period, as would happen under a disclosure circumstance, can create system surge beyond capacity, right? So mental health systems in general, and often other public health systems, already operate at capacity or close to capacity. So even a small number of people that are reaching out for services can push that to exceeding capacity and meeting the definition of a public health crisis. It's also really worth knowing that this potential surge could last over a period of time as more and more information becomes revealed. So again, planning and preparation are much needed to reduce surge risk and improve outcomes. Okay, so our key recommendations, number one, would be to develop a national psychological and resilience preparedness task force. This would be a group of people that would be able to oversee behavioral health coordination, help to develop a scalable mental health surge capacity, people who engage in clinical and workforce preparedness training, public psychoeducation, build community support systems, and crisis intervention systems. The other recommendation would be to build an evidence-based communication preparedness infrastructure. This would help with cross-agency coordination, crisis communication, environment monitoring, developing audience-specific communication, and engaging with the media. The mystery of UAP will eventually be resolved. The scientists are going to continue to collect the data, they will analyze it, and they will come to conclusions. But ultimately, how we treat people will be our legacy. The time to prepare is now.
All right, thank you. Can I get a thumbs up in the back if you can hear if the audio is working? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so let's turn this off. Okay, so our next panel is technology and innovation, research, industry, and what comes next. So for this panel, we have our moderator, Mike Gold, who's an advisory board member of the Disclosure Foundation. He's the president and civil and international space at Redwire Space. He's a former member of the NASA UAP independent study team as well. Also are Jonathan Miller, program engineer at MIT's Department of Mechanical Engineering, lead instructor for Confronting Unknowns program at MIT. And Susan Winterberg, the former inaugural fellow of Technology and Public Purpose Project at the Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. Thank you all so much for being here. And I know we're delayed a little bit because of what happened there. So why don't we, I'm looking at the time here. Is it okay if you guys go until 3:40? Okay, all right. And please do lean in close to the mics. Thank you.
Well, let's have a round of applause for Jordan Flowers and all he and the Disclosure Foundation team have done Yeah, just being in this venue, being on Capitol Hill, pushes back against the stigma, the pernicious stigma. So even just being here, I think, is important. Again, I applaud all of you and Disclosure Foundation for bringing us. So without any further ado, let me introduce our two panelists. Susan Winterberg, who's a senior fellow for dual use defense and deep tech funds at Reframe Venture, a network of 500 venture capital funds, over 100 institutional investors. Be careful, I may ask you for money. We're always fundraising at Redwire. She was previously the inaugural fellow for the Technology and Public Purpose Project at Harvard, Belfer Center, former Secretary of Defense Ash Carter's initiative to advance research and policy to ensure frontier technologies develop in ways that protect the public good. Let's have a round of applause for Susan. And then my friend from Boston, Red Sox Nation, much struggling these days, Jonathan Miller, leads the Confronting Unknowns program at MIT, where he is a program engineer in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Growing up in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania, Jonathan performed applied research and development for the U.S. Army and Navy, and then became a venture founder, investor, and educator. He's the publisher of The End Effector and co-host of Tough Tech Today. Every day is tough tech for me. The premier podcast featuring tech blazers. We talk about the stigma. Having MIT at the table is critical. Let's have a round of applause and a big thank you to Jonathan for coming. Now we're going to try and coordinate the questions with the presentation. Can we go to the first slide, if that makes sense?
We'll take it for a spin here. Let's see.
There we go.
And if not, let's do it. Thank you.
So first question, obviously UAP is something extraordinary when it comes to science, when it comes to our understanding of who we are as humanity, but it is a national security issue, a military issue. And my first question is, what are the challenges that military and security operators face when encountering anomalous phenomena? Jonathan.
Well, there's a lot to it. And first, this is personal opinion. It's not the official position of MIT, but thank you for the shout out. And so something, I guess, is a little bit of a preamble to that is, and we have on the screen there is a recent publication, collaboratively authored by members, many of whom are here and guest speakers as well. And so we'll encourage you to take a look to that, and we'll speak more on that. But part of the motivation for creating an independent activity that we convened at MIT earlier this year was focused on sense making. We call it Confronting of Unknowns, with the motivating factor that a lot of frontline operators of various kinds of experiences that we learned about a lot today have getting in positions of high uncertainty, which are pretty well trained at, but also positions of concern. And I know, I think we could all agree that we want to have safe aerospace, safe things going on above our heads. And so to that's sort of the wedge that we use for this program to help start to get toward the grander challenge of unidentified anomalous phenomena. So how do we get better as sense makers so that, like, our frontline folks, from startup entrepreneurs to military folks to intelligence community members to someone who's working in an observatory, how do they, if they see something they don't recognize and are not sure how to frame it out, how can we try to help them be better as sense makers? Because then we'll all be able to be better sense makers in our respective lines of work. Susan, I'm sure you have much more on that.
Yeah, so the course that met over 2 days back in January. I think we're about 55 people there, representing probably the most diverse group of people I've ever worked with. Everything from former operators in the Navy, in the Air Force, CIA, NASA. We had journalists there. We had disinformation specialists there, people that did content moderation at Twitter. So such a diverse group of people. All working together on this problem intensely, and including a big wargaming exercise that the MIT Wargaming Lab Center put for us, kind of modeled on the New Jersey drones incident, if you remember from a few years ago. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. We were running around yelling at each other. We didn't know which agency had authorization, all the data coming in. We didn't know if it was deepfakes. So really just trying to model out what it's like to be a frontline operator, whether you're operating a 911 call center or you're the
person from the FBI on the front lines that has to like make a decision whether to engage something or send surveillance out. So yeah, it really, I think for all of us, really exposed like where the gaps are in our homeland security infrastructure in the United States. The fact that people from all these different backgrounds in national security, we didn't know the answer. And it really set the stage for us for this project and this framework that we built over the last 6 months collaboratively as a cohort and a team.
And I may take the privilege as sort of moderator panelist that we are not just in the age of disclosure, although shout out Dan Farah for that wonderful Age of Disclosure film. Better than Disclosure Day, in my opinion. I'll take Lou Elizondo, if whoever the star was that, any day. But we are in the age of drones, of drone warfare. And let's learn the lessons that are being taught in blood in Ukraine right now, where they had thousands of drones in sea containers and cars, sheds that were released and devastated the Russian military. Billions and billions of damage was caused by that. And my fear with the UAP phenomena and the pernicious stigma that still surrounds this issue is that we are creating a loophole that adversary nations are leveraging because we ignore, we sweep under the rug any anomalous sighting that we can't explain. And I guarantee you that many, if not most, of those sightings, Langley Air Force Base, for example, that we're seeing are likely Chinese adversarial drones, with China getting prepared to do to us what Ukraine has done to Russia, which would devastate our critical infrastructure, devastate our military facilities. And this is why that stigma is so pernicious, not just to transparency and accountability, but to our very lives. So let's take UAP seriously. Let's not allow a lack of imagination to turn into a lack of freedom.
And I think I mean, the battle lab of Ukraine has certainly taught us a lot, and the lessons learned in blood, and unfortunately, but it's also, we're seeing some of the most acts of innovating and live testing of new kinds of technologies and capabilities, not always for the better. It's just to try that out. And that's something that I think is where we're seeing a shortening of the feedback loop, so to say, on legislation or sort of governmental work, U.S. and other, say, allies abroad that have been trying to get better at, if someone has an idea, say, I'll take a step back, it used to be that, maybe the radio operator would have been the most feared person on the battlefield, but it's becoming a 20-year-old with a really good idea because of the speed of deployment. And so that puts a lot of stress, not necessarily undue stress, on also like the how might we be able to fund and meaningfully, safely deploy these in, like, say, civilian uses too. And so we can get into some of those kind of like dual use elements that there's some sort of sister program work to confronting unknowns at MIT that is about that dual use element of, say, military or government use, whether it's probably, could be a weapon system that's not usually dual use though, but more like on defensive or even like medical systems that can be funded and useful for government work. And also, of course, that kind of commercial or even open source elements in the pursuit of UAP as a grand challenge. It's not a sector, it touches all of it. I mean, it's like AI like 100 million X in terms of its potential impact, but the pursuit of that from a technological, scientific, and other humanities as well, we can have a lot of great sort of off ramps of success in terms of discoveries along the way.
Let's talk about one of those dual use technologies, which is of course sensors. And Susan, maybe if you want to kick us off, what are the technological innovations that could realistically support operators? What capabilities need to be fielded first in this cause?
Yeah, so in the class, after we went through that exercise, we got together as a team and said, well, what do we need to help better support frontline operators? And, we started with a really interesting technical question. This was at MIT. So, and the question was, why is it that we know more about an object 500 light years away from us than one that's 500 feet away? To us, that just seemed absurd. So we really went deep into like the sensor capabilities and like where the gaps are. And I think like what we learned is that what we have to detect things in aerospace are really designed to find three things. They're looking for missiles, they're looking for other aircraft, and they're looking now for drones. So it's not really designed to be able to distinguish, what is like, what's the difference between a balloon and a drone, or what's the difference between like a ball of plasma or a ball of light. That we know this if it's way out somewhere in the cosmos. We don't have that information when it's up close currently. So we began to just really break down these different kinds of sensors. So like most of what we have now are like the visual and kinematic sensors, which is telling us, what does it look like or how is it moving, which is what you do need in the aerospace domain. But to be able to distinguish UAP, there's a couple other kinds of sensors that frontline operators would actually need. So propulsion signatures, or sorry, I can't see it. Composition, what is it made of? So like hyperspectral imagers, that's what they use to like what the composition is of an exoplanet. But we can't tell that difference like up close yet because we haven't deployed these kinds of sensing technologies. So I think that was sort of our starting point as a team, is to say, okay, what would it take for us to build multi-sensor fusion that could be easily deployable for frontline operators that have to make these quick decisions, like, do we need to engage whatever this ball of light is? Do we need to shut down the airport because this is a physical drone, or is it something on a sensor error or something else? So we really just started, that was really our starting point into the deeper analysis that we built from this.
And I think it's something that as a aspirational sense maker is if we get comfortable with saying I don't know, that's not where the thinking stops. That's actually where things begin. Is if we say I don't know, then what comes after that? And we take inspiration, or from colleagues like Tim Lamas and others who have been part of the convening of this program on saying, well, we may take inspiration from how a forensic investigator looks at a crime scene. He or she does not know going in what it may be. They may have a hunch, but they're working through an approach to systematically, in many ways, not necessarily rule in something, but to rule out other elements. And in my experience, that's something that we can get better at. But it really helps. For example, if we're looking at whatever the next UAP flap may be, how might we be better at kind of like just saying, okay, it's not an Airbus H-135 helicopter. Okay, we got that out of the way. Now let's look at what else it could be, and we can start to sort of back ourselves in by removing 90% of the normal stuff and figure out that last trailing 10%. We could then explore some of those other hypotheses a little bit more, sharpened arrow, so to say.
Yeah, the most powerful words in science: I don't know. Yet, it's so difficult for academic orthodoxy to get those three words out of their mouths. It shocks me, the academic community. And sorry to go back to this old chestnut, but I can't stop repeating it because I think it gets worse and worse as time goes on. On the NASA UAP independent study team that I served on, it was primarily comprised of academics. Those academics were attacked. They were threatened in terms of their career. They were told that they wouldn't be able to publish. They were told that they would lose opportunities, or just fired outright. Not for saying that UAP was real, not for saying that there's non-human intelligence, but just for having the temerity to ask the question. What state is science in where simply asking the question results in termination? That's not science. That's not the scientific method. That's the antithesis of science. I should know, I'm a lawyer. So, and let me say too, you can't spell UAV without UAP, at least not if you're a bad speller like me. But again, this is where we see the great crossover on the issue with the sensors. And it's so important that we take these issues seriously. And that's why I applaud the Trump administration and all of our bipartisan members of Congress for pushing this issue, not just because of UAP, but if you're good on UAP, you're going to be good on drones. There's such ancillary benefits to taking this issue seriously. And relative to the sensors, when I did testify before Congress, I noted that at NASA, we would study black holes, we study nebulas. If you used military cockpit cameras to study black holes, we wouldn't know a lot about black holes, would we? Not ideal. We need dedicated sensors to be able to look at the phenomena, to create standardized information, uniform information. And I can't help but note Avi Loeb over there, who has been pushing this for a round of applause for Avi. And Hal Putoff, who's sitting next to him, Hal, and your wife, pushing that we get dedicated resources like Galileo, uniform resources, standardized resources, so that we can really look at this phenomena, create data, and move forward. So,
and something to add on that is that I think that it's not just ideally that like an institution or like big dollar kind of endeavor. I think there's very much a part to play for, say, the aspirational citizen scientist, the backyard, commonly a backyard astronomer, but someone who may also set up their own weather station at home. And why not add some, as we see the price and capability curves starting to get more affordable for more exquisite sensors. It's not going to be military grade, and it shouldn't be military grade, but we can start to get better at positioning what does that like Galileo project kit look like, and are there startup opportunities for new companies to help be able to engage the wheels of capitalism in the way that the United States and others are quite good at, because then we can get so much more wood behind the arrow if that flywheel is engaged, so that we get commercial interests with some safeguards, well aligned with also advancing the kind of scientific and engineering capability development that will kind of help all ships float a little bit higher, I think.
what a wonderful opportunity this is for citizen science. And the citizen science don't come with the bias that I'm seeing from the professional scientists. Again, data, then you study, then you come to a conclusion, not the opposite, which we see far too often.
And we have good analogs for this in the medical community. It's common to have, say, get a radiological image, an X-ray or something, and that physician or that technician will then send it to someone else, some other expert somewhere else who doesn't have the context of what that image is, and how might he or she, that receiving physician, assess it. If we get sort of that double trigger of, hey, yeah, this looks weird, and it looks weird because it's whatever kind of cancer or something, then you have that kind of inherent sort of arm's length kind of analysis that will, I think, really help move things forward much better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the citizen science work in this field is absolutely amazing. Like, we went out and just mapped all of it, all the different ones like Skywatcher and Skinwalker and UAPX. There's Nobel Prize stuff coming out of this, I'd be willing to bet, in the next 20 to 30 years. Like, the discoveries that they're seeing is so cool. Where is academic science? Where's the National Science Foundation? This is like such exciting stuff. And yeah, but you can go into our report and take a look at like all the different sensors they're using and the methods. And yeah, it's such an interesting, to me, it's one of the most interesting things happening in science today, like outside the drones and the national security stuff. Like this is such an exciting field.
You're so spot on. There's this chasm between citizen science and then the orthodox science that we're seeing. And you got to like the price of citizen science as well. I like that price tag that we get from people volunteering their time. Let's go to the really interesting question here. What are the applied sciences or breakthrough technologies that could someday come from the discoveries of UAP? But Susan, do you have some?
Yeah, so this was a tough one. We spent a lot of time digging around in various LLMs trying to figure out what people like Hal have been up to over the decades. And here's what's in the public domain. You can go onto the Defense Intelligence Agency's FOIA reading room and kind of geek out if you really like exotic technology. But there's a whole bunch of different things that the government's been studying on sort of frontier physics and materials, and really interesting stuff in like neuroscience and consciousness. And so there's a whole like range of different kinds of science. And I'm really curious, Mike, because I know you have some connection to this, what do you think is most exciting or interesting from this?
Well, I'm biased, right? So my grandfather worked on the Apollo program. My mother is still a STEM contractor education for NASA. We spend so much time on chemical propulsion and rocketry. It's slow, it's expensive, it's dangerous. If there's
dirty.
It's dirt. Well, yeah, some of it can
I'm
just
the
be
environment
water.
and social person, I have
Yeah,
to say
it can,
it, so.
it can be okay. But if there's a better technology out there that we're missing that could help us explore the universe in a much more robust, safe way, it's such a shame that we would be unable to use it to say nothing of the
Yeah,
national
if we were able
security
to
repercussions.
replicate what UAP are doing, we could get from New York to London in 15 minutes.
Yeah, although I'm convinced United Airlines would still find a way to delay it.
Oh yeah, they will for sure. We'll still have to pay the baggage fee, but.
Absolutely. So that propulsion technology is the most exciting to me. And then we do talk about warp drive and, wormholes, et cetera. But when I was at NASA, Sonny White was doing some of the, real warp drive work. Elon Musk often talks about being interplanetary, right? Going to Mars. So there's something happen on Earth, we could survive. I'm a fan of SpaceX and all that they're doing, did not participate in the IPO. But I think we need a technology, a breakthrough technology like that to truly be an interplanetary species, because I'm concerned it would take hundreds of years, if not thousands, for humanity to be able to survive independently on Mars.
And we look, I mean, it's not a great proxy, but it's kind of the best we have, like looking at, like, say, the patent records to see what might have been disclosed in some ways. And there's for example, the so-called UFO patents, and there's like Salvatore Pais and others that have developed. And it's interesting to read. I'm not vouching for veracity or authenticity or anything, but it's that how can we get better at using things and systems like the patent system, which is, in my opinion, very nicely designed for saying, here, put it out there what you have, and you get very clear rights to use what you define in reduction to method. With the bigger vision is that it entices everybody else who's like, oh, well, that's how you do it. I'm going to innovate something around that. That's where the patent system works really nicely, because it engages more people to explore something. So I'm not saying that like, say, 0-point energy as a line of physics or something does exist or does not, but that as we get better with some of the openness of what has been discovered, there's going to be a lot of sort of happy accidents along the way, the kind of penicillin kind of moments that are like, oh, when a scientist or engineer or someone in their garage is like, that's weird, and they're going to pull that thread figuratively or literally further. We have these useful discoveries, and it's that's why we have things like synthetic biology. It's not just lab grade. I mean, it can start to industrialize the production of complex molecules, because our living world that's what it is doing all the time, is producing very amazing molecules. How might we turn those into little biorobots? I have colleagues that are doing just that. And if we keep pursuing that, there will be uses. A lot of it will be still on the shelf because it's weird, but others will be incredibly changing for us.
So can I ask you, though, relative to UAP-derived technology? So at Redwire, we've got the rollout solar arrays that are powering the International Space Station as we speak. We're the first company to have manufactured a meniscus on the ISS. Who needs a meniscus? I know I could use one. Manufactured heart tissue, cardiovascular tissue on the ISS, liver tissue. We're doing all these wonderful things. We would love to have some UAP-derived technology. We're talking about the benefits of it. For anyone who's interested, or companies, how would one go about getting access to such innovations or technologies? I'm just curious, any thoughts there, Susan? If you
I think a slightly different take is that with one of the problem sets that is not directly UAP related, but is challenging, is how to make the United States and its allies manufacturing better and better. With sort of AI everywhere, what do some of the next sort of end states look like with that? Anomaly detection is very important in that, but also if we have very good artificial machines that are able to ingest all sorts of kinds of data in, say, a manufacturing context, it reduces down to assuming everything is a reverse engineering challenge. We have like nuclear submarines that are old now, and we're trying to figure out, I have this like part, but the people who knew how to make it are basically long gone or retiring soon, or have blueprints. I'm not sure how to actually machine the thing. So you start to view every widget or exquisite UAP thing as a reverse engineering problem that's going to, in my opinion, help us to develop the better algorithms, the better computational resources, the better tolerance for and management of uncertainty, so that we can start to not only make stuff better in manufacturing context, but also hopefully start to continue to triangulate around the many flavors of UAP.
So having been at NASA and now at Redwire, we're very concerned about losing the space race to China in Earth orbit, on the moon. I believe that it is inevitable that the Chinese will outspend us in space. The only recourse we have is to out-entrepreneur the Chinese, which is why public-private partnerships are so important. It's why the SpaceX IPO was so important, generate cash. For UAP-derived technologies, how would you suggest that we engage investors, financing, and even the government to help support these technologies?
Yeah, for private investors and private companies, when I bring up that this is something I'm working on, they're first confused and they say, oh, that sounds interesting. And there's always the same three questions that I get from them. The first one is, does the government have any actual intention of making this something available that the private sector can collaborate with them on if you're not in one of these special access programs? And is it on a dual use pathway? So is the only customer of this technology intended to be the United States government for military asset purposes only? Or is this something that, we do want to have some of these propulsion technologies available to commercial space and to commercial aerospace and airlines? And, is there a bigger market? So that's kind of their first question, is like, is there actually going to be an actual project or product we could build out of this? The second thing they ask us, back one slide, is what is the technology readiness level? Where is this? Is this just an idea that's sitting in a lab somewhere and some physics equations on a page? Or have you actually gone deeper and started doing prototyping? Because in order to bring the private sector in, there has to be a clear pathway to revenue generation. They're not going to sit on a piece of technology that's going to take 50 years to develop and keep pouring their capital in. I think somebody on the national security panel this morning hit the nail on the head, is that the problem with engaging for-profit companies in really deep R&D like this is that if it's not generating revenue fast enough, they're going to take their engineers off it, put them somewhere else on a more immediate contract coming in from the Pentagon they need to respond to. And the project's just going to sit there and die and wither, and the expertise is going to move on with their careers. And you're going to lose your capabilities to be able to work on these technologies over time. So I think we have to be very careful when we say we want the private sector to take on this, and kind of be clear, if we're higher up the TRL level, or, some of the technologies we looked at, like the material sciences, I think in particular, there is a good pathway to, transfer this over earlier in the technology readiness process. But some of the other stuff, it may actually need to go all the way to like level 9, to where it's operational for the military before you can start thinking about the dual use. Part of that is, again, like de-risking it financially for the investors. But it's also, as we'll talk about in a minute, it's a national security concern to be moving some of these technologies outside of a very controlled environment like our military too early. We'll talk about that more in a minute.
Yeah, and my concern too is if there is exotic technology out there that was shared with certain companies and not others, I have a strong suspicion the federal acquisition regulations were not applied fully, and this could result in litigation that would be very interesting. It might be a reason people don't want this issue to come out or move forward. Yeah. You mentioned national security. Why don't we move to that? So, Susan, maybe we can continue with you. What are the national security concerns around studying UAP? Of the 6 observables, which do you think are the most dangerous national security? Because we're always trying to hit this balance, and that's what's so challenging with the UAP topic, that we want transparency, we want accountability. At the same time, many of us are national security professionals, and we don't want to threaten national security or put our friends, brothers, and sisters in any danger. So what do you see like that?
Yeah, I'll just review for people that are sort of new to this topic what the 6 observables are. So these are basically, what do you just observe when you look at what we're calling a UAP? So how do we know this is not a plane, not a helicopter, not a drone, not a ball of plasma light or whatever in the sky, or ball lightning, all these different things. So it's anti-gravity and positive lift, instantaneous acceleration, so it can just take off and just go vertical straight up, or it can just come, stop, turn at very high speeds.
Hypersonic velocity.
Yeah, hypersonic velocity. What are the next two? Yeah, and
so on.
Yeah, basically, it's these 6 observables, and then biological effects, which I think they talked about earlier today, where there's impacts to either the people that get too close to these, or to like plants and animals nearby, where you can document those effects to sort of suggest that you were sort of in contact with something exotic. So that's where this does overlap, obviously, with national security, because the things that are in that highest level of classification would be things like signature management, invisibility cloaking, or hypersonics, where we don't have the capability to be able to intercept if someone was to put a missile or something on one of these things. So I think that's really kind of the biggest concern of that, is like, where does this intersect with these the most serious national security capabilities? And sometimes that's why this can't sort of go out into dual use earlier, because you do have to protect that capability first, at least until the point that there's an effective countermeasure that you're able to mitigate against that, which we can talk about if we have time later. We have done this successfully with other frontier technologies that the military has developed historically. So there is precedent for doing that, but I think we're just not there yet with this.
Jamil, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for each of these observables, individually, they're incredible. If more than one occurs, that's really astounding. And so they're all kind of like, huh. Now, what do we do about it? Well, I think that we have to, it's helpful if there's like, say, the very rigid skeptic that's like, oh, like kind of poo-poos the thing, like, oh, that doesn't make sense, and discounts it, kind of mental shutdown or mental foreclosure. There's others, and I think like Avi Loeb and Halputoff also being in this camp of saying, well, what would need to be true for this to occur? And so, for example, you may not be self-fashioned as a scientist or engineer, but maybe you're a welder, or you play with lasers or something. I've literally asked folks who are incredible welders or incredible optics experts and said, well, what would it take? Let's say, hypothetically, there's some sort of like tic-tac shaped object and there's no seams on it, but seemingly with some sort of command, it's able to open up, a doorway or window or something. What would need to be true for that to happen? And these kind of, my opinion, these kind of healthy thought experiments with folks who know their respective domains very well can start to say, well, okay, this needs to be like, how do we get the items aligned and then sort of partition those out? Well, we might need to have some form of perfect control, like electromagnetic control, to be able to position those at the atomic level. Is it impossible? We don't necessarily can't say for sure that it's impossible. We have no idea of how to do that, but that starts to put in like a little dashed line of possibilities of where, if we start to engage more of the research and development community, then we can start to again have a potential happy accident that some welder is somewhere like thinking, 10 years later, maybe I don't know how to make the tic-tac thing, but I know how to do something else that has that idea of this kind of like perfect control mechanism, and then we would have the benefit as a nation and as a society.
Can I pick at a word that you're using, we? I think the UAP issue redefines what we means. Really 2 issues on Capitol Hill that can be bipartisan, I think, bring us together in a unique way: space exploration and UAP. Now, those are the only issues where you're going to see Tim Burchett and AOC working together. And it goes beyond uniting us as Americans. This should unite the world. And when I was at NASA, it was the privilege really of my lifetime to develop, lead, implement the Artemis Accords, which now has 68 countries as of this morning, with Botswana joining. And it's so important that we push back against this myth that I know no one in this room believes, but that UAP is an American phenomenon, that it only occurs here. When I was a member of the UAP Independent Study Team, we had CNES, the French space agency, briefing us. They were actually taking it seriously. This is a phenomenon that occurs globally. And I think it would be wonderful, as we talk about sensors, that we go out to all Artemis Accord signatories and ask them to share UAP with us. We're not just talking about national security, we're talking about global security for us as a species. And I hope we reach out in that fashion. Let's move over to implementation. So we've talked about a lot of ideas, a lot of hopes, lot of actions we think should be taken, but what has to happen to make this progress real?
Yeah, so if you look at the slide that's up there now, this is what I think we've been talking about all morning is how do we get this out of these special access programs and into, bring more people into this conversation. And I think what's great about this is that we already have that architecture in place. We have an amazing dual use finance and entrepreneurship ecosystem here in the United States and across our allies. And if you think about security, really, it's a spectrum. So at the highest level are these WAVE special access programs where only a few people in Congress may even know about it and a few hundred scientists maybe, all the way down to what we talked about earlier, like full open innovation science where you just take information out there, you do prizes and challenges and anybody from anywhere in the world can contribute. And, maybe if we put X numbers of billions towards this, we could crack this thing in 10 years, but we're going to completely lose control of the technology if we do that. So you have to find this nice middle ground. And I think it's really great that we have all these other levels where we can really customize this. And, as I mentioned before, as we get more of the safeguarding in place, we can open it up to even lower down the chain, going from, the classified to the controlled unclassified to sort of the blended models. Like DARPA has a really good blended model where you can bring people in some parts and not in others. To just sort of like academic labs where it's just being restricted to US citizens and a basic background check. So depending on the sensitivity level of the technology, there are so many different ways that we could structure this going forward.
And there's something with like on the dual use aspects of, and in this case, dual use, I'll use that as like sort of a government oriented, usually like sort of military oriented and like a commercial kind of thing, that anything could be considered dual use. Scissors, a set of scissors could be considered dual use. If you ask random people, like, hey, what do you think if we gave that person on the street a set of scissors? Good, bad, don't care, how should we regulate it? There's a lot of like, it depends elements to that. And I think that's something that we are getting better at sort of appreciating how complex that can be, why just say full open of here's all the patents and research papers that have been classified for decades and decades, why that could be problematic, right? I think we can appreciate that. But also it makes it so that yes, a set of scissors can save lives. It can do a lot of good too. So how do we get better at that? We have some ways. I think.
Jamie, I talked about the stigma a little bit, particularly in academia. And we talk about getting new institutions engaged and getting existing institutions engaged with the topic. I'm just curious, your personal experience sitting there at MIT, have you faced pushback for engaging this topic? Have there been threats? Have they been open? Because my concern is overclassification and overcompartmentalization. And by the way, we see this far beyond the UAP issue. As a defense contractor, nothing hurts our national security like the overbreadth, overuse of classification. It's counterproductive to national security, and UAP is a great example of that. And the concern is we don't have MIT engaged. We don't have Harvard, maybe not Harvard. We don't have MIT engaged. And how do we get those institutions to take the issue seriously? And what was your own personal experience in this? And then we'll go to Susan with you as well.
Yeah, thank you for asking. And Susan, and I could laundry list all the names. I did, Victoria, Sri, Ryan, Tim, Mike, et cetera, who have helped to make our confronting unknowns independent activity a thing, and so much appreciated. But in terms of my experience and sort of interest and receptive to openness to things we don't know, and recognizing that and how to approach that, decades long, but over the past year or so, looking at how might we, and the time is right, in my opinion, to run a program within the Institute during a special period called Independent Activities Period. It's in January at MIT. And it's a way to try something new in my opinion, in a crucible of research and innovation and deployment of new technologies. So where we're very good at working on interdisciplinary problems and multidisciplinary, and so how do we phrase that? We're not like, we positioned it as like, well, it's not like saying, can I try to figure out the origins? This is China, this little green men, these are like future humans or from another dimension. Maybe, I don't know. But The focus then is on something we can all care about, like national security, advanced technology development, and safe aerospace. Knowing that the big kahuna target areas, like the challenge area, is UAP. But walking that back, what do I do tomorrow to start to make headways on that? And it's to look at how do we broadly and we as individual experts in our respective fields start to do sense making, because in my opinion, that's a teachable leadership skill. Whether you want to go build an e-commerce company or create a dog walking app, or you want to figure out where the aliens are or how UAP can do multiple different kinds of observables. Either way, you're doing the exercise, the practice of sense making. I think that's teachable, and to use a line that we have from the program is, your mind is a critical system, so use it. Learn how to improve the mind thinking. Everybody can do that, and in your own expertise, it'll play out. It's kind of an empowerment thing.
Susan?
Yeah, and I think the best way to engage academia, especially in the current science funding landscape, is create named funds for studying the biggest mysteries, the biggest anomalies in these fields. And this touches so many different fields. Physics is obviously the big one, but you know what the other big one is earth science. Oh my God, we're gonna learn so much about this planet and the other life that's here today, that's always been here, that was here in the past. There's so many amazing things that are gonna come out of this research. Consciousness, neuroscience. The world is going to change so much after disclosure. And we need scientists to be involved, because, you know, our current president or whoever is next, whenever this or the next one, whoever, you know, comes up to the stage someday and says it, no one's going to believe it until, you know, they see the peer-reviewed science, and it's going to come out of that community that, you know, this is real, it's been validated. So, you know, we need to start just by saying that this is a valid area of science, and we are going to fund it. And there's lots of different models also quickly that you can do besides just academia. There's one called focused research organizations, where basically it's almost like a DARPA style challenge. You set up a nonprofit, and then over like 5 to 7 years with maybe $20 to $70 million in funding, you tackle a really big problem. So that could be like mapping the connectome of the brain, or they have one now called Echo Labs, which is looking at multi-sensor fusion monitoring forests. So there's different kinds of like ways you could organize this, that rather than it being stuck in some, you know, SAP program or in a corporate silo that's going to get cut next time there's a quarterly downsizing. You know, we have dedicated funding to specifically solve these problems with scientists that want to devote themselves full-time for 5 to 7 years to really tackle some of the big challenges that we put up here today. So I think that really is the call to action, is that this needs to be a priority, you know, for the United States government and our science funders, that this is the greatest, you know, scientific discovery of our lifetimes, maybe of all time, and we need to fund it, support it appropriately.
Well said. And speaking of science, and with apologies in advance for running a few minutes over, I am from the space industry. Blowing up schedules is what we do. It's funny because it's true. I do want to take a moment to talk about an extraordinary project that's being done under the auspices of the Disclosure Foundation, where it's my pleasure to lead an effort where we are going to go through the NASA archives to conduct a review for UAP. Thank you so much. This was a recommendation that was made explicitly by the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. It was later supported by the research director for UAP at NASA, but has not been implemented. We are going to solve that issue and conduct a comprehensive review of what we've got open source. Now, look, we all spend a lot of time declassifying data, going after things that are hidden, secrets, but there is a treasure trove of open, available data that could help us unlock this mystery. In the first tranche of material that was released by the Department of War, there was the image of triangular craft or lights in a triangular formation that was released. That image had been sitting in the archives for decades, almost a half century, but goes ignored. And this is why it's so important for us to delve in what's likely a treasure trove of data in what's just publicly available, and to leverage new technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, to be able to conduct a comprehensive review. What's the worst that happens here? We discover some sort of incredible new scientific phenomena. We discover adversarial spacecraft. And boy, do we ever have a murderers row, the Avengers of UAP science, beginning with Dr. Monali Derek-Shani, who's here. Let's have a round of applause. Monali, there he is. He's standing up. And by the way, you talk about the scientific stigma. There is someone who lost their job, again, not for saying that UAP is extraterrestrial. I watched the interview that Monali did. He was almost lawyer-like in avoiding coming to a conclusion, but they fired him anyway. And I am so grateful to him and his courage and people like him who are willing to stand up to academic orthodoxy, to fight for the truth, to fight for accountability, and to fight for the scientific method. Begin with study, get the conclusion. And he's done some tremendous work looking at anomalies on the moon. Second, unfortunately, she's not here, but here in spirit is Dr. Beatrice Villarreal. Let's have a round of applause for Beatrice. Now, I talk about the struggles with academia. Beatrice got peer-reviewed research on UAP. How often do we ever see that? And by going through the NASA archives, we can help bolster the work that she's done, look at more anomalies, and, you know, more than anything, what we've got in the archives now, that's about to increase exponentially. We have a terrific, young, energetic, dynamic new administrator of NASA in Jared Isaacman. And if anyone has been following, he has said, we are going to land on the moon monthly, every month. And with the sensors and the cameras that we have on those spacecraft, we will be able to gather data in cislunar space on the moon, the likes of which we have never seen before. So I am so excited of working with Beatrice, of working with Monali, Dr. Travis Taylor. Where are your Travis Taylor fans out there? Travis, we held our first organizational meeting. Travis was telling me about finding Saturn blueprints in friends' barns in Huntsville. Like, this is the state, unfortunately, sometimes of the archives, but we're so excited to implement this very important recommendation of the UAP task force and to collaborate with our friends at NASA who have been just wonderful, and to brief the FBI, the UAP task force here in Congress, the public, and to leverage citizen science. That I'm just describing the leadership team. The real work will be done by the citizen scientists, as well as corporations that will be volunteering their capabilities with AI and ML. We are so, so excited to beginning this effort. So with that, I want to thank again the Disclosure Foundation. I want to thank our two fantastic panelists. Thanks to everyone here in the room. Let's make every day Disclosure Day.
All right, we are moving into our final panel. We're going to talk about financial impacts, risks, and opportunities. Joining me as moderator are Pippa Malmgren, economist, I would say geopolitical macro strategist, former special assistant to the president for economic policy at the National Economic Council, and Matthew Tuttle, the CEO of Tuttle Capital Management. Thank you so much for joining us today. I am really excited, even though apologies, we're running a little bit shorter on time than we were hoping for. Such is life. Let's talk about the narrative out there that, oh, if we were to disclose what we know about non-human intelligence, that the markets would crash, the riots in the streets, dogs and cats living together. When I've been interviewed about this, as having a background in finance and investments, I try to counterbalance the narrative by saying, okay, let's look at some facts. How much did the markets crash when Trump issued his executive order about releasing everything we have on alien intelligence? They were flat to up. What happened in each of the latest releases of data? They were flat to up. What's happened since 2017 or 2023? If we had had our money in the S&P 500, you would have done quite well. Those are facts. I'm not sure, what the sort of the R squared, if you will, is on that, how much explanatory power those facts have, but those are still facts that have to be contended with. And not dealing with a circular narrative that, oh, this is disruptive, therefore there will be financial calamity, and there will be financial calamity because it's disruptive. This sort of circular reasoning drives me bananas. So Pippa, what I'd like to do is discuss, you have an incredible, I first learned about you actually through the Grant Williams podcast, because I'm a huge finance nerd, and I subscribe to that. Your conversations with him about the global macro strategies are wonderful. Feel free to invite Grant also to be a part of the Disclosure Foundation. So I'd like you to tee up sort of the global macro perspective on this and maybe explain for the audience what that means. And then Matt, I'm super interested with you as a market practitioner with an ETF, which stands for Exchange Traded Fund, which is a financial product you can invest in. Anybody in this room can invest in that. How you're tactically approaching this subject with your firm. So please, Pippa, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing us all together. This is quite an extraordinary gathering. Look, humanity is at this extraordinary moment where we are expanding our scientific discovery, our technological innovation at a speed and scale that hasn't really been experienced perhaps since the Industrial Revolution. We are effectively putting prosthetics deep into space that'll extend the capacity of our eyes to see far into the galaxy, and also deep into subspace to see what is happening at the level of atoms, electrons, and even subatomic particles. Naturally, as we expand our spectrum of perception, we are seeing more things that we didn't either acknowledge before or know about before. And so there's a kind of ontological issue arising just from this discovery process. In markets, in financial markets, and indeed for civilization, it is this process of scientific discovery and technological innovation that raises standards of living, that allows us to solve problems, and therefore it is civilizationally critical that we do this. If we look at the issue this way, then the problem we have is not that the markets panic. It is the obstacles to the discovery process. It is perhaps harsh to say, but maybe important to say, as a financial market person and as someone who's worked in the national security world, as was mentioned earlier in the day, the congressional staffer who is the obstacle to progress is the national security problem. The scientists who refuses to allow science to be used to address these matters is the national security problem. And in fact, these attitudes and people are a civilizational drag. So this is critical for markets, because if we're going to maintain the pace of discovery and innovation, we have to remove these obstacles to progress. We have to stop allowing the people with the greatest skepticism to define the speed at which we proceed, and instead allow those making the greatest advances to define the speed at which we proceed. As someone who's worked in geopolitics as well, it's quite extraordinary that we look at something like the current geopolitical stress over the Strait of Hormuz, and we think that's a serious problem, which it is. But here we have a world where it seems that we're perhaps firing on phenomena that we don't understand. And as the daughter of an American ambassador who was long involved in the dialogue with the Soviet Union, we usually talk to our opponents. Firing on something we don't fully understand might not be the best way to begin a conversation with something that might possibly be intelligent, or maybe even more intelligent than us. But not only that, this comes to a bigger issue, which is central to the markets right now, which is the definition of what is intelligence. And of course, we are finding that extraordinary things from slime to mushrooms have intelligence. We're surrounded by non-human intelligence. We've just used artificial intelligence to crack one of the whale languages. And what was so amazing is that we found out these whales have a nickname for the marine biologists that study them. And those marine biologists were so excited about their nickname. They're like, what's the nickname for me? And I'm like, did anyone ask the whale what it has to say? No, because our ego is in the way. So if we can't even recognize that we are living in an environment that is teeming with non-human intelligence, how can we begin the discussion of what constitutes the kind of non-human intelligence that might be a national security risk? Very difficult. So this is why I say the issue for the markets is not the sudden discovery that all of this is real. And when I talked to my daughter, she said to me when I said I'm first going to start writing about this issue, some serious things are happening in the US Congress. She said, Mom, everybody already knows. I said, what do you mean they already know? She said, it's your generation that doesn't have a clue. Young people have an iPhone in their pocket that has more computational power than we needed to get a human on the moon. They are using artificial intelligence, and they're making discoveries at an extraordinary pace. It's perhaps a generational issue that the older generation is still stuck in ways of thinking that are no longer applicable. So I just put that on the table that we need this pace of scientific discovery and technological innovation to continue. We are discovering new materials that we never knew about before. We're discovering new definitions of what is sentient, what is life. Artificial intelligence is fascinating because we are racing towards artificial and general intelligence and putting massive sums of money behind it, while at the same time trying to pretend there's no other non-human intelligence. That does seem ironic. And that is the central issue right now in the financial markets. As we know, day to day, we're all looking at, have the markets overbought artificial intelligence, but not able to discuss non-human intelligence. How interesting.
So there's this, people use the term petrodollar, right? Oh, it would be the end of the petrodollar regime if we were to come out with this technology that would have, boundless energy, for example. But it appears we're already moving towards that with artificial intelligence, which you mentioned, which everyone, on balance, seems to be fine with, and we're doing it. Let's put it that way, regardless if people seem to be fine with it. How does that also have as we move into a do you think that moves into a post-petrodollar situation where we have to rethink the economics of scarcity? And how do you relate these two things? These words are kind of used together in AI, UAP, and finance land. So I'm curious how you think about that and differentiate it.
Yeah, let me just give you an example. In Austin, Texas, we have already a company that I won't say the name because, well, no, it doesn't matter. We're not in a financial market context here. Anyway, Oklo Atomics, very interesting. They have created a small modular reactor with fewer than 300 engineers in less than 365 days. So the traditional view that to create a new nuclear power plant is $30 billion in 30 years has just been completely decimated by what they're doing. That's happened in part because the governor of the state just said, go. So that's already here. Then we already are seeing other companies, Valor Atomics in California, that have created small modular reactors using triso fuel that are movable. So now you can have a nuclear power plant wherever you want it. You can put it in a plane and shift it to some other location. Nuclear fusion, which everyone has said is 50 years away, is no longer 50 years away. And as artificial intelligence does millions, if not billions, of simulations, and we create the new materials necessary for containment, that's making immense progress too. So the old argument that the UAP technology is potentially so destabilizing to society because it might drop the price of energy to nothing is already happening anyway. And honestly, as an economist, if you're going to give me elements to play with, very inexpensive energy is a gift. It is a massive driver of growth and productivity. So wonderful for the markets. And for those that are in traditional energy sources, there are a bunch of other competitors too. We're starting to see space-based solar power as something, already we have Google saying in 3 years we'll be doing that for data centers that are off Earth. So this is no longer science fiction. These are happening in real time. So a lot of the old excuses why, oh my gosh, markets will panic, are just literally disintegrating before our eyes.
So, Matt, how does this translate into actionable opportunity for you as a market practitioner? I am assuming that your ETF isn't just 100% allocated to naked puts on the market and betting on complete and utter failure. How do you translate that? How do you think about what are the opportunities, the risks? I think about this in terms of a lot in terms of off-balance sheet liabilities as well as off-balance sheet assets. So, and maybe you can help the audience understand like what that means and how that's integrated into your market philosophy.
Yeah. So, first off, we don't believe that disclosure leads to a market sell-off. We do teach people you should always have tail risk protection. This is not a tail risk as I see it, unless disclosure is, hey, they're here and oh, remember Independence Day. That's a different story. But I don't see that. So we're looking at this as thematic investors. And the best way to make money on a theme is you've got to be early. You've got to be in it when nobody else is thinking about it. So, coming from where I sit, I look at the Tic Tac video where everyone else is, who's flying that thing, which is really interesting. And it's an important question. For me, it's what's the power source? Because it's nothing like anything that we know of that exists. And that could create the biggest investment opportunity that I've ever seen. And I've been doing this since 1981. I've seen the internet. We're seeing what's going on with AI right now. But when you look at the potential of cheap, free, whatever it is, energy, that is entirely transformational. And so what we teach investors is something we call the thematic investment hierarchy. So you start off with, all right, what is the theme? So if I look at it, all right, the theme is free or near free energy. Propulsion is also interesting to me. And, and I'm sure there are a bunch of other technologies as well, but the free energy one, or the near free energy, is the one that's really transformational. So we start off with, who are the obvious winners? And the obvious winners, barring lawsuits, people going to jail, the defense primes. But then you've got to look at it beyond that. So, if this technology does get surfaced, if it gets made available for commercial use, what other companies are going to have to be brought in? So who are the suppliers to the winners? Who are the suppliers to the suppliers? And you keep peeling that onion down and down and down. And that's how we look at it in our UFOD ETF. And, again, I'm looking at this as potentially the most explosive opportunity that I've ever seen. So I'm excited about it.
Thank you. And, yeah. So at the Disclosure Foundation, I've tried to leverage my background on Wall Street to really penetrate the street with this conversation. So we've gone to very large investment banks. We've gone to very large investment managers to try and have this conversation. Part of our mission is education and advocacy. And so we want to be able to go into the centers of power in New York City and say, hey, you really should be paying attention to this. It is in your own best interest to pay attention to this. So what conversations have you been having, if any, with these asset managers? What would you say to them? And well, yeah, let's just leave it there.
Yeah, look, the asset managers are already on this, and briefings are already happening. It was at the SALT hedge fund conference that, Carl Nell made his sort of initial announcement. The key thing is, again, investors are trying to figure out exactly what you're doing. Where is that performance opportunity? So a major question is, number one, will China announce it first? So we may have our hangups. We may have our view that the US government has the answers, which actually I'm not so convinced. I think they may have a lot of data. They may have a lot of insight, but do they have answers? And maybe we actually already have a lot of answers in the general public. As was discussed in the previous session, citizen scientists to just people who have had experience with this phenomena. I find it very interesting and strange that here in the United States, we have based our entire legal and justice system on the importance of the witness, except on this subject, in which case all the witnesses are crazy.
Exactly
right. Right.
And the market doesn't care how you define evidence or how you define data.
The market doesn't care. So they're just looking for who's got the answer to this thing. And that may come out of the Middle East, where they do not have the hang up that we do have in the United States, either from a national security perspective or from a kind of religious theological perspective as well. There's a greater openness, and frankly, the rest of the world did not have a Cartesian split. So they didn't separate mysticism from science. They can see the world in a more holistic way and therefore study it more comprehensively. So financial markets are just looking for what you're looking for, which is who's got the answer to this. And that's where we want to invest the dollars behind it. And I think that here in the US, we may be getting too hung up in this idea that government is to disclose to us, especially since, by the way, we've already had at least 4 press conferences, one from the White House saying it's real, but somehow people haven't clocked it, right? And you're like, how many times do you have to be told? They're looking for something more. So I think the more likely source of the answer is going to be crowdsourcing.
I wish I was talking to the people you're talking to, because everyone I talk to thinks I'm crazy.
I'll need to introduce you. But
please. Yeah, no, I see the asset management industry as one really where people don't take risks. And I mean, except for the hedge funds. But, they want to stick around the consensus. So they'll get into this once it's already out and once a lot of the opportunity has passed them by. I mean, they'll be forced to, but the people I'm talking to by and large are just looking at kind of what's in front of them. It's AI, it's memory, it's photonics. They're not looking 3 to 5 years out, unfortunately, which again creates opportunities for those of us who do.
There is an issue with compression of time. So it used to be that fund managers waited until an idea was commercialized, it had cash flows, it had profits, it had customers, and they left venture capital to a different group would do deep tech when you didn't know whether it would actually work. But now the time from an idea or a discovery to commercialization is so compressed that even the big fund managers no longer can wait. They're having to jump in earlier. And we're talking about paradigm changing ways of thinking here. So even if they're not investing, they have to understand the world in a different way than they did before. So this is why I think a conversation is absolutely happening in the financial sector, but maybe perhaps always gently, quietly, just making sure everybody's kind of on board with the conversation so they don't think you're crazy.
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry. I think I'm the only one who's out there being loud about it.
No, not at all, not at all.
But then again, I've done like inverse Kramer, inverse Kathy Wood. I don't mind, I don't mind ruffling feathers.
The fact that you are the inventor of the inverse Kramer ETF. I'm a value investor by training, and that just delights me to no end that our paths have overlapped. So let's talk about actionable steps. I've tried to take these ideas and think about how to leverage them in those conversations with the large financial institutions. And I've tried to, in doing so, appeal to their interests. One example of that for me is, hey, you've got this 500-page credit agreement. You've got this 100-page insurance agreement. In these agreements, you've got your SEC filings where you have to enumerate your risks, right? It seems to me it would be so easy, such low-hanging fruit, given the fact base we have from the disclosures that have already happened. It would be so easy to just add in extra protections into your risk section. It would be, or an insurance policy. Insurance policies have these language in there about protection against war, against acts of God. My joke in these meetings is I think you should add language about acts of gods into these insurance documents. So because that if someone, if this happens, someone is going to file a claim in court that says that this contract is null and void because of this sort of acts of God type of risk. That's an example of how do you take something actionable and do it in the market? What do you guys think are specific actionable steps or catalysts, if you will, for thinking about this?
Yeah, I mean, two things. First off, as I said before, I think you should always have tail risk protection in your portfolio, regardless of what's going on. How you do that beyond the scope of what we're talking about, but you should always have that. The second piece is, if I'm wrong about 0 Point Energy and this being an investment opportunity, you've still got the theme of the convergence trade, where old kind of military was big tanks, big ships, fast planes. Now that's being replaced by drones, anti-drones, lasers, eventually robots, all integrated with AI. So you're seeing this convergence between traditional military and all the different aspects of AI. So I do think that is something that should be in your portfolio as well.
I think markets too are trying desperately to discount. Markets are very good at discounting the future. There's no question about that. But maybe having a hard time with simple problems like, are these drones earthly peer competitors? If yes, then our inability to do anything about it presents a different risk scenario for how geopolitics may play out than if we're dealing with something that's not our peer adversaries. One has to think about that piece of this puzzle. I think as well, in financial markets, you mentioned sort of the money side of it. And one of the interesting things happening right now, which has been announced by the new chairman of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, who was my deputy in the White House, is we are shifting the entire economy onto digital rails, onto accounting systems where we have full transparency and clarity of what transactions happened when and where. The way the American budget has been managed for many decades is through incredible obscurity, incredible opacity, incredible lack of explanation as to where has the money gone. If a lot of the money has gone into these sorts of issues, then how will we manage as that becomes more transparent? Can we continue to have the investment in this kind of cutting edge technology without having to have black budgets, black programs, SAPs, et cetera? Because those are going to become infinitely more difficult in a totally transparent environment.
Yeah, I'm enjoying trying to integrate what each of you are saying. And it's reminding me of conversations that I've had with Anna Brady Estevez. So Anna Brady is sitting in the audience somewhere. She has a background in this. She has a firm called American Deep Tech. She's on the advisory board of the Disclosure Foundation. And your thoughts about, as Anna and I have talked, it echoes those conversations, because I think what's currently being underestimated is the technology development cycle. So you have the rapid compression of going from scientific research to R&D to developing a beta or an MVP, a minimum viable product, and then scaling. Like in the conversations I've had with Anna and what's going on in her world, it's like people are concerned about that we're way far out on the curve. And because of these updates, that curve is really compressing in terms of what we would call the J curve of that investment. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, no, completely. And what's very concerning, and I think two elements of this. What's very concerning is it's hard for markets to discount information if information is not being put in front of them. So I thought it was interesting here earlier today when we had members of the mainstream media here, and they were given the opportunity to ask questions, and there was total silence. And I thought, if the President of the United States walked in and his socks didn't match, they would be leaping over each other to ask him questions about his mental well-being. But faced with something that is extraordinarily consequential for the course of human history, not a single question.
And contrast that with what was happening outside the room, just for the audience for the folks that aren't here today, quite the contrast.
Right. So the thing is, media needs to report what is happening. We have, for the first time in history, the President of the United States has ordered the declassification of many, many decades of history. This is very consequential. To have it not reported is also consequential. And I would like to just shout out to Lesley Klein, who wrote, an article that totally changed our understanding. So this is a problem for markets if the media will not report what is actually happening, number one. Number two, we have extremely senior scientists with extremely high level security clearances, both in the United States and in China, who seem to be going missing. Statistically, it seems highly unlikely that all these people disappear all at once under strange circumstances. For people in markets, the concern is, okay, are we in a situation where there's an obstacle to the technological process that's so severe that people are being removed? That's a serious problem for civilization, for financial markets. The fact that it took a long time to even get any investigation is a problem for the ability of markets to discount the future. And honestly, when we talked earlier about Well, we talked earlier about the obstacles. I would just leave on the table that every time someone blocks progress, whether it's refusing to process paperwork or whether it's by making threats and doing intimidation, this should be traceable. One should be able to go back and ask, who pulled the pension from the whistleblower? Who asked for a particular outcome? Who organized either the character assassination or the actual assassination? These are not small issues in a world where the technology that is being invented by humans may challenge wherever this technology came from non-humans. And maybe the last thing to say to draw people's attention to is the Genesis mission. I think very few people even know about it, but fundamentally it's all about the White House effectively ordering that all of the national labs where so much of the research and work at the cutting edge of technology has happened since the Second World War. They have never had that data open to review internally. People don't talk to each other, let alone across the labs. But the Genesis mission is about bringing artificial intelligence, connecting the data within the labs and across the labs. And I think in that process, we're going to discover a whole bunch of new technologies. But against the backdrop of, are we also seeing a whole bunch of our most important scientists suddenly disappear? This is a national security issue. It is a civilizational issue.
Thank you. Matt, we're a little over time. We have this room until 4:30, but I wanted to give you any final thoughts you have for the audience.
Yeah, just to what Pippa said, analysts can't model what they don't know. And there's so much out there that is unknown. And again, that's where, in my mind, we've got a massive opportunity, if you're a thematic investor.
Roger that. Thank you so much for having this conversation, and I hope we could have many more about this. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we have just a few minutes left here. We have this room until about 4:30 before we get kicked out. I want to dedicate my closing remarks here to discussing something we haven't talked about much yet today, and something I wish was talked about more here and more broadly, which is whistleblower support and whistleblower protection. So our organization, we've had a wonderful team of volunteers who has done this work. We have had extremely limited resources, and we are finally coming with events like this to try and make a difference, to try and advance the conversation. And now that we are in a position to do so, we are very excited the three parts of our mission are, there's policy research, right? There's legal, there's litigation for FOIA, there's whistleblower support, pro bono representation, and then education and advocacy. So on the whistleblower support portion of that, that is something we take seriously and take broadly. And we are very excited to announce and fortunate to announce now that we're in a position to do so, the first ever disclosure grant. And so please welcome to the stage Dylan Borland, Matthew Brown, and Jeff Nuccitelli. The Disclosure Foundation believes in leading from the front on this topic, these gentlemen, and being collaborative, these gentlemen have created an organization called the Vanguard Enterprise, and we are incredibly excited to announce our first grant from the Disclosure Foundation for $10,000 to the Vanguard Enterprise. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll be brief. It's been a long day and very informative. But first, just have to say thank you to Jordan and the entire UAP Disclosure Foundation, not just for your generous donation to Vanguard, which I'm proud to say you're the first organization to support us, and hope there'll be many more, but also for putting on this historic event. UFO, UAP, NHI, disclosure, government transparency. It's no longer fringe, it's no longer outside. It is here quite literally in the halls of power. We're in the Kennedy caucus room, and I just cannot express how exciting that is for me to see and be a part of. Vanguard was founded based on the direct experience of Dylan, myself, and others, some who are public and others who are not, which is that there's a critical and urgent need to support whistleblowers on the UAP topic who come forward, really risk it all, and continue to pay the price, and cannot afford to wait for government to catch up. We have families, or we want to start families. The need is now and urgent, and that is why civic society, I'm proud to say, is stepping up and here to help. So we're building an organization that not just will help us, but I think empower voices to go out there and spread the good word. As they go out to their communities, they feel stable and respected and welcomed. That can only do good for the movement as a whole. You know, one of the bright spots in this journey has been the outflowing of support from people who want to help, whether that's you know, offering their time, their expertise, or just wanting to get involved. It's frankly too much. And what Vanguard will hopefully do in the coming months and years is channel that support in an organized way so that it goes to where it's needed most. The legal, financial, medical, psychological, and community needs of UAP whistleblowers and their families. So thank you again to the UAP Disclosure Foundation for helping that dream to start to come true. And thank you to all our supporters here and out there who have been with us and will continue to be with us. And to close, I just want to end with an old adage, which is that the flame of knowledge is kept alight and passed on generation by generation by a relatively thankless, small few who are warriors for the truth in their time, and make sure that that truth goes forward into the next cycle of humanity. And, you know, the lesson I take away from that is that at the center of all of this is the human factor. Disclosure is about us. It's not just the science, it's not just the wonder or the institution, organizations, conspiracies, and competition. It's very human, it's very personal. And at the center of that are the experiencers, the abductees, the people at the fringe of society who experience this whether they want to or not, and have for far too long been marginalized and silenced. And I think that is starting to change culturally, but it took a lot of work to get here. And while it's before my time, I can only imagine the sort of darkness and isolation others went through dealing with those sort of extraordinary experiences in a sometimes cruel and unbelieving world. So I just want to take a moment to thank one of those people, and there are many, but one person who, you know, gave a voice and a platform, and more than that, counsel and comfort to experiencers and abductees. And he's here today, and that's Mr. Stryber. Thank you, Whitley.
Thank you. It has been a rather long journey. I can remember the beginning of it, staring into the face of a jeering host on a television set under the bright lights alone, and then going home in the night and coming face to face with the very thing that they were laughing about. But you're not laughing, and I'm so glad you are here. Keep up the good work. We will become a cosmic species.
Thank you. And with 3 minutes left to go, that was not expected. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for coming today. I, again, want to say especially thank you to the volunteers at our organization for helping put this together. Please give them another round of applause. And especially gratitude for running this circus. Thank you.
Well, we're losing the feed, or it's freezing up. But yeah, that was. Let me mute that sound. So I'll leave the video up while we. Oh, it's over. Okay. So, what did you think of it? That was 7.5 hours of the first disclosure forum in 2026 that the Disclosure Foundation put together. They ended with a grant, their first grant of $10,000 that went to the Vanguard enterprise, which is, I think, to help whistleblowers. They had Matthew Brown, Dylan Borland, and Frank Nucitelli, who I think are part of that Vanguard Enterprises, and that's an effort to help the whistleblowers with legal fees and things like that. Help them to come forward with the information. I will go through some of it. We had a little bit of audio difficulties, not from my end, but from their end, that happened. The man that was talking about, his name is Carlos Iyer. He was talking about the religion, which I talked about a little bit. Then we had this society and psychological perspective, how people process the unprecedented. And Janice Vilhauer was talking, again, the audio was kind of hard to hear. But she was talking about how UAP disclosure will affect or impact people, the psychology in this society. So let's see, she said that the mediating factors are communication and institutional trust that influence resiliency. And I guess resiliency is the ability to bounce back from some kind of trauma or information maybe that might be traumatic, like UAP disclosure. She says the delivery also matters, and that the media environment is important. She showed a video of a newscast where she called it the giggle effect. And that's where people start talking about UAP and they giggle about it. And that's the reason for that psychologically, is that it protects their reputation, because UAP has been treated non-seriously for so long that people are concerned about their reputations. So she said that stigma is harmful, and misinformation and limits the medical care that people will get. So like she was recommending that there be a system set up to help the mental health population, because she says that if this disclosure happens and people start reacting to it, they may overburden the medical system with issues and things like that. So she says that across the spectrum, you know, she said the average person, it might be easier to adapt to this information about disclosure, but that the more vulnerable populations may have a harder time. And those are the people that have a high tolerance for uncertainty, people with high anxiety or other mental illnesses, marginalized populations, and people that believe in the end of times or have catastrophic beliefs. Those are the populations that may have the hardest time adapting to the information that UAP exists, UFOs exist, ETs are real. So she wants to develop a national mental health task force to kind of corral all of the mental health professionals to help them like identify, because they haven't been trained in situations where people have had UAP experiences, whether it's abductee situations or they saw something or just they contact them. So she says that the mental health mental health professionals need to kind of get together, and also that there needs to be a communication system to help people prepare for this information. My nose is dirty. Okay. All right. So what else? She said that the mystery of the UAP will be resolved, and it's all about how we trust people, how we treat people is what's important. Then the next section that they talked about was with Mike Gold and Jonathan Miller and Susan Winterberg. They were with MIT and talking about that we are in a age of drone age of drone warfare. And with Ukraine, devastated Russia with like thousands of drones in attacks. They talked about how they need to develop better sensors to identify not just missiles and planes, but also drones, balloons, and the UAP. They talked about citizen scientists and how they were important in this whole disclosure process. Mike Gold, who was with NASA, now he's with Redwire, talked about how he was interested in the propulsion technology since his family had been in with NASA, and that's such a big thing. Huh. Well, El Dorado, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, they talked about the 6 observables, which Lou Elizondo has identified. And let's see, that there's a big problem with over-classification, which is counterproductive to national security. And one big thing was that the Disclosure Foundation is going to conduct a review of the NASA archives about UAP. So that's coming out. That was a recommendation from their UAP task force in NASA. Travis Taylor was in the audience, along with, as we saw at the end, Whitley Schreiber, who is a UAP experiencer and an author. Then they talked, then the next section was about financial markets. And they talked about how congressional staffers and scientists that are blocking this information is the national security problem. That, any obstacles to progress is a problem. And one thing that, let's see, I think her name was Susan, talked about that we're surrounded by NHI, non-human intelligence, because what is non-human intelligence, because there's intelligence in algae, in amoeba, in all kinds of things. We're surrounded by NHI, non-human intelligence. They had used AI, she was talking about, and the whales gave the scientists a nickname. But her question was, well, what message do the whales have for us? But instead, the scientists were more interested in what nickname the whales were giving them. So she was talking about how ego can get in the way. Let's see. Then the last section there was about the financial markets and finances. Let me see what the actual name of that segment was. Financial impacts, risk, and opportunity. So Matthew Tuttle was one of the speakers. He's a CEO of a ETF. And Pippa Malgren, she was the one who was talking about the whales. She said the issues for the markets is not the sudden realization that UAP is real. And she said that she thinks it's more of a generational issue, because she talks to her daughter and they're like, Mom, we know these things are real. And she's saying that the young people know how to, younger people will say than us, know how to use AI. They've got smartphones that have more computing ability than they had to get people to the moon. And it's really a generational issue, which was interesting because Avi Loeb talked about bringing in his council, his White House council, young nerds is what he called them. He wanted younger people and nerds to be part of that because, I guess, of the generational issue. They talked about crowdsourcing of being an answer. And that the time from an idea to commercialization of that idea has been compressed. So the people that are investors, that's one of the issues that they have to deal with. She also mentioned the missing scientists from US and China, and that's an issue. And that any time that someone blocks progress, that they should be held accountable. She talked about the Genesis mission, which is some kind of program where the AI would be used to connect data within and across the national labs that they have. And then the last part was about the grant that the Disclosure Foundation gave to the whistleblowers. So this was a historic event in the Kennedy caucus room where other important Iran-Contra hearings happened. And basically that UAP is no longer a fringe topic. That's one of the things that Matthew Brown had talked about. And it was interesting how he called on Whitley Strieber, I'm not sure if I'm saying his name. Trisha, I see that you're in the back here. Would you like to come on camera and give your impressions of the day? Since I believe you watched, let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So what did you think of today?
Is anybody else available right now to talk? I'm loading my car up to get in the car, and I'll be more present in about 10 minutes. I can say I really am glad I was on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have anyone else in the backstage right now, but that's okay.
Well, I really enjoyed. I think they're just steadily making progress. You know, they're like whoever's listening now, and then it gets referred to people, and it just becomes more of a normal topic. And you know, with all these people discussing it, it becomes a little more credible. You know, and I think we're just making steady progress forward.
Absolutely.
I liked what Whitney said at the very end. He kept it really brief, but he was so glad to be joined by so many, you know, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Glad I was on listening most of the day while I packed up.
Yes,
Thank
well,
you
there's
for holding
definitely.
this.
Oh, you're welcome. And the replay is available on my channel and also the Disclosure Fund Foundation, the Disclosure Foundation channel as well on YouTube. So
Okay.
people can watch the whole thing.
Did she mention your name at the end there? Leslie Reed, did she say? For
No,
something
Lesley
to present?
Keene. Lesley Keene was the
Oh,
reporter that was one of the reporters on that New York Times article in 2017.
okay.
That's who they were. Yeah, not me. I'm a nobody.
Aw.
I'm just one of the many citizens for disclosure. And yeah, I can talk a little bit about that to let people know how to become a member of the Citizens for Disclosure.
I think I am. I think I already am.
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, but I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
for other people watching this.
Can I ask you first real quick, where are you? Are you up in Santa Cruz? Remind me.
No, I'm actually in Murphy, North Carolina now.
Okay.
I'm a snowbird, so I'm half the year in North Carolina, half the year in Florida.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at. Where are you at? I did that.
California.
California. Did you feel that earthquake this morning?
No, I only heard about it. Where was it? Did it say?
Redondo Valley.
Okay, so that's about 2 hours south of me in inland. I'm at the ocean.
Okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
It didn't affect you.
No, thank you though.
Yeah. All right, Trisha. Well,
I
any
can
last words? Because I know you're getting ready
no,
to go.
grateful that I'm glad they got the
Audio.
volume, the sound, straightened out.
Oh my
Made
gosh.
you wonder a little bit, like, what was that about? Who was doing
Yeah.
that?
The ones that want to block progress. That's who I think it was. Either that or somebody didn't do their job right.
Right. I wonder if they're, what the Pentagon is doing with all this. They're like, what the heck? The thing is coming out. We can't stop it.
Yeah. All those people in those black projects and stuff, they don't want this coming out because then they lose their power.
Well, and I want to say that I have a client who's in the oil industry, and her entire income is because they're drilling oil here in California, this county. And I do kind of feel for her because she's not going to know what to do. But I know that the UAPs are going to be providing us with free energy, and that the Earth needs that. We have to go that direction,
Yes, definitely. Well, I think there's going to be, they said that, or at least what I heard from Dr. Greer, Stephen Greer, is that there'll be a transition time, just because the technology becomes available, it's still, even if it's a little box or whatever, it still needs to be manufactured and all of that and rolled out. So there would be some kind of transition from the old, oil industry. So I don't think it's anything that's going to, she's not going to lose her job overnight. It'll be a transition type of thing.
Yeah, people will just have to shift.
Yeah.
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 And there are 3 categories: those that are frightened, those that are excited, and the neutral group. There's just like at least 3 categories of people that are going to be responding, and that's inevitable. Did you get the impression that the guy who spoke on religion, that he kind of opened it up again for maybe the stricter Christians that are like, what the heck, that wouldn't believe?
I think he did. I think he did.
He seemed like it, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he did, because he talked about all the major religions and how there were parts in their scriptures and their, holy books that supported the idea of, ET life out there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
And I think he said that not to be worried about it. Oh, I see Giorgio's here. Let me add him to the screen.
Okay, I'm going to go sound off so I can make some noise over here. I'll be listening now.
All right. Thank you so much, Trisha. Talk to you later. You're welcome. Hey, Giorgio, what did you think today? Were you able to catch most of it?
I think it was a good event. It's basically for what we would call the normies to catch up, feel comfortable with this, to hear a combination of being, expanded and pushed, and to open up their minds, and in ways that they are used to. It was a lot for academicians. I think it was a good thing, basically. Interesting how Avi Loeb was. I noticed him a little bit nervous when Nextgehalt Puthoff was revealing so much, but I cannot tell. But he was sure that we were being visited, basically, and Avi was in the tentative stage to get more data. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. I think Hal has either seen something or just know that they exist, but Avi was more like data, data, data. You know,
Yeah.
that he's not convinced yet.
No, he's open-minded, like Hal said, and that's you see, many of them have not studied ufology. All the enormous amount of information. If anybody takes the time to study all the basic reports and books and experiencer accounts and the information of credible people, but they are not ufologists, so this is what is happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have to do a crash course. I think we all are, at least for me, because this is a new topic for me since I've been part of the Citizens for Disclosure. But I know for you, you've studied it most of your life, and aren't you working on a PhD in ufology?
Yeah, with Ubiquity University. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
That's great. Yeah, so I think with all that's happened over the last, really since May, I was looking at all of the different events that have happened over the last 2 months. I mean, May 8th is when Dr. Greer had his 25th anniversary of the Disclosure Project that was held at the National Press Club. That same day on May 8th was when the war.gov/UFO had their first release of UAP data and they had over 1 billion views. Then their second tranche or batch of files that came out was May 22nd. Then May 9th was when they had the press conference on Capitol Hill, which was more lobbying the White House to do what they need to do to support UAP disclosure. Then on the 12th was when June 12th was when the Disclosure movie came out, and the third tranche of files came out from the war.gov. Then we've had the Sunday series with Danny Sheehan, which has been great. I've been able to catch the last two, and they've really been wonderful. So actually, I'm gonna while we're talking, I'm gonna put that link there. So if anyone wants to go to the Q&A session that Danny Sheehan, who is the president of the New Paradigm Institute, he also was, I think, one of the lead attorneys in the Watergate and Iran-Contra and all those big cases. He's a constitutional lawyer and head of our New Paradigm Institute. So along with his partner, Sarah Nelson, they've both been involved in a lot of these humanitarian environmental justice and human justice issues. And then let's see, the 25th today, this disclosure forum. And then on the 30th, we're going to do this again because there's going to be the MK Ultra congressional hearings that Representative Luna had rescheduled. It was supposed to happen back in May, I think. And that's going to be on the 30th, which is also a full moon. So we'll see what happens there. But I'll be doing a restream like this as well, so we can have commentary and chat and all that. And then after that, July 2nd is World UFO Day, which was the day that the Roswell crash happened. And yeah, and then also we got the announcement of the UAP Council in the White House that Avi Loeb is heading up. So there has been a whole bunch happening these last, 2 months. So it's been amazing. And they were talking about the critical mass that's built. Do you feel like that's happening?
I think that this is an opportunity for all of these, many other people to catch up. And perhaps after that, the famous review board that was proposed, that was scraped out in the beginning, from the UAPDA, the UAP Disclosure Act, right. Maybe it will be accepted this time after this stage. But I think that it's like they're first trying to go through the now it's called the government board or governance board.
Mm-hmm.
I think Danny mentioned that the governance board is more controlled by intelligence chiefs and directors. So definitely they're going to control the narrative in how they see fit. but the review board would be more of a civilian board, freer to disclose more. So hopefully, after this stage, if it's not excessively controlled and remains controlled, then we will have the review board finally.
Right. That was in the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, back in 2024. And Danny had helped with some of the language with that. But yes, there was supposed to be a review board that had I guess they were supposed to be appointed by the White House, by the president. But it was across the board, certain, so that all spectrum of, people could be part of that and would help with the declassification. So it is interesting to see if Avi Loeb's council is supposed to kind of replace that review board, or how, I wonder how that's going to work out in the future.
Council is a scientific UAP science committee, I think it's called. And it's supposed to be scientifically independent, but only accessory to the governance board.
Okay.
The governance board are the ones that are going to direct where to go. But allegedly, the scientific part will be independent. So we will see. We will see what happens. Now, both boards are supposed to be created by the president. So I speculate that the president already knows, has been read a lot, and at least knows that we are not alone. Maybe that he has been read up to that level. And this is why he is also creating this governance board, controlled by intelligence directors.
Right. They don't want to let go.
Then we will get the other board, which is more of a civilian board. Hopefully, maybe, because Burleson, the Congressman Burleson, was there, and I think he's going to propose the UAPDA, the UAP Disclosure Act, once again.
Yes, for 2027. Because they do it the year before. They have to vote on it the year before.
So, well, it's like we all depend on what they want to do and how they do it and all those movers and shakers. But I don't think that individually we need to depend on them. We can educate ourselves. We can try to make contact. We can really expand our consciousness and awareness of what's going on individually.
Yeah, I agree. And I think with Citizens for Disclosure, it's brought together so many people interested in this topic, both experiencers and non-experiencers, that I think a lot of the disclosure is going to happen from the people, And that's one of the reasons I have this disclosure dialogue, so people who are experiencers or interested and know about this topic we can talk about it, and it can be part of the normal conversation and more accepted the more we talk about it. So,
because the current stage is like a very if we think in terms of chakras and human basic needs, this is a safety need. This is a safety need, the lower chakra, the basic chakras, because they always speak about national security. Always. Yeah, but it should evolve into, let's say, the intellectual and the heart base and the metaphysical aspect gradually. But right now they're in the basic chakras.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the government, for them to talk about consciousness is rare because they're like all about the nuts and bolts of things. So
yeah, it's rare, but I think that they will have to in order to adapt to the phenomenon itself.
Yeah,
there's no other way around it.
Yeah. Well, my hope is that this is all part of a quantum leap in our human evolution. And I think that it has the potential for that. And, depending on what we, the people, put out there, it's us manifesting this, all 8 billion of us.
Yeah, it was interesting. I heard the perspective of the psychologists
Mhm.
and the historian of medieval history and religion, and they were hopeful that we could adapt. They were not adamant that this was a big problem for us. I mean, they said if people are guided adequately and they have a place, most people will adapt.
Mhm.
It was a very hopeful message from the
Yes.
social scientists.
Yes. Yeah. I liked what her message was for sure. But it was nice how they kind of went across the board from religion to the financial aspect to the scientific aspect of it. I'm not sure what other, but they were trying to be very holistic to see how UAP disclosure will impact all those different areas of society. So I think this was definitely a great event. And, a lot of the ufologists that have YouTube channels and stuff, they'll be taking bits and pieces of this and, regurgitating it and putting it out there, smaller clips, because a lot of people don't have the time to watch the whole thing. So they'll just be getting bits and pieces, but it's a good thing because that's how we digest the information.
Yeah, and I hope that somebody recorded it better because there were many lagoons and lakes in the sound system.
Yeah. Well, I would refer people to the disclosure, what is it called? It's forum.disclosure.org is the website for the Disclosure Fund or Foundation, sorry. And let's see if I have the website, because also there are several white papers and other things that can be found on that website.
Very good.
Here we go. I'll put it on the screen here. It's forum.disclosure.org. And if you go to the very bottom of the schedule page, it'll have the white papers that they had talked about. So.
That's super.
All right. Well, let's see. Okay, Trina wants to come back. Oh, excuse me, Trisha. I keep calling her Trina. Trisha Fortina wants to come back in.
Yeah, I
Trisha,
just wanted,
can you hear?
can you hear me?
I can. Can't see you though.
Well, you're going to look at the ceiling. I'm packing, right? I'm just trying to
Okay.
get out the door. Just, all those links you gave, can
Yes.
you get those into the CFD conversation? Like
Sure.
July 2, and then you just gave another one, how to get onto maybe the recording or something?
Yes.
It'd be good. It'd be good to catch all of those in the CFD, and then I'll
Okay.
pass them on too. Yeah?
Okay. I will put those in the WhatsApp chat.
Thank you.
Great.
Hi, Giorgio.
All right.
Hi, Tricia.
Giorgio's over in Peru or something? Giorgio?
No, I'm in Miami right now.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But he's from Peru.
Yeah, that's
From
right.
Peru. I'm most of the time in Peru, basically.
Okay. Thank you, Lesley, for holding this.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm gonna make some noise now, so I'm gonna get off the audio again.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you. We're gonna end it now too. It's been a long day. So, Giorgio, any last thoughts as we close this out?
We are all in this together. Different segments of our UFO community and disclosure community have different cognitive biases, but we need to learn to be patient with each other much more than we have been generally. And I think that we are moving forward. This is a positive move.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm putting the newparadigminstitute.org website on the screen so that if anyone wants to become a citizen for disclosure, there's no cost to it. This is the grassroots effort to push for UAP disclosure from the government and also create a community of people, both experiencers and non-experiencers, people that are interested in our evolution, really. So thank you so much, Giorgio, for joining me today, and to our other people that stopped in throughout the day. Thank you so much, Trisha, and I think it was Jennifer. Was it Jennifer? I think it was Jennifer.
Yes, me also. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, and Anna Maria says, hi, Lesley, Giorgio, great job. All right. Okay, Giorgio, thank you so much. And thank you everyone else for watching today. You can watch the replay, and I will put the links that I put throughout the show in the description. So thank you everyone, and we will see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.